don't know why it's not working.
Testing, testing.
Okay, good morning. This is the Public Service Commission's hearing into the EmPOWER program, case 9705, and we have PHI, so go right ahead.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Taylor Beckham, Beckham, on behalf of the PHI companies Delmarva Power and Light and PEPCO. This morning, you're going to hear from Christine Mesemer, our Senior Manager of Energy Efficiency Portfolios, Nate Gillespie, our Director of Customer Solutions, and Jessica Yu, our Manager of Program Development and Evaluation. First, we'll start with just a brief overview of our 2023 semi-annual report, and that's what's displayed on the screen, and Christine's going to walk you through that. Then we're going to get into our Cycle 6 filing for our 2024 to 2026 portfolio proposals. There are just two key points that I want to highlight for you all as you're listening to the presentations. The PHI for the Cycle 6 portfolio, the PHI companies recommend that the Commission approve the 2023 portfolio as proposed. We believe that that strikes the appropriate balance between customer affordability as well as goal achievement. And then we also ask that you listen to and approve the Exelon Utilities PIMS proposal. We also we request that you do that in this proceeding. We think that it is the best option, and it is really the most similar PIMS proposal to other climate focused utility PIMS around the country. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Christine Mesemer.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Christine Mesemer. That's Measamer. I am the Senior Manager for the Energy Efficiency Portfolio at PHI. We are pleased to join you today to highlight the performance of our programs under EmPOWER Maryland for the first half of 2023. Next slide, please. So first, I'd like to state that overall, as of this report, PEPCO and Delmarva Power energy efficiency portfolios have exceeded our 2% energy cycle targets. Both utilities have won the Energy Star Sustained Partner of the Year Sustained Excellence Award and the Energy Star Residential New Construction Market Leader Awards. The PEPCO portfolio has achieved 1.4% of its annual energy savings target, with the residential portfolio achieving 54% and the C&I portfolio achieving 42% of the annual energy savings targets. The commercial midstream program was a key component of the portfolio's first half success, achieving 110% of its annual energy savings target and surpassing its cycle energy savings target in the process. And the QHEC-VHEC program achieved 85% of annual energy savings target achieved in the first half of 2023. The Delmarva portfolio achieved 1.21% of its annual energy savings target, with the residential portfolio making up 56% and the C&I portfolio achieving 46% of the annual energy savings targets. The Efficient Buildings program has met 65% of its annual energy savings target, and the Residential New Construction program has achieved 155% of its annual energy savings target by June 30th of this year. I'd also like to highlight our demand response program continues to maintain enrollment while exploring additional opportunities to leverage enhanced technology. For the current cycle, we have focused on BYOD enrollment, and our numbers continue to grow. Also in 2023, we have begun deploying new AMI-enabled load control switches, and as of October 31st of this year, we have nearly 1,000 devices across our territory, offering an enhanced view of asset availability and load drop capabilities. And with that, I will turn it over to Nate Gillespie to cover our Cycle 6 plans.
Thank you, Christine. My name is Nate Gillespie, Director of Customer Solutions. Gillespie's Gillespie. Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners, for having us here to talk about our Cycle 6 plans. I wanted to highlight that Delmarva and PEPCO have been committed over the years to delivering results for customers. We've got over 40 employees in the company that touch EmPOWER Maryland programs and work tirelessly to ensure that we're bringing forward programs that save them money and energy and are as cost effective and cost efficient as possible. We have over 200 third-party contributors as well. That's the equivalent of 75 full-time employees and more than 125 trade allies that we engage with. All of these people are working to deliver over $5 billion worth of customer bill savings program to date. Potomac Edison had referenced yesterday working in multiple jurisdictions. PHI also delivers programs in multiple jurisdictions in New Jersey, Delaware, and hopefully soon in the District of Columbia. But our history of that repeated delivering of award-winning programs really started here in Maryland. And as Christine had said, we're exceeding our goals for this current cycle. We've had a history of and the ability to file plans and implement programs that exceeded those legislative targets with reasonable portfolio budgets. That's no longer the case due to several changes in EmPOWER Maryland in the landscape. We'll discuss that shortly. But as you can see here, the 2023 scenario budget forecasts increased significantly over prior cycles, while savings achievement is just over the increasing legislative targets. Companies committed to supporting Maryland's climate goals and transitioning EmPOWER programs to a decarbonization focus. However, it needs to be understood that the current legislative goal targeting first-year energy savings does not fully align with that transition. Deep energy savings with long life cycle benefits are a priority for the company, but not at the expense of eliminating programs that help reach those legislative targets and control the EmPOWER costs and the impacts of customers. The proposed to 2023 scenario that we have represents the company's path to prioritizing those GHG emission reductions while maintaining the achievement of the current legislative targets. We also, on the next slide, would talk about goal structure. So the current goal structure is set at 2% in 2024 and 2.25% 2024 to 2026. If EmPOWER were to transition GHG to GHG, PHI believes that that's the best methodology would be on a life cycle short ton basis, where compliance would be judged on the entirety of the cycle achievement. This methodology is in alignment with the recommendation of the Future Programming Working Group. But before adopting GHG goals, we would need to revision how goals are currently structured. It would be counterproductive to formulate a GHG target as an annual percentage against a baseline year, which is currently the way goals are calculated. The reason is the GHG trajectory declines over time. So we'd get less credit for the same measures we did 3 years from now as we would today. This places an undue burden on utility achievements towards goals. Here, the graph on the right displays what PHI's proposed life cycle GHG reductions would be in the 2023 scenario. Some of the benefits I'll comment on of moving to this is we'd have a reduced impact of single year or short-lived measures, which would be less reliant on front-of-the-meter measures that stakeholders have been against. If you kind of look at that in a life cycle GHG estimate, you'd see CVR portfolio being at a little bit less than 5% of the portfolio total and behavior about less than 8.4%. So adopting the life cycle GHG goal methodology above would align utilities to better achieve the objective of installing longer-lived measures. GHG goals don't necessitate us to do electrification, but they open the door for us to do that electrification. And not just, once you get into electrification, you would be increasing load. So if we're looking at EmPOWER Maryland of a goal of only reducing energy, that's kind of in conflict of electrification and GHG reduction. Also, moving to this, it allows us to be, the targets to be a little bit more reachable. The gap that lighting has created needs to be filled somehow, and this is one methodology to be able to achieve that. Also, as a number of others have mentioned, there's a number of changing landscapes in our portfolio. Several factors at play. During the development of the cycle's filings, in PHI's portfolio, I wanted to kind of point out we've got the loss of lighting. So we really had relied on lighting as a major component of both the residential and the commercial program. That is a market that has been transformed, a lot due to programs like EmPOWER Maryland being able to move the market and create LEDs as the standard in which we operate. That creates the big gap we've all talked about. So lighting was 15 to 20% of our total portfolio savings, making it the most affordable product that we had to make sure that we were keeping expenses down and hitting the targets. There's no current program that just substitutes that. It's a number of programs that we've had to build up and increase in order to be able to hit some of these targets. The strategies that were used to transform the lighting market, where where the measures were a couple of dollars, now we're looking at markets such as HVAC, which are much more expensive, and we've talked about that in depth so far, and looking forward to continuing to talk about it. Also, we saw the expansion of the energy savings targets. So at the same time, we have a loss of some major items. We have the loss of, I would say, or caps on the front of meter programs that are extremely affordable. All of that combines to, as you can see in the chart there, we have a concern of being able to hit our targets. We believe we can hit them, but in the past where it has seemed to be a little easier and stakeholders have commented on we always overperform and over-deliver with less money, this really is going to be a case of that starting to get crunched quite a bit. Also, the other thing that we have is customer affordability. With the Commission's direction to transition to a fully expensed cost recovery model by 2026, and the significant increase of costs of these programs, we're seeing a growth of 2 to 3x by 2026. Those really are impacting customers, and we've been very concerned to develop the portfolio that we can be as cost efficient as possible. I want to say it that way, to make sure that we're trying to be as prudent as possible with expenses. In the past cycles, PHI has had the ability to forecast and achieve savings, like I said, beyond the 2% goal. But with the changing portfolio landscapes I just described, it's going to be a little bit more of a challenge. In order to achieve these ambitious goals while keeping customer affordability at top of mind, PHI recommends the Commission select the 2023 scenario for Cycle 6. The impetus for filing 3 plans was to provide a thorough understanding of the program's costs and ratepayer impacts, and the 2023 scenario was meant to estimate GHG reductions from that current spending and savings levels, but the 2023 scenario showed that utilities are requiring significantly more from these programs to maintain savings at the legislative targets. The company's filed 2023 scenario gives an observable GHG reduction goal, which also meets all of those targets. Jessica Yu is now going to walk through some of the details of our programs.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Jessica Yu today on behalf of PHI, last name spelled Y-U. I'm here today and very pleased to share with you an overview of our proposed 24 to 26 cycle plan. The PEPCO and Delmarva portfolios are forecasted to achieve over 1.2 million megawatt hours of annual energy savings. The portfolios are designed to achieve the CS&A energy targets as a percent of 2016 baseline sales in 24, 25, and 26. These portfolios are forecasted to produce over $1 billion in societal net benefits and are highly cost effective according to the Maryland Jurisdictional Specific Test, which is a benefit cost analysis that evaluates the benefits of these programs compared to the cost of the programs. An MJST score of 2.6 means that for every dollar invested in these programs, customers realize 2.6 times the benefits in return. The GHG abated from these portfolios is the equivalent to the sequestration of carbon from 1.7 million acres of U.S. forests. I'd like to dive a little bit deeper now and cover some additional programmatic details and enhancements we have planned for the upcoming cycle. Our residential program offerings are largely similar to the programs we've historically offered in the past that our customers and contractor community are familiar with and likely anticipating the continuance of into this next cycle. There are several enhancements we plan to make that I'd like to describe. For example, the Appliance Rebates program will offer several delivery channels such as point-of-sale rebates, Energy Star's retail product platform, the shift delivery model, and mid and upstream offers through retail partners. These delivery pathways allow the EmPOWER program to reach customers wherever they shop. The company will explore opportunities for measures across different delivery channels in the upcoming cycle to reach the maximum number of participants. PHI has had success offering heat pump water heaters as both point-of-sale rebates in the midstream model and also through distributors as well and other contractors. Furthermore, in our home audit and home retrofit programs, QHEC and Home Performance respectively, the company will be coordinating these programs more closely than we have in the past to drive customers who receive energy audits into deeper savings upgrades in their homes. The residential programs are also being augmented to better serve the moderate income population. A new moderate income offering within the Home Performance program will provide enhanced incentives to the segment. We want to emphasize that these incentives will not be higher than the incentives to low-income customers through DHCD, but will be higher than the typical market rate incentives. PHI would like to coordinate with other utilities who are also planning to offer similar enhanced incentives for moderate income customers, as well as with DHCD, to ensure we serve all customers and that we direct customers to the right program pathway that fits their needs and their circumstances. Residential programs across the board will also be accounting for IRA tax credits already available, as well as IRA rebate programs, which are currently in development. PHI will strive to market IRA funding opportunities to customers, especially where funding can be paired with EmPOWER incentives. The IRA Homes program is a rebate program that will provide federal rebates for energy efficiency measures that will often overlap with the EmPOWER offerings through home performance. The home performance rebates can be stacked with federal rebates to provide significant cost savings to customers. PHI will closely track and coordinate with the state in order to ensure that these rebates are clear to the customer and that the total rebate amounts are not in excess of market needs. In the interest of protecting ratepayer dollars, the company will maximize federal funding while adjusting EmPOWER rebates if necessary. In expanding the residential program participation, many programs are increasing incentive amounts across the board in order to increase marketing as well as outreach activities to engage customers. Incentives have been increased in measures in both appliance rebates as well as the residential HVAC program as well. We are also increasing the project cap for home performance from $7,500 to $10,000. Finally, on top of these incentive increases, the company will strive to make customer participation in our programs as easy as possible. For contractor-based programs, customers can authorize qualified contractors to receive the program rebate directly so that customers save the rebate immediately on their invoice. Maximizing participation is of utmost importance to PHI, as participation in these programs ensures that customers are realizing the full financial benefits and the value of the EmPOWER programs. For the HVAC midstream program, we want to reduce the barriers and streamline the process while incorporating the recommendations from many of the stakeholders. PHI is in favor of developing a unified program manual to clearly spell out measure eligibility, rebate amounts, application requirements, and outreach to trade allies as well. We believe that these issues identified in the midstream work group are important to the program success. Next, I'd like to cover the residential new construction program, which targets long-lasting energy savings in new homes and continues to evolve in order to provide energy savings above Maryland's building codes. The program will move to the next iteration of the Energy Star program requirements, version 3.2, starting in 2025, as new building codes are enacted. The program will also incentivize a tier for builders to build all-electric homes as well. This program will add an incentive for the incentivization of measures such as connected heat pumps, certified heat pump water heaters, electric cooktops and ovens, as well as EV charging capabilities in new homes. In the current cycle, the Efficiency for Affordable Housing program was launched in the DPL service territory as a merger commitment funded program, providing rebates to multifamily buildings in limited income or rent controlled areas. The program has exhausted its funding, but while active, it was very successful in the service territory. For example, the program successfully incentivized the installation of heat pump water heaters in multifamily buildings. These are important measures to program administrators, to the commission, and also to other stakeholders alike, and we believe that they need to be more widely adopted. The program was coordinated closely with DHCD, and both the EAHP program and the MIHA programs benefited from mutual lead generations as projects were funneled from EAHP to MIHA and vice versa. The diversification of lead generation coming from both entities helped with participation in selling business owners on the idea of making the energy efficiency investments and upgrades to their buildings. This program found success in supplementing DHCD rebates for projects that qualified under DHCD requirements, and also as a standalone program for buildings that did not qualify for DHCD programs. One additional item to note, if you recall in Mr. Gillespie's earlier slide, it pointed to a gap in the savings that PHI needed to make up this cycle in order to meet the statutory energy savings targets. This program was designed to fill that gap. The behavioral program is our farthest reaching offering, delivering home energy reports to the majority of our residential customers. Behavioral deploys an extensive use of AMI investments with high bill alerts and weekly AMI reports. It can serve as a cross-promotional tool in our other offerings and has proven through evaluation to deliver uplift and savings to other programs. Moreover, behavioral is essentially zero additional cost to participate for the customer. Some enhancements for the program that we are planning for this upcoming cycle include a disaggregation EV component that will help educate customers on the portion of their bill attributed to charging, a new low to moderate income video we will be launching in 2024 to help increase awareness of energy savings and sources of energy assistance. This video will also be delivered in Spanish. The program is focused on developing a more personalized message based on survey responses and unique load profiles to assist customers in their pursuit of energy savings. Next slide. Thank you. Moving on to the commercial and industrial portfolio, this portfolio largely builds off the success in developing relationships with PEPCO and DPL's small, medium, and large commercial customers, and the critical service provider network that serves the unique needs of these customers. The Efficient Building Solutions program provides 3 distinct offerings: prescriptive, custom, and retro commissioning and building tune-up to support the C&I customer segment, while the small business program provides targeted enhanced incentives and services to the company's small business customers. Across the C&I segment, the company's increasing incentives and priority measures, as well as increasing outreach and engagement activities to reach more businesses directly, and as well as through partnering trade allies as well. PEPCO and Delmarva Power are exploring a feature to support business subject to Building Energy Performance Standards, or BEPS. This service can assist C&I customers in benchmarking and provide tailored upgrade and program participation plans to meet their compliance requirements. As an outcome of the PSC staff-supported technical stakeholder conference held earlier this year, PHI has added a virtual strategic energy management offering under retro commissioning. This offering will be targeted at small, medium-sized businesses, prior virtual commissioning participants, and other C&I customers as well, in order to develop a pathway for continuous energy improvement. Finally, the custom component is exploring a pathway for net zero new construction to maximize energy savings in building envelopes and systems during design and construction. Thanks, Taylor. For the commercial engagement portal, it has had success in onboarding participants during this current cycle, but is enhancing outreach to recruit more customers. During the previous cycle, the participant group did not reach the total number of participants to be statistically sound in reporting energy savings, but the company will exceed this threshold soon, and we will begin reporting savings. The commercial midstream program has seen the greatest impact of lighting standard changes in the commercial segment, which has eliminated a portion of their attainable savings. To make up for these losses, the program is bolstering incentives and measures offered through the program, including commercial lighting, HVAC controls and equipment, as well as refrigeration and food service equipment. The company is working with customers, distributors, and manufacturers to appropriately calibrate the measures and incentives for this market. The Energy Efficiency Communities programs has made a great strides in serving local governments and communities, as well as faith-based organizations. To continue involving this program, the company will focus on expanding monitoring-based commissioning and facility audits to this important customer group. Next, I'll be talking about the company's demand response portfolio. We will be launching a BYOD offering to small commercial customers. We will also be introducing a flexible load management component of the BYOD program for residential customers. This component involves calling shorter, more frequent events from a customer's perspective that are more subtle and can be activated all year round. PHI is also interested in exploring winter demand response during the 24 to 26 cycle. PHI believes there's real value in designing a program around another season, but first we need to explore parameters such as locational need and identifying winter peaking feeders. We believe that DR offerings need to be more targeted and focused on alleviating areas of current and future constraint. Finally, I'd like to talk about our proposed investigative design and development programs, or PID programs. PHI has identified some initial pilots for Cycle 6. We also have reserved some budget for unidentified new ideas to be developed during the cycle, or for pending pilots to continue. PHI plans to explore the concept of an energy challenge type program that explores seasonal opportunities to drive customers to reach energy savings targets and potentially experiment with testing out challenges during different seasons. Another pilot we've identified is the Energy Engineers Pilot. This is an in-house utility customer service program currently run by PEPCO and Delmarva Power, but not expressly focused on generating energy savings. However, in exploring customer usage as a part of this service, the program is often identifying and also rectifying energy waste behaviors or issues found in the customer's homes and buildings directly. This pilot budget is solely to report, analyze, and evaluate energy savings through customer interactions with our energy engineers team. We see a lot of value in this type of program as customer education to help customers better understand their bills, particularly after new technologies have been installed in their homes and not fully understood. Lastly, we have the Controlled Environment Agriculture Pilot. This pilot seeks to complete a market assessment and pilot offering specifically for controlled environment agriculture. This is an area of potential growth within the C&I segment, but the needs of this market are uncertain, and there can be distinct and specialized energy intensive processes for lighting and HVAC. Included in the company's unidentified PID budget is also a reservation for the potential extension of the CEA financing pilot. Now I'd like to hand the presentation back to Mr. Gillespie. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. As directed by the Commission in its order, PHI developed a performance incentive mechanism that focuses on meeting the statutory MWH reduction requirements within the Commission's approved budget. PHI recommends that the Commission approve of the performance incentive mechanism developed by the Exelon companies. The PHI recommends also that the Commission reject any PIM proposal where there is a penalty for the following reasons. According to research on this subject, the vast majority of utility PIMs are consistent with their name, performance incentive mechanisms, and only provide rewards, meaning they allow the utilities to recover prudently incurred costs as well as an incentive award based on performance. PHI is not aware of any other utility PIMs where there is a financial penalty that can result in a disallowance of prudently incurred costs or costs that have not been found to be imprudent. Financial penalties are very rare, and in the case where they do exist, for example, New Jersey, the PIM is an ROE adjustment where the penalty is a deduction of the utility's basis points it earns, and the utility is allowed to recover those prudently incurred costs. Recommendations from other parties imposing penalties would in reality disallow us from recovering those prudent and authorized program costs. And penalties do not necessarily make utilities more motivated to perform, incentives do. PHI recommends the Commission adopt the PIM now in advance of the launch of Cycle 6. If the Commission decides to form a working group to continue to discuss PIMs, PHI will definitely actively participate. But we do acknowledge there's a long history of EmPOWER PIM working groups going back to 2021, and the Commission had really ordered these PIM proposals, I believe, in order to really spur this conversation and make a decision. Also, we do believe that our PIMs are actually lower than what you might see on average in the country. So I think that we've really put forward a very good PIMs, and we recommend that you approve it. So kind of in summary, PHI requests that the Commission provide an EmPOWER order by the end of the year. And that's typically the case. I know that there's been a lot that we've struggled through or worked through in this particular hearing. And I wanted to reiterate the importance of actually going ahead and approving the 3-year cycle. When you're talking about energy efficiency programs, specifically ones that have been running for a long period of time, any uncertainty in what could happen will affect the market. For example, if contractors start seeing that there is a risk to funds, they're not going to want to risk that. They'll start pulling back on selling projects that have a longer term horizon because they don't know if those incentives will be there if there's uncertainty there. So we want to make sure that we keep consistent, as EmPOWER Maryland has, and make sure that we have that order in order to keep programs going. I also want to point out specifically 3-year cycle. The 2023 scenario that we've put forward If anything were to change, if GHG were adopted, you want to move other items into EmPOWER Maryland, that would be adders to what we have put forward. So we don't believe that only approving for 1 year would be prudent. It would make sense to approve it for the full cycle. Also, we'd like you to select our 2023 scenario. We believe that it really produces the best results for customers at the lowest cost. And if we continue to have energy savings only targets, we really do believe to continue the allowance of CVR savings. They're very cost effective. They do provide a lot of benefits to customers, and not to cap the behavioral programs any longer and allow flexibility. Really, that's going to be the key as we move forward, that we might have shifting goals, the understanding that flexibility will be required, that we can all be nimble in trying to hit some of the very aggressive goals that Maryland has that we all want to achieve. And with that, I think we'll open for any questions.
So, questions from the commissioners. Commissioner Barve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Gillespie, was that your name, sir? I didn't quite understand what you were talking about when you discussed the issue area of the potential move to greenhouse gas goals as opposed to energy savings. You said something about reductions from prior years. My impression in the legislature with respect to greenhouse gas legislation and goals was that it was always measured against a base year like 2006. Is that, I presume that sort of methodology is what you support?
Yes, we would still need to have a baseline of what we're measuring against. What we were recommending is that we move away from a kilowatt hour only goal. If you're moving to greenhouse gas reduction goal, that would end up incentivizing longer term and long leading savings instead of just looking at first year savings of kilowatt hours.
Okay. Yep, that makes sense. I agree with you. The other question I have for, I think Jessica, was that your name?
Yes.
For you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. One of the things that you mentioned was the Energy Star 3.2 level program being implemented in 2025. I'm just curious to know why you can't do that sooner than 2025.
This is something that is dictated by EPA's Energy Star program.
Oh, so, okay. Oh, I didn't know that. All right. All right. So, just in conclusion here, so the impression first of all, I want to compliment you for referring to the CSNA repeatedly, and I take it that your philosophy in all of this, in complying with the CSNA, is primarily what? I mean, what are you doing differently in this proposal as opposed to a previous proposal because of the Climate Solution Now Act? Is there something that you're doing fundamentally different?
So in this proceeding, it would be moving to count or identifying the GHG savings.
Mm-hmm.
We are, I believe, adding some additional measures, but I would say the electrification side of it is in another proceedings right now.
Okay. So basically, this is fundamentally very similar to the prior EmPOWER proposal
Correct.
that you made.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Richard.
Thank you, Chair Hoover. I just want to pick up a little bit on where Commissioner Barve just left off, and that is on the next 3-year program. There has been a suggestion that we may want to consider potential new changes, changes to the program. I guess new changes, redundant, and it appears that we're going to be moving toward a more greenhouse gas reduction, and also maybe a little more emphasis on the demand response side. So, given that, and also the points you made at the top of your presentation about how the expensive this is, and it's really being driven by a kilowatt reduction programs. Why would we want to lock in at this point too many of those same programs, and not maybe consider another year of kind of the similar to what we've been doing, but be prepared to respond, because it sounds like we would have probably different programs, and if I'm hearing you correctly, they may be less costly.
That is possible. I think what we're looking for is under the current legislative targets, this would be the best option. If that was to change, or if the commission, I believe, would have the authority to change what the goal structure is, that would then necessitate us looking at different programs, and I think we could adjust in the future. I wouldn't see us, and Jessica, correct me if I'm wrong, I wouldn't see us subtracting anything from this if we were
You would
moving-
not.
We would no. We would continue. What would end up being emphasized less, like I said, would be CVR and behavior, because again, if you're moving to goals that were judged based on that life cycle savings, that there would be less emphasis on that, and you would see that as a less of a percentage, whereas other items would pick up the slack in producing those GHG savings.
Okay, well, how would you reflect, because I think in an answer to Commissioner Barbe, you said that, reiterated that greenhouse gas reduction programs, or I should say that the reduction in kilowatt usage is contrary to electrification and could be contrary to greenhouse gas. So why wouldn't you want to change some of those usage reduction programs and to reflect more of an emphasis in moving toward electrification?
The issue there becomes that goal structure. So if the EmPOWER Maryland is only focused on energy reduction, if you're adding in electrification to that, how would that then work with our reduction goals? Would that be separate? So by moving to that GHG, it allows that electrification to come in and not actually count against our energy savings targets.
I think one point that I'd like to add to that is when we're thinking about this upcoming cycle, energy efficiency does result in GHG abatement. It's one of the tools to reduce those emissions. And we have included in our filings for the 2023 scenario over the 3-year cycle actual targets, actual numbers around what those emissions avoided would be. And so there's a possibility that a goal could be developed around those numbers that have been provided to the Commission.
Okay. And I want to pick up another topic yesterday, and I'm glad again you started your presentation discussing about being mindful of customer impacts and how expensive these programs are. On the affordability issue, first let's talk about low income, medium income. As you're aware, this is something we're hearing a lot from customers right now. They just really can't afford their bills, and I think why we all agree that EmPOWER has been very successful and had a lot of system benefits. Still, on a month-to-month basis, with these increases in people's electric bill, based not only on the surcharge, there are a lot of other things that are going into that as well. The utilities rightfully want to invest in their electric systems, and if you're following news right now, we are likely to see some really big transmission, increases in transmission costs, which are going to flow through to ratepayers. So again, starting with low income, do you have any thoughts on how we might be able to mitigate some of those impacts on low income, and along the lines of a cap, or what would your recommendation be on that?
I think we've taken a really good step with focusing on low income and having DHCD is enhancing some of their programs. In discussion about the cap, again, I want to make sure that I state we are extremely committed to making sure that our low-income customers and moderate-income customers are impacted as little as possible. One of the concerns around a cap on the low-income cost for the surcharge is that we're required to service all customers, and what would potentially happen there, I think we should absolutely explore it and figure it out, but to be able to give an answer right off the cuff, a major concern is we don't know who all of the low-income customers are. We know who the assistance customers are that have applied for assistance. There's a large population, and I think in DHCD's presentation, when they referred to self-identification on income, it's to try to capture the people who are not reporting that they're low income. So if we shifted off of the ones that we only knew about and put a cap on that, it would then affect the ones that aren't identifying and also the rest of the ratepayers as well. I think it's something that definitely needs to be explored, but it might not be a extremely simple solution to figure out how to get there and make sure you're identifying all the right people that should get that cap. But
Right.
we're very supportive of looking into that.
Okay. And again, it's a good program you're proposing. It's sort of tried and true largely, but as far as helping customers really gain value, I think we all agree we're going to see an increase in the surcharge. How do we help them actually on a month-to-month basis see value from that surcharge? Have you considered programs so that you can help customers genuinely squeeze, I guess, more savings out of their homes? And do you do any kind of a surveying of customers to get the voice of the customer on how much more they can tolerate in electric bills, and what kind of programs would genuinely serve their needs? Again, you're a big player in the state, so you could have, I guess, a real influence on the types of programs to really meet those customer needs and be mindful of the impacts that this program is having on their month-to-month bill.
Yeah, I think we tend to look at EmPOWER Maryland and the programs very holistically. So when we talk about the benefits, and you talk about, Jessica mentioned like 2.6 times the investment back in benefits, that is only of customers who participate. If you don't participate, then you're paying into the surcharge and you're not getting a benefit. That's one of the keys to some of our marketing campaigns, is trying to make sure that you're getting to everybody, that they're actually like making sure that they're getting that basically money that they deserve back. We do try to develop the program so that everybody can participate. When we have a portfolio, it's trying to find a way to match up that everybody can get a little bit of something. There are some people who want to go all out and they'll do everything. Having that variety in our program offerings makes sure that there's something hopefully for everybody in there. Really excited about the moderate income program. Personally, that's an area that I think that has always been overlooked. You almost have competition of people trying to serve the lowest population to be able to make sure that they get the benefits. The problem is the people who are just above the poverty line really can't afford it because there isn't anybody looking to help them. So I think developing the moderate income program in particular is one way to really address that, and something I'm really happy about.
Okay, and I don't want to take up too much more time here, but I just want to say that, again, we just really need to figure out this HVAC system program, whether midstream, downstream, I don't care. Whatever I think we can learn from other states, and it sounds like the midstream can work, but somehow we're just flailing right now in Maryland. And that, to me, would be a program, if we can get this right, would provide, I think, the types of savings that customers, could appreciate, and then also, say, hey, yeah, EmPOWER has real value on a month-to-month basis for me. Yeah, I think, I don't know if you have any other more comments. I know we kind of
I have a
beat
lot
this.
of comments
All
on
right.
the HVAC
Well,
program.
we'll hear from the advocates as well, but
I think that the HVAC program has continued to struggle. I was a big advocate up here. I remember when we were first bringing it up, really being very excited that this could drive a way for us to drive what was extremely large rebates going into the HVAC to a few, being able to make that a much more effective and less costly program. Some of the challenges that we've had, and it kind of, as somebody who has been running energy efficiency programs for 15 years, it pains me when I hear people say that we're stepping in the way or we're a roadblock to making, say, midstream happen. The challenges that we're faced, we're accountable to you, to the commission. We're accountable for delivering energy savings that are evaluated and verified. Some of the challenges with midstream are you're taking very complicated equipment and trying to make it easy, but that doesn't necessarily align with EM&V. So wherever there's complexities in that process, it's for specific EM&V reasons. Now, we need to work to figure out if there are ways to reduce some of those roadblocks, which we have. We will be implementing some changes over the next cycle, which I think will make a big improvement in that space. I can't actually speak to that just yet. I need a couple more weeks before we finalize some things. I was really hoping it would be finalized before this so that I could share more information. But it is an area that we're committed to making as efficient as possible, and I do not believe that a single implementer, a third-party implementer, is the right solution for that. I think that we, as the utilities, are able to get there. It's just going to be in partnership, for example, with Joe Loper on figuring out how we might be able to modify some of our needs. If it's just as simple as just put an address in there, and that's good enough. If that works for evaluation, then that's good. But there are a number of things that we have to hit, especially with HVAC, to make sure we're getting, and it's not as easy as an instant discount that a light bulb was when you're getting up with those matching ups of different parts and components. If we can make it simpler and more streamlined, that is something that we're definitely committed to doing.
Okay, and then finally, you mentioned the single administrator concept. I understand there are pros and cons, and there are some appealing aspects to that. But in your case, you have the PHI companies. You're all here right now, and then you're part of the Exelon family. Are you looking actively for ways to look at administrative costs? I think I heard the term cost normalization. Just try to figure out how we have the most efficient programs possible and try to get all the benefits out of what we get out of a single administrator. But again, I'm open to both of the arguments, but I'd like to hear that you, as part of the Exelon companies, are in fact looking hard at where we can find savings in how we administer this program.
Absolutely. So with your point about BGE, PHI, the Exelon family in general has a lot of purchasing power. So we are able to drive cost out of programs a lot because of that power, and that we're not just one small entity. The one thing that I have always have a challenge with, and I'm sure Potomac Edison has the challenge as well, even within my programs, I'm serving very diverse populations. So that is one thing where that we have had a lot of experience with that, and it is different in each area. SMECO is very different than PEPCO, very different than BGE. Delmarva Power and PEPCO are very different under my own management. So there is a lot of items that really need to be at that local utility level that you would probably lose, to SMECO's point, some focus on if it was one third-party administrator that would have kind of less accountability in my mind.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. There may be a lot of similarities too. When I'm in the Washington D.C., DMV area, I hear ads for SMECO, I hear ads for PEPCO, and even BGE. So at times it could be a little confusing, and so to the extent that I think the utilities can work a little more closely together, even with the co-ops, there could be savings so that maybe we're not having, competing ads and all those types of things, and let people know this is a Maryland focused program, and we're trying to find savings for Marylanders, and so we could start just with program administration. So thank you very much. Thank you, Chair Hoover.
Commissioner Sussman.
Good morning. So first, I just wanted to get clarity on the 2023 results. So what you're saying is that on the commercial side, you overperformed, and on the residential side, you underperformed? Is that what I'm just trying to understand? So the residential customers sort of fell short of what the goal was?
No, but both are exceeding the goal right now for the cycle.
Okay, so both of them have gone over. Okay, then I'm not sure what I was listening to. And then AMI, you also mentioned that's for residential and commercial for 2023.
For the AMI, load control switch?
Yes.
Yeah, that is available to our small commercial demand response and our residential customers.
Okay, and that's not the BYOD. Is
No,
that
BYOD would be like a Nest, a Google, Google Nest or Ecobee, or a thermostat that the customer purchases themselves.
Okay, so you could provide a device for demand response, or they could provide their own. So basically, the BYOD is to just sort of say to the customer, we're being a little bit more flexible. So if you already have in place a device that's not our device, we'll work with that to bring them into demand response.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And when you're doing demand response, how are you looking at it? Are you looking in terms of quantifying benefits? Are you looking at it? Yesterday, I talked to a couple of. I don't know if you were here yesterday. We talked a little bit about whether you're incorporating into your results avoided build for other for distribution, for transmission, as part of the savings for demand response.
Yeah, as Jessica noted, as part of our next cycle, we want to look at a more targeted demand response program, which
Okay.
is where we would start to look at the, feeder by feeder effects of our demand response.
Okay, but at
solution.
this point now, you're not incorporating the potential for savings in Commissioner Richard was talking about the need to build out new transmission in the latest PJM proposal. You're not looking at the effect that an effective demand response program could have on avoiding build out of distribution and transmission at this point.
That is not in our model at this time.
Okay. I wanted to talk a little bit about the single life cycle so that I understand how it works. You pick a base year, and what's your base year for the 2023 to 2026 period?
So for that recommendation, we are kind of strictly looking at this first and foremost from a MWH savings perspective. Our recommendation for setting that goal is more about the actual value itself. So we have values associated with the scenario, X million short tons of CO2 equivalent that we think that we can abate, this scenario can abate in this cycle. And we would ask that that be the target for the utility.
Okay,
So
but-
utility specific
And
goals.
it could be really for reduction of megawatt hours or GHG. I'm mostly trying to understand what the you're not resetting it every year. So for you're not resetting it from 2024 to 2025 and then 20. So you're picking what's your base year when you're doing your analysis.
So the complexity around moving to this single kind of overarching GHG goal is that those details I think still need to be determined. So I think Nate's point earlier about the baseline. So as it currently stands, when we have annualized energy savings targets, our current goal is based upon a 2016 baseline of retail sales that the utilities are selling. If we look at MDE, for example, they had several different cases around the future of the grid. And there was one case that was the policy case. And that policy case had the assumption that the grid was getting cleaner. And so when you have an assumption of the grid getting cleaner, that impacts the emissions factors and the emissions rates that you use to calculate the CO2 equivalent. And so it's kind of getting a little bit technical here, but that's a part of our discussion around needing some additional time to determine what the right goal is and how do you measure that goal. Do you measure it based upon a standing baseline, 2016, for example, or 2020, or is it a rolling baseline that maybe it's a 3-year average of the previous 3 years? Those are the types of things that we have to consider to ensure that the goal that's being set meets the policy objectives of the state and of the commission.
So at this point right now, you're using 2016 as your base year.
Yes.
Okay, so everything that sort of moves forward looks to how you're doing based on 2016.
Yes.
Okay, so
Yes.
how do you incorporate into your analysis new customers? So increased load because of new customers, or more importantly, I think, as we're moving towards electrification, you're going to find yourself moving away from 2016. You're going to be increasing the amount of load. How do you account for that?
I think a part of the difficulty right now is because of the way that the statute is written. The law is based upon 2016, so we are held to that baseline. So as it currently stands, we are not incorporating any additional load into that baseline. That is how we are measuring the performance of these programs.
But I think
Okay,
one-
then I'm not understanding because then it becomes almost apples and oranges. And so you've got all these new customers. Are you accounting for how they're responding to behavioral DR programs where they didn't exist in 2016? I guess I'm just trying to understand how this works.
Yeah, I think, 2016 is just the year that goals were based on. So yes, there's going to be new customers that are coming in, customers that are going out. It's really, I think, just a backward way of saying this was your baseline, improve from there. When you're talking about, especially if you're looking at a GHG reduction, we would be wanting then new customers to be coming online and making sure we have the programs to ensure they're coming on as clean as possible. So again, if our goal is GHG reduction, making sure that we're either offering turnkey electrification solutions or something that we're, say, bringing new construction online that is net zero, or some other methodology to make sure that that's as clean as possible. And that's what we'd be counting, in that, say, particular home, what the base case could have been, what the code was, versus what we incentivize to happen.
So what you're saying is, for a customer that's coming on, you're going to assume that customer would have come on in 2016, and you're going to quantify what their usage would have been without the program. I mean, because you've got new bills. So you're bringing customers onto
Yeah.
the system, and you're putting in incredibly efficient appliances and devices into that home. How are you quantifying savings there using a 2016? Do you understand
Yeah,
my?
I see where you're going.
Okay.
So we would be counting savings based on what's currently present, but our goal is based on 2016. Now, I don't know if that goalpost moves over time.
It's basically there's a numerator and a denominator. The denominator for how we calculate the 2%, are we hitting that 2% annual reduction goal? That denominator is our 2016 retail sales.
Right, but for those new customers coming online, how do you quantify their reduction for the system, because they didn't exist in 2016?
Yeah.
Are you just assuming, are you making an assumption about what their usage would have been if they didn't incorporate all of these additional
Correct.
devices? Okay.
Yeah, so basically their option is whatever the code would be, for example, an inefficient refrigerator or whatever that might be. That's what our baseline is for savings that we're
Okay.
counting. The amount for that particular home is, with no program, you would have likely bought the most inexpensive item, which would have been this, say, 14-SEER central air conditioning system, this non-Energy Star refrigerator, or whatever other measures, or you may not have put as much insulation in. And our programs are meant to get you to go above and beyond that, and then it's the delta between whatever the minimum you could purchase right now and what you actually did because of the program. Those are the savings that we're counting.
Okay. I mean, at some point, you're going to have to move the 2016, because you can't keep making assumptions that someone's going to behave as if it were 2016. The working with DHCD, and I think it's great to try to capture that customer class that doesn't qualify for their programs, but is kind of being left behind by some of these other programs. But are you also targeting some of the programs that the department is doing? I guess I'm a little concerned about. Yesterday we talked to, I believe it was Smecco, who said that what they're really doing is just identifying the programs that department has that their customers could take advantage of, in case they're not sort of paying attention to what's available. Are you proposing programs that are the kinds of programs that the department is doing?
No, so we're not duplicating what the department is doing.
Okay.
The one concern, honestly, that we did have as a goal was assigned to just DHCD. You have to think that everybody that's in our territory is our customer, that we are concerned about making sure that they're receiving the benefits that they deserve. We push them to DHCD if that's what they're qualified for.
Mm-hmm.
So we do need to work in partnership, not in competition with each other, and it's been a concern to make sure that we're not overstepping. our Efficiency for Affordable Housing program, because it was so successful in Delmarva and worked really well with DHCD and helped both them and us achieve savings, we wanted to expand that to PEPCO to be able to make sure that we were servicing that area. And we believe that those savings would and should count toward the overall low-income goal that DHCD has. Even though the funds might be coming from us, that still goes toward the Central Maryland low-income reduction goal.
Okay, well, it just seems to me, in light of the discussion you had previously about sort of ways to sort of streamline the program, you don't want to find, we don't want to, I think the Commission doesn't want to find ourselves in a situation where you're sort of competing
Correct.
for the same sort of, customers to be doing the same kinds of programs, and you really want to kind of leverage the responsibility and the experience that the department has in working with these customers to bring your knowledge base into the equation to be able to come up with a successful program. Yesterday I talked about green roofs, and I know that the district has been very proud of their green roofs program. I think I saw somewhere where they were like the number one city in the country in terms of green roofs. Is that something that you would be interested in sort of pursuing in Maryland?
So we do currently offer that in Maryland.
Okay.
So the green roof would fall under our custom program. So it would be custom analysis of the reductions that occur from installing that roof and paid out in a kilowatt-hour savings amount. We also have the white roof as a specific measure as well. So we are currently doing that.
Okay, and how much of that engagement have you seen in customers in Maryland in terms of putting these roofs in place?
That I do not know. What our participation is in those particular measures. We can find that out.
Okay, yeah, I'd be interested in that. And yesterday I also talked about the free rider issue, which is something I'm very concerned about, because we don't. I am also concerned about the increase in the surcharge and its impact on low and moderate income customers. And so certainly we don't want to see a situation where low and moderate income customers are essentially paying for rebates for customers that would have engaged in the behavior anyway and are reaping the benefits of this rebate. So have you thought about sort of programs that you have that perhaps you don't need a rebate for, but you just simply need information? Do you have processes in place that sort of review the programs you have to make sure you're not encountering a free rider issue?
Absolutely. So that's all part of the evaluation that we do every year on the programs. And as over the last, we've been running this since 2008. Obviously, there have been changes, and that's all based on those EM&V results. So if you start seeing free ridership up in a program, you have to figure out what you need to do to address that, because we need to deliver on net benefits, especially if, as we move into the future, if our performance incentive mechanism is based on net benefits, then there's going to be a real focus on making sure that we're delivering all of the savings that we're paying for. As we go through and we evaluate programs, we're always looking to change and move the goalpost if you start seeing things like higher free ridership. Some of that can happen through marketing, some of it can happen through program design, but it is absolutely something that we're concerned about: free ridership, slippage into other areas, and that goes into everything that Joe Loper and his team do and make recommendations on how the program should change to adjust.
Okay. All right. That's all I have. Thank you.
Commissioner Marvey.
Yeah, a couple quick ones. Do you use government metrics like in determining who is low-income individual who might benefit from your programs? Are you able to use metrics like ratepayers who are signed up for the earned income tax credit?
I don't know off the top of my head what flags us for assistance, whether or not, so we get the flag that customer has received assistance. I'm not familiar with what gets there.
For the most part, I understand that we get information from OHEP as to who's receiving an energy assistance program and or assistance through an energy assistance program, and we're able to flag that in our system. But there is, it's right now I think that we're constrained particularly to understanding who was a low-income customer based off of that eligibility designation from OHEP.
You're constrained how?
Not constrained probably is not the right word. That's how we're able to determine who's getting energy assistance based off of that information from OHEP. We don't have it any other way.
Okay. And the other thing, Jessica, you mentioned the Building Energy Performance Standard. I presume that your company is a participant in the work group that is surrounding all of that?
Yes, that's correct.
And then one final thing, and you may not have an answer for me for this, but perhaps you can do some research and get back to us. One of the biggest debates in the legislature was the whole issue surrounding whether new buildings were just going to become all electric or predominantly electric because of market forces. Do you keep track of that? Do you keep track of, say, this property developer is doing a hybrid system, this property developer is doing all electric? Are you aware of that? Do you keep track of that?
I would say that at some level, yes, we're aware of it. I would have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, one suggestion, there was a bill passed last year in the legislature to expand the sort of sign-up availabilities for energy assistance. So the deal now is, instead of just signing up for energy assistance, if you sign up for any number of assistance programs in the state of Maryland, you're automatically put into the OHEP program. So you may want to reach back to OHEP and find out if this new broader registration scheme gives you more information about who's low income in your service territories.
Sure, yeah.
Oh.
I think that we get the information that OHEP has. I think that's provided to us.
Okay. Well, what I'm saying is they may have a broader
Okay.
audience. So, so you had mentioned a concern about this idea of having a single implementer, but I noticed the very last thing on your slide deck was giving you flexibility in doing these things. Wouldn't a single administrator give you that flexibility as opposed to the current process?
I think it would actually take flexibility away from us. So we're responsible for delivering the results to you. If some other third party was then that accountable party to someone else, that would be a concern for us. Really needing to make sure that we are controlling the ability to deliver on our goals.
Okay. And then you made a fairly strong point about not including any penalties if we decide to approve an incentive for you. But, you know, obviously the General Assembly has sort of changed the focus of EmPOWER from just saving energy to now using it as a mechanism to reduce greenhouse gases. And it's apparently part of the state's overall strategy in doing that. So I would expect that there's going to be, you know, expectations and examinations of us as to whether or not we're helping to accomplish that goal. And the only way we get to accomplish that goal is through you. So isn't it logical to maybe include, if you're going to give rewards, to also include penalties if we fall short, so that essentially we could share the pain if we don't meet these goals?
I think the one thing is the pain that would be shared goes back to that disallowance of cost. Anything that you're taking away as far as a penalty would be removing it from or disallowing us from recovering the costs that were spent on that program. We believe that the most successful programs are coming from incentive programs in the utilities, and that's what you're seeing across the country in some of the states that we're modeling. And off the top of my head, I'm forgetting this. It was California. Well,
Yeah, there are several states that we looked at through our research where it was very rare to see a penalty. And in the cases where there was a penalty, it was based upon an ROE adjustment. And I think that the focus really for these climate PIMs is to incentivize the utilities to perform well, to be innovative, to make sure that we are doing everything within our power to earn that award and earn that reward properly.
And I think, and really going to achieving that award, especially in the current expense model, that's going to be something that is going to drive more, driving toward the performance incentive is effective enough. We don't need to go into disallowance of costs in order to get the results that you're looking for.
Well, not to split hairs here, but if the penalty is this ROE mechanism as opposed to the disallowance of cost, does your opinion change?
Yeah, we would be, so if there was an ROE, if we went back to the amortization and the weighted average cost of capital that we previously had in EmPOWER Maryland, yes, we would entertain penalties in addition to incentives.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Well, I think that's all from us, so thank you very much. So we're going to move on to BG&E, but why don't we take a 5-minute break so we can change everybody at the table.
Okay.
Okay, back on the record.
Are they? Oops. I guess I should shut
Okay,
my.
good morning, Chair Hoover, Commissioners. Brent Balea, Assistant General Counsel for BGE. Happy to see you today. With me today, I'm happy to announce that I have the dream team of energy efficiency experts here from BGE. I'm going to allow each one of them to introduce themselves and to you and tell you kind of what aspect of the energy efficiency programs they work on.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Eric Rupko at RIOPKO, and I'm the manager for the residential energy efficiency programs.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Can you hear me? Okay.
The green light's on, then you're on. So
Yeah,
and
perfect.
you might want to pull it a little closer so we can hear you.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Emeka Iguilo. I am the manager for the Commercial and Industrial Customers Energy Efficiency Program. Last name IGWILO.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. This is Soumya Krishnamurthy. I'm the manager for Behavioral Energy Efficiency. I've dropped off the spelling of my name to save the Commission 30 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Kevin Knight, KNIGHT, and I'm here on behalf of the demand response programs.
And Your Honors, we're happy to answer questions about the 2023 program if you have them, but if not, we're ready to launch into the presentation about the new cycle.
So it looks like go ahead. So.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to kick off the presentation and kind of talk about some high-level overview and the main asks that we're asking you to rule on. And then my colleagues here are going to go into the details about the portfolio of programs that we're asking you to approve. So I want to start with kind of where we've come from. So if you could go to the next slide, please. As you know, and I'm sure you've heard, and you've been a part of this, really, energy efficiency and EmPOWER has been a very powerful and successful program over the years, and BGE has been a proud member and partner of being part of that. It really is using energy efficiency and conservation as a way to meet our customers' energy needs in a cost-effective manner. And so we've been very proud to have been a part of that over the years. And there's some numbers up here that prove out kind of how successful the program has been and how BGE has been able to be a positive partner with the state in achieving these goals. We've avoided over 1,300 megawatts of generation that we haven't had to build because of the effectiveness of our programs over the years. Customer savings, 20% reduced electricity usage for our customers, 15% reduction in gas usage, about $8.2 billion in total value to BGE customers, and a number of awards that we've received over the years. So we're happy to report that we've done well, and we thank you for your partnership in that. The landscape is changing, however, and we appreciate other stakeholders who have acknowledged that the utilities, including BGE, have routinely been able to perform what I'll say is kind of on time and under budget, meaning that we've met EmPOWER goals and we've been able to do it with less budget than we had asked for, and that's a great story. And has been the reality of where we've come from. But where we're going is a much more challenging place. And so the landscape is changing, as you've heard from folks who have come before me over the last day and a half. One of the main things that's changing is we've been so good at incentivizing lighting that now the very efficient lighting is the normal lighting. So we've lost that as a very kind of easy and cheap way to help people save energy. So we have to make up for that in other ways in our programs, and that's where you're seeing some of the costs and challenges go up in this next program cycle. The cap on CVR is also another factor that is causing costs and challenges to go up for meeting the next cycle's goals. As well as the higher energy savings goals that have come out of the Climate Solutions Now Act. So in 2025, we're going to have to meet 2.25% as opposed to the 2% that we have to meet in 2024, and then it goes up from there in out years beyond this cycle, but in 2027 it even goes higher, I think to 2.5. So all of these factors together have challenges and risks. The challenges some of those challenges are related to the surcharge impacts. I mean, I think everybody has been expressing concern about that, and BGE is among those voices. We're very concerned about the surcharge impact for our customers, and the surcharge impact is sudden and significant under the current cost recovery scenario, meaning the expense cost recovery scenario that the Commission has determined that we're going to implement going forward. And so we have some numbers here just to illustrate how significant and severe this is going to be for our customers. The average monthly surcharge for a BGE residential customer will increase from about $6 in 2023. We're expecting to increase to about $20 by 2026. And that does not include any electrification costs. So just to be clear, these costs are related to our energy efficiency programs, and they're caused by, like I said, the loss of lighting, cap on CVR, the higher goals, and the decision to go to expensing these costs. It's even more severe for our non-residential customers, and that means going from about $19 in 2023 to over $100 by 2026. So that is a significant jump for our non-residential customers. We also did a little analysis to show what would happen if the Commission were to proceed with or go back to an amortization style of recovering costs for EmPOWER. And as you can see, that does significantly mitigate the impact of the surcharge. So instead of going to $20 for a residential customer by 2026, the surcharge would be expected to go up to about $11. And instead of going to over $100, we're talking a little over $53 for our commercial and industrial customers. So that's part of the challenge that we're facing moving forward in this plan. Next slide, please. So with all that said, we have a couple of ideas for how to navigate moving forward, knowing that we want to continue and need to continue our energy efficiency programs, and that we need to consider greenhouse gas impacts as well, and how those are going to work into our plans, and other factors that the Climate Solutions Now Act has called out. And so our proposal is first that you approve what is essentially our 2023 scenario plan, which is, we had originally said you should approve the middle plan, but the decision came down from the Commission that our electrification component of that should be deferred until after the end of the year. And so essentially our 2023 plan is the same as the middle plan, but without electrification. The 2023 plan is going to meet the energy efficiency goals that are set forth in statute, and it will do it in a cost-effective manner. It also results in significant greenhouse gas savings, and we've put that in our filing, the quantification of what will result in terms of greenhouse gas savings by doing the 2023 scenario. Sorry, I'm trying to read my note. I would note that other parties agree with us. MEA says the 2023 scenario is the way to go. OPC says the middle scenario, which for us is really the 2023 scenario because of the decision to defer electrification consideration for now. And I think staff supports essentially our 2023 scenario as well. And just to reiterate, that should be approved, we think, for the full 3-year program cycle. It is also the most cost-effective of all the scenarios that we were directed to develop and present to the Commission in our August 1st filing. And the portfolio of programs, much like what you heard from PHI, are based on a portfolio of tried and true programs, but that we're basically supercharging to try to meet our greater goals that we have to achieve in the future. It's also adaptable. I'd say that when the Commission decides to consider electrification programs, these can be added on. It's kind of a standalone component that can be added into our 2023 scenario. Finally, if the Commission decides in this proceeding that they want to set a greenhouse gas goal moving forward in the 24 through 26 cycle, we're supportive of that. We suggest that the goal should be for BGE the amount of greenhouse gas savings that we think we can save from the energy efficiency programs that we're proposing in the 2023 scenario. So getting back, that's the least cost plan and the most cost-effective plan for meeting our goals. And along the theme of of surcharge mitigation, and making sure that we really are trying to mitigate those near-term impacts to customers. We have a few proposals. One of them is that the cap on CVR we discovered after we've actually kind of went in and did our plans is that the costs of capping our plans at 20% are substantial. Just to be clear, our plans do comply with the Commission's order. Our plans do cap CVR at 20%. The Commission's order that led to this proceeding, though, invited parties to request for authority or permission to go above that cap, and we have requested and recommended that you allow us to do that here. And the reason is because doing that will save customers money off the EmPOWER surcharge. We did take heed of the Commission staff's comments. They recommended denial of this, but not without prejudice, because they wanted to see, well, show us how much you could save. And so we did that. And our calculations show that we can save approximately 30% off the price tag of the 2023 scenario. So going from about 1.13 billion down to 800 million. This is a way that the Commission, or a tool that the Commission could use to try to mitigate the very concerning surcharge costs to our customers. There are we're not alone in this. MEA also recommends to you all that you should consider allowing utilities to use CVR more than 20%. Staff, like I said they're denying, but without prejudice, because they want to know how much this will save, and so we've done that analysis. And these savings are substantial. I'd also say there's an equity and affordability component to this. When I think of the EmPOWER Maryland program, and if you look at the statute, the intent of EmPOWER, of the General Assembly in enacting EmPOWER, was to recognize that EmPOWER and energy efficiency measures in particular can be the least cost way of meeting customers' energy needs. And so along those lines, things like CVR are, if they're allowed to count towards EmPOWER savings, it's a way that everybody benefits from that, regardless of your income level. So we think that's something that should be considered as well. It also may free up resources to explore other programs like green roofs or other things that are been discussed throughout these proceedings. We're already doing that, but I'll let my colleagues talk more about that. And last but not least, we did respond, and we were happy that the Commission asked for the utilities, and we think it's time for the Commission to consider a performance incentive mechanism in EmPOWER. And we have proposed one. It's the same PIM that you heard about from our PHI colleagues. And the reason why, in addition to what they've said, why the PIM should be, we think, approved for this cycle is because there is no business as usual in EmPOWER right now. I know we called the first scenario business as usual, but it's not, because we've lost lighting, there is a cap on CVR, and the goals are getting higher. We're going up to 2.25%, and that is a challenge. We don't know it's going to cost more, and we also don't know how willing customers are going to be to participate in these programs at the levels that we need them to, regardless of how much incentive we give to them. So there is risk, and there is uncertainty, and there is cost moving forward. And that's why it makes sense to have a PIM now, to incentivize utilities to do the best we can to try to get these goals met. Just along those lines, we're basically, kind of like what I just said, we're being asked to achieve higher goals, but with less tools that are low-cost tools. I'm talking about the lighting, and I'm talking about the CVR cap there. And EmPOWER has become, it's always been important, right? But EmPOWER has, I think, and we know is evolving and is being looked upon as being a key tool for helping the state achieve its greenhouse gas savings requirements. And so now is the time to incentivize utilities to utilize, to the best of our extent, to the best of our ability, rather, this program to try to support those greenhouse gas targets. Lastly, we request that you approve the PIM as we've proposed it. We think it's a reasonable PIM. It's reasonable, and we for the reasons that PHI discussed, we don't think that a penalty is appropriate in the way that they have proposed, because essentially the penalty that they've proposed is a disallowance of costs without a finding of those costs being imprudent. And so that's, we think, inappropriate. In a way, we think there already is a penalty built into our PIM, because if we don't get a return on our investments, that's not good for the company. So that, in a way, is a penalty already. And, you know, PHI already talked about, we've done market research on this, and we concur with them that the sort of penalty that OPC is proposing is just not in line with what's done in the industry or other utilities that are charged with implementing such programs. I'd also add that our potential incentives are in line with what we've seen that other PIMs for other utilities have been using. And so with that, I think that's the end of my overview. I'm happy to kick it over to my colleagues here to go into some details about our actual programs that we're proposing for our 2023 scenario.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners again. I'm going to cover on some highlights for the residential energy efficiency programs. As Brent pointed out, we're looking to grow a lot of these programs across the board to achieve the goals for this upcoming cycle. In the appliance rebate program, we are looking to grow this, actually grow the pie of what we've already accomplished in this current cycle. Some key things that we're looking at, continuing to engage with the Energy Star retail product platform and grow the savings in that program. In addition, we're looking at moving our thermostats from a standalone program into the appliance rebates program in this upcoming cycle, given the alignment with the other utilities. In addition, the commonality among them, kind of the marketing channel that the thermostat rebate program has. So there's a lot of synergies with aligning that there. Next, we're looking at our heat pump water heaters, and I think one thing that we noted in the comments was that OPC said that there must be a typo with the heat pump water heaters that we were looking at for the appliance rebate program. This is not a typo. We're looking to grow heat pump water heaters in a big way, and as you can see in the pie on the right, that's the largest component that we're looking at. This is going to take education with contractors as well as customers, and that's some of the resources that we're looking to put into this to help grow this. We're also asking that for flexibility as we enact some of these rebates, looking for options and trying to understand what will drive customers. So with the heat pump water heaters, for example, we're looking at continuing to offer in the midstream and downstream channels, and in addition, we've recently launched a direct-to-consumer channel for heat pump water heaters. We're going to continue to look at ways to increase the adoption of this measure, and I think there's been a lot of good ideas. I know recently at the stakeholder meeting that we had earlier this year, there was some discussion about, do we even need to look at incentive for contractors? I believe it was Garrett Fitzgerald from Montgomery County that had raised that one, but I think there's a lot of innovation that we can continue to have here, and we're asking for flexibility as we kind of move through this cycle. I know there's been a lot of discussion about residential HVAC midstream channels. As we can, BG, I think, can firsthand understand the transition to a new implementer and the setback that it had for us. In this current cycle, BG started with a new implementer and experienced a lot of challenges and setbacks, even though we planned for about 6 to 8 months before this. There was a lot of work that had to go in to engaging with the contractors and with the distributors that dragged on this program at the start. But we feel that where we're at now is we've made considerable progress, and we feel that we're close to getting to where we want to be with this program. We definitely understand the challenge more now, having gone through it with that transition of implementers. In addition, I know there was questions raised about payments and other for contractors. There's been a lot of work that we've done in that. In the midstream worker report that was filed, I believe the utility had about 4 to 5 pages of innovations that they've done and these are innovations from listening to other stakeholders, whether it's the likes of Sean Maloney or OPC and other parties with those innovations, and we continue to work on that. On the payment front, we have a pilot right now with one distributor where we're doing the instant payments there. We're looking at other options as well. In addition, a lot of the HVAC equipment that is purchased at distributors is purchased on a trade account at the distributor. We've worked so that we have those payments in there when the bill is due to the contractor. So essentially, there's really not a cost that the contractor is carrying there, and we continue to work and engage with them. And I think Sean has cited, the engagement that BG has with the HVAC contractor several times yesterday. On the income qualified programs, first I would like to say that BG has done a considerable amount of work with DACD. We want to ensure that all of its customers that are able to, all BG customers that are able to participate, all BG customers are able to participate in EmPOWER program, especially those that are the most challenged. BG feels that it's been a leader in working with DACD, included integrating DACD program offerings into BG's tools. As customers try to learn how to manage their energy use, we have integrated and worked with DAC to integrate the program offering that they have into kind of the menus that customers can go through as they are trying to figure out how they can manage their energy use. In addition, we've leveraged our QHAC program to help drive customers to DACD, and that is something that we've included education on. We've had members of the DACD come in to train contractors on not only the QHAC program but other programs, just so that they understand what the program offerings are. In addition, we're continuing to drive contractors to participate both in the utility programs as well as the DACD program. This is a synergy, I think, that will help not only DACD, but it helps the entire program. Lastly, I think the education of contractors is important, and we're looking to continue to grow that in the future. The two offerings that are income qualified that BG is proposing, first is under a home performance program. We are looking at a moderate income proposal. This would be above the DACD level. In addition, it would look at ways we want to make sure that we're engaging not only customers but contractors in a way that incentivizes contractors to, if the customer qualifies for DACD program, that's the program that they're going to most likely that they're going to pick for the customer. We also believe that it's important that we make sure that as we put this menu of options out here of income-driven programs, that it also opens up the door as well for customers who might not realize that they qualify. And I think about years ago, my grandmother didn't realize that she qualified for a program as an older person on a fixed income. She didn't realize she qualified for a program. So I think this is something, kind of an issue that we might not be always addressing, and this is a way to allow us to open up that door and hopefully engage more customers, not only for our program, but most especially for the DACD programs. Lastly, I think PHI did talk pretty broadly about the multifamily program that they had success with in Delmarva service territory. BG is looking to mirror that program, and I think that one of the takeaways that we have here is that we continue to want to be a partner with DACD and engage with DACD. We're not looking to step in ahead of DACD. We're actually looking to work with DACD and provide resources where needed. This could include examples of where DACD has either reached the funding cap for a project, or they've reached the ratios for the cost savings on a project, and this would allow BG to step in and help DACD as well as DACD to claim these savings. Lastly, I think there's an opportunity with the multifamily program for BG to engage with its own network of contractors to provide technical assistance when needed as well. But most importantly, I think the engagement and relationship we have with DHCD is a very open door, very much engaged on whether it's a phone call or an email. I think we're constantly talking, so it's a very tight relationship that we have with them. So I think as we work through the challenges that we might have in launching these two programs, I think the position that BG has is that we want to make sure that DHCD is accepting of what we're looking to do here, and we're willing to work with them to make sure that we get this right. On the residential new construction program, I think Maryland is, a couple years ago, was cited by the New York Times as having a kind of a leading statewide program when it came to residential new construction. Super proud of the work that all the utilities are doing in this space. And BG is working with home builders, locally and national home builders, to encourage them to meet standards that are higher. BG has continuously adopted the highest Energy Star standards that are out there. BG in the current cycle added the Zero Energy Ready Home to its programs. In addition, it's looking to continue to upgrade from 3.1 to 3.2 as it becomes available, and will also be adding the next gen homes in the next cycle. BG has provided a considerable amount of education to all home builders, as well as included other parties in this training, educating builders on what's coming in the future. As you'll see on the picture here, this was a heat pump water heater training that we had for home builders. This is definitely an education, very interesting conversation, and as we're working to get builders to adopt these new measures, it's important that we stay engaged with them. They might be looking at how they build homes and thinking down the road. Obviously, they want to build homes that sell, but as we have these conversations with them, hopefully we can drive them to build more and more efficient homes. We have a request on the appliance recycling program. On Friday, there was a joint letter filed with the Commission regarding the appliance recycling program. This program has been closed for the remainder of the cycle due to the issues with the implementation vendor for this offering. BG is proceeding with an RFP for the next cycle and realizes that there'll be challenges as we bring a new vendor on board. BG has a request that while in our filing we requested that this be our program be a EPA responsible appliance disposal partner. We're asking for flexibility here, specifically around the destruction or reclamation of the foam that's in a refrigerator. This is probably one of the most challenging things to find a vendor that can currently provide this. We would like some flexibility in trying to locate a vendor and hopefully guiding them on board and moving them to provide this service in the future. However, we think that without this, we can still claim a lot of the savings that we're proposing for this program, but this last piece on the foam is a very it's cost-intensive, labor-intensive part of the process, and we will need some time to work through that, but we want to make sure that we can relaunch this program in a timely fashion. Lastly, we've in the residential portfolio, we've combined our quick home energy checkup and home performance into kind of one program retrofit portfolio. The big theme here is that we're obviously looking at both of these highly successful programs as a way to drive both adoption and of energy saving measures in the quick home energy checkup, where it's a no-cost option for customers, and then home performance is a much more deeper retrofit program. However, realizing that we have IRA incentives coming down from the federal level and wanting to make sure that we have the flexibility with both of these programs to adjust where needed to help guide customers in Maryland to take the opportunity and capture any incentive that they can garner from those federal programs. Now turning it over to my colleague, Sonia.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. I'm here to speak about BGE's Behavioral Energy Efficiency Program. BGE's program seeks to provide personalized insights on customers' energy usage using disaggregated AMI data. Customer education and awareness is key to achieve the success in achieving Maryland's climate energy goals in all of the programs that you've heard about here today. And behavioral programs have been successful in both driving adoption and then easing the customer experience after adoption for all of our programs. For example, we use behavioral load shaping to coach customers who are on a time of use rate and give them the breakdown of usage on peak and off peaks and educate them on how they can shift greater and greater use off peak. Earlier this year, we launched an LMI targeted video home energy report campaign. The goal of the campaign was to use the core tenet of behavioral science, which is comparison with your neighbors, and then adopt a warm and empathetic tone to remove the stigma of seeking assistance. And we called out that there are other households in your neighborhood that are seeking assistance, and you may be eligible too. For customers that are net metering customers, once they switch to solar, we do a detailed walkthrough, a 5-month welcome series, which every time they receive a bill, to help them understand what their bills may be, why their solar may not generate enough on a cloudy day, and just ease that transition and to drive greater adoption. We've also done EV detection campaigns using DISAG data, found out where in our territory there are EV users and where they're charging EVs so that we can then market other programs to such drivers. In the upcoming cycle, our goal is to drive adoption of measures that obviously support Maryland climate goals, including driving awareness about greenhouse gas emissions and beneficial electrification. We've heard from some interveners that our goals are not aggressive enough. For the behavioral program, I'm happy to share that we're targeting a 10% increase in savings, along with a 13% reduction in proposed budget. These are aggressive stretch goals, and the reason is sort of what Brent spoke about. There is no business as usual, and at every program level, we're really stretching ourselves in terms of where we can reach. We're hoping to achieve these savings using a multi-layered approach of home energy reports, weekly usage reports, and usage alerts. And there's also been suggestions about potentially capping behavioral programs. I want to call out that behavioral programs are highly cost effective. When you use the life cycle lens, only about 12% of the overall portfolio savings come from behavioral programs. And if you put a cap on behavioral program, that bill impact that we saw earlier of about $20 a month for residential customers is only going to go up, because every megawatt hour that is achieved through behavioral will need a multiple of several times to be achieved through other measures. Apart from that, behavioral programs help support uplift in other energy efficiency programs based on the latest EMNV reports we've got. In 2022, this generated about 14,600 megawatt hours and about 200,000 therms of savings in other programs. We've also heard about prioritizing longer-term measures over short-term measures, and we believe that BGE's proposed portfolio is a diverse mix of programs that deliver values at different timeframes. The case for short-term measures is that a megawatt hour that you remove that is reduced today, greenhouse gas emissions that you reduce today, have a higher impact when the grid is at its dirtiest, as opposed to something that would go into effect 10 or 15 years from now, when the grid may well be running on a no-carbon mix. Finally, behavioral programs are innately equitable because all customers, irrespective of ages, incomes, or home ownership status, get the information that they need to lower their usage. There have been numerous studies that confirm this. When I did the analysis, Pennsylvania is a state that requires reporting of behavioral savings by segment, and I did manage to pull up the Duquesne Light, for instance. You can see that the savings for market rate customers versus low income customers is is comparable. BGE is also exploring the feasibility of sort of reporting savings by this through this. And finally, in closing, by limiting behavior, we're limiting one of the most equitable programs we have, and we're limiting information that customers could receive to lower their bills. With that, I will pass this over to Kevin.
Thank you. I'll be overviewing demand response, and on the screen are the 4 main pillars that we foresee for the next cycle. We have a large legacy thermostat and AC switch program. It contains over 330,000 devices, and these are utility-owned devices, mostly consisting of one-way switches, but we also do have about 25,000 Ecobee Wi-Fi thermostats included here. And this program is currently in maintenance mode, but it does have incredible value, and it is a large source of megawatt savings. And these customers that are in this program are high propensity customers that are very important and valuable to keep with the programs as they evolve. The second pillar here is grow. We have a bring your own device, or BYOD program, referred to as Connected Rewards. We have over 45,000 devices participating currently, and these are all two-way communicating devices. So that two-way communicating allows us to really see what devices are still online and increases the reliability and the control of these demand response events. The BYOD program does have an upside of also being able to expand beyond just a thermostat. So the platform there is easily accepting of other devices. And this program has a lot of high customer satisfaction, and we largely attribute that to the customer choice in being able to choose various thermostats out there, the Google Nest, the Ecobee, the Honeywell Home thermostats. The third pillar here, and I think this is probably the most important pillar to consider today, is education, and educating customers with year-round load management rationale. So we have Peak Rewards, our legacy program that has been around and has customers that have been participating for over a decade that have been trained, more or less, to 1 to 3 events per summer. Moving to a year-round program can be a big shakeup from that, and the last thing we want to do is risk giving the program a black eye and having to re-recruit those customers after pushing them away if they don't fully understand the benefits of the program. So the education, as listed on this slide, really understand the customer expectations and the benefits and their inclination to participate in year-round programs, educate customers on why the utility wants to do these programs, and then prepare for the impacts of the winter peaking and electrification. This all focuses on the customer, but it is important to note that the utility is going to learn from these customers, so the utility education is a huge piece here as well. With that education, we get to the fourth pillar, which is innovation. So we really need to develop these load management programs of the future once we really understand what the customer tolerance is for these programs. So we'd like to explore customer-centric and equitable participation strategies, identify load management opportunities beyond thermostats, which we're currently operating, increase collaboration with the programs that we're running. The EE programs have a lot of boots on the ground, a lot of opportunity to help customers understand the year-round rationale. And lastly, I think we need to increase grid reliability and have more targeted events rather than larger events. So moving to the next slide, I have a few last points that I want to make. The first one being the EmPOWER Maryland programs overall have been largely successful in reducing peak demand in Maryland. The demand response programs are indeed focused on innovation. We have already begun focus groups and exploring the thoughts and takeaways from both participants and non-participants of demand response programs. And we're aligning our vendors to really evolve these demand response programs beyond what they currently are. Also, in part of the innovation, I want to mention that we are taking an active role are engaged with the demand system planning or distribution system planning work group, as well as the BGE DERMS platform that is evolving. So while it's still early in the DERMS platform, the demand response team has a seat at the table to make sure that when ready, we can integrate these demand response devices into that platform. Lastly, the third bullet point here, policy and technology are evolving. There was a suggestion of megawatt goals. We suggest rejecting those on the basis that a megawatt goal is a little bit antiquated of a goal. It incents large events and not necessarily events where you need them on the grid. So a more appropriate goal would allow the program to be more agile, more localized, and maybe a megawatt goal is the right goal, but I think we just need to make sure that that goal is well thought out and incents what we really want the programs to do. The last bullet here is the max scenario recommendation that was made. We recommend rejecting that based on the difference of the max scenario that was included for demand response includes year-round load management by our Connected Rewards or our BYOD program. The only difference would be a year-round incentive addition to that program in the max scenario. And I want to just consider that the max scenario could rush the year-round option to customers before customers or the utility are ready to really get those customers engaged and offer them that. So we don't want to risk pushing too fast, too hard, and getting any opposition or reluctance to participate in these programs by introducing that max scenario too early. Let the utilities figure out the right way to introduce these programs to address customer concerns, customer needs, and customer tolerance for demand response programs. With that, I can pass it over to Emeka.
Thank you. The commercial space has seen successes with our current programs, accounting for over 500,000 megawatt hours in anticipated savings for this current cycle. And we will be doubling down on what works and expanding to areas of opportunities to meet existing customers where they are, as well as pulling new customers. One of the ways we will be doing that is to intensify some of our energy efficiency marketing campaigns in multilingual communities, as well as increasing collaboration with community leaders. Finally, with the inclusion of the building energy performance standards in the CSNA bill, we anticipate some potential impacts to our programs. The objective of that new standard is targeted at buildings 35,000 square feet and over to achieve a 20% reduction in net greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. However, that's as compared with their 2025 levels. And I would like for a note for that year 2025, with an ultimate goal of a net zero direct greenhouse gas emissions reduction by 2040. Now, a direct way that our programs are going to be addressing this new standard is to help customers benchmark their buildings and offer audits to unearth energy efficiency projects through our retro commissioning or building tune-up programs. Now, because this new standard includes some penalties for non-compliant buildings starting in 2030, some customers may opt out of our energy efficiency programs in 2024 in order to create a higher benchmark in 2025 for a better chance at achieving that 20% reduction. In other words, some customers may delay energy efficiency projects until they set their baselines or their benchmarks in 2025. And with that, I will turn that over to Brent.
I guess I'm up. Yeah, so our closing remarks, we just want to make it clear what we're requesting from you all in an order before December, and that would be approve BGE's 2023 scenario. We think, as I already stated, that's the best scenario for moving forward, for meeting both our energy efficiency needs and requirements in a cost-effective manner, and also resulting in substantial greenhouse gas savings, and also addressing affordability, near-term affordability for our customers, because it is the least cost scenario. Allow flexibility this goes to the front of the meter requests that we have. I think we've, as I talked about earlier, allowing allowing BGE to use CVR up to 32% of its savings from CVR, which is consistent with the amount that it is currently allowed to use, would result in approximately a 30% reduction in the costs of our 2023 scenario. And we think that's very important given the surcharge challenges for all of our customers, including our low-income customers. And we view it also as an equitable way to be more equitable in this because it lowers costs for everybody. It's more efficient for everybody. Whether you have the capital yourself to invest in a particular measure or not doesn't matter because CVR lowers and increases the efficiency of the grid overall and benefits every customer that we have. We finally ask that you accept our performance incentive mechanism and approve that moving forward for the reasons that I've already stated. And for the cost recovery, I'll just end by saying I know that obviously the Commission has made some rulings, but other parties have expressed concern about the way that the cost recovery methods have gone thus far, and we share those concerns. Particularly MEA, I think, said it well when they said, surcharge increases like this may erode confidence in the program by customers, and we don't want that to happen. And we've proposed some ways that that can be avoided. Through rate basing these surcharges or going back to an amortization sort of thing. And as you know, we continue to support rate basing our electrification programs if and when that comes up again in EmPOWER. We can talk about that later, but I just want to note that for the record. So there are tools available to mitigate the surcharge impacts, and we'd encourage the Commission to come at this with an open mind and consider all of those options that are available. And with that, I think we're available for questions.
Actually, let me start with Commissioner Suchman, and then we'll go that way.
And now I can say good afternoon because we are, although we're still ahead of our time.
That's right.
I guess that's a metaphor, maybe. CVR, let me just understand that you're doing voltage reduction anyway, and whether we allow for enhanced capturing of the savings, that's not going to change what you're doing in terms what BGE is doing in terms of voltage reduction. Is that correct?
That's right. BGE is going to be continuing to do voltage reduction, but if you if you don't allow the savings that are going to occur because of that to count towards the EmPOWER goals, it will result in the surcharge going up.
Okay, so it's an accounting issue, we're not incentivizing more voltage reduction, that you're going to be doing the very same kind of, okay. Heat pump water heaters, what's the fuel source for that?
Heat pump water heater is an electric water heater.
So it is an electric?
Yeah.
Okay, so if somebody has a gas water heater now and they go to a heat pump water heater, the fuel source is going to be electric.
Yes, and the challenge is considerably more right now with converting a customer. It might require additional panel box upgrades or wiring. Right now, the current program is focused on trying to get customers that have an electric water heater to move to the heat pump water heater, fully understanding the direction, the broader picture of where things are going in the future as well.
Okay. In terms of working with the Department of Housing and Community Development, and you heard my previous line of questions. I guess my concern is not having you and the department going after the same customers. So for your program, is it that you're enhancing the program to allow for customers who wouldn't qualify for programs under the department's list of programs to be able to take advantage of energy efficiency programs and bringing them in? You're not trying to go after the same customer base.
No, definitely not trying to go after the same customer base. If anything, capturing customers that are going to be over the DHCD level, working with DHCD to make sure that we're identifying these customers and making sure that it's not in a way that is incentivizing the customers.
Okay, and you'll send them over to the department to the extent that you've identified them as customers that could meet the threshold requirements for.
Definitely, and we've had
participation.
we've had discussions with them, and I think there's obviously a lot of work that goes into I guess validating if customers qualify for programs, and I know that the state's done a lot of work, as the chairman pointed out, with some of the stuff that's going on with the if you qualify for one program, then you essentially are qualifying in other programs. Just needing to be mindful of different qualification levels as well. I think that's something that we do need to work through.
Okay. For residential new construction, you showed us that there's a lot of education that you're doing. Are there other programs that you're doing within that space? Are you working with the new construction community on rebates or on any other kinds of programs, or is the focus just on education?
So we do provide rebates and incentives for builders that are building homes to the Energy Star standards, or in the current program, the zero energy ready homes. Those are incentives that we're offering. In addition, we're offering incentive for electric measures like heat pump water heaters in the residential new construction programs. So those are add-on measures that we're offering, and we're planning to continue offering those, as well as many of the measures that the PHI cited as well, like the electric cooktops and measures like that are additive measures, not envelope type measures where they're building the house to the standard. These are add-on measures.
Okay, so that'll be within the education process is also going to be identifying measures that they can take advantage of in doing the construction.
Yeah, and I think across the board, education is a huge component for the next coming cycle. Obviously, heat pump water heaters is an education discussion that we have to have, not only with contractors but also with customers. I think we heard Sean Maloney talking a little bit yesterday about where contractors are with things, and not understanding maybe how a heat pump water heater installation is different from a standard water heater installation. So there's a lot of education and engagement that we're planning for this upcoming cycle, to make sure that it's not only incentives that are driving customers to the program, but also the education is driving customers to the programs.
Okay. Demand response. So I guess sort of the same question around whether, I mean, it sounds like you're just beginning the process of working the demand response program to start to target constraints on the grid. And are you at a place now where you can sort of measure whether there is success in targeting those constraints, or you're not at a place yet where you can actually get the program going?
So the demand response program is capable of localized events. So we're prepared each year to do a localized event as needed. The value, I guess a dollar amount attributed to that, we haven't come up with quite yet, but it is something that is in our toolbox to launch localized events as needed.
Okay, and you are currently launching them now. To the extent you identify a particular constraint, that is part of the program.
Part of the program, yes, we can identify a localized need and run an event.
Okay, and so have you taken that sort of next step of beginning to identify constraints, kind of being proactive and saying, okay, well, we know that there's an issue here, we know there's an issue here, we're expecting a high grid demand on a particular day. Let's implement this program to address those sort of constraints. Are you in a position now to do that?
So we are in the planning phase of that.
Okay.
The distribution system planning work group would be a part of that, and a DERMS, or a distributed energy resource management system that BGE is actively trying to get off the ground. So we are a part of both those conversations. So we don't have that in place, but the goal is to layer in our demand response devices to help with the grid where needed. If there's a battery or whatever distributed energy resource there is, we can work hand in hand with them to make it the best event possible for the customer.
Okay, so at this point now, you're not in a position to be able to quantify how effective that kind of program will be in terms of avoided distribution or transmission.
So I think in terms of a cost-benefit analysis,
Right.
we are including generation, transmission, and distribution avoidance in that analysis.
Okay, you have done that.
Correct.
Okay, okay. And I'd asked about the green roofs, and so I did get a little bit of green roofs. I'm assuming that's in some part of your program. Where would that be?
That would be under our custom program as well.
Okay, so that's the custom is green roofs, and how engaged have customers been in interest in that kind of program?
We've had some traction specifically in the new construction programs.
Okay.
Because we assess it as a cost-effective measure as well, just to ensure that the customers are getting the bang for their buck. And so it comes as a package with the new construction, and we've had some traction with that. Not so much in the retrofit.
Okay, and so for green roofs, is it a rebate that you're giving customers in order to incentivize them to put green roofs on new buildings?
It's similar in terms of the mechanism, correct. And so again, it's part of that package that we do have in terms of our customer, or rather in terms of our custom programs, where when they come to us, we assess if that is going to be a cost-effective solution, because there are other factors that we have to consider. For instance, if there is a cooling mechanism within the building, and so we have something like the green roofs called the white roof solutions within our custom programs as well. And so, in terms of that measurement, we sort of do an analysis to see which one is better for them.
Okay, and then so I guess it's you'll come up with a dollar amount
Correct.
when you sort of factor in all the different. Okay, and then I guess finally, have been talking about free riders, and again concerned that you're giving incentives to customers that would have done whatever it is that you want them to do without the rebate, so that the rebate could really have gone to somebody who really sort of needs it. So what do you have in place to kind of measure who needs the rebate, who's getting the rebate, who shouldn't be getting the rebate? Oh, the rebate maven.
No. Yes, I forgot to introduce the last.
That's
You
okay.
introduce yourself.
I'm Sheldon Switzer, Manager of Energy Efficiency, EM&V, and Analytics. And as part of the EM&V process, and you've probably heard a lot of this already, but in part of the EM&V process, we'll evaluate the gross savings, making sure that what we're claiming is saved. And the next step is to calculate the net to gross ratio, really calculate free riders. And so we do that for every program. We're aware of the free ridership ratio, and at some point you'll adjust the program to account for that. But there really is no way to deny a person the opportunity to participate in the program, whether he would have done that measure or not anyway. But one of the interesting things is sometimes as you see free ridership going up, that's a sign that the market is being transformed. We saw that in lighting, where the free ridership rate really was very high, and then basically that program came to an end. So with market transformation, you'll see a rise in free ridership, and then you've got to adjust the program to higher standards.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Richard.
Thank you, Chair Hoover, and thank you again for your presentation this morning. I guess I have a couple of the very similar questions I've asked before. First, I think what I've been dancing around here is maybe just directly, is this the right next cycle program if we're a state that's moving toward greenhouse gas reduction and electrification, and moving away from having a usage reduction goal? Is this the right program, or would you be designing it differently if you were specifically had that direction today?
Well, I'll say it is the right program because we don't know what the state's going to do, right, with these things. Maybe after session we'll have some more direction.
Okay, we don't know it, but I'm asking the question. I'm trying to be very direct about it.
Mm-hmm.
It seems to be a direction we're going, and we're talking about a 3-year program which would overlap, would potentially could be new information, new guidance in just a matter of a few months. So again, you've pointed out that we're trying to squeeze more and more, savings at a higher and higher cost from with these same programs. And so I'm just, concerned, are we about to approve the right program, given all the indications that we're moving toward different goal structure?
Yeah, I think you are because I don't think you're locking in 3 years of a program. So I think if the general.
But again, if we're not locking in, but that indicates to me that you think then there would be neat changes that you're not locked into right now.
No, I think what I'm saying is that I think the commission has flexibility and the parties have flexibility to react to whatever may come out of the General Assembly. So if there's changed direction from the General Assembly, just because you've approved BGE's 2023 savings program for 3 years doesn't mean that we can't come back here after session and adjust as needed. I think that you have that flexibility, and I think the utilities have that in mind as well.
So your preference then is just approve the whole thing now,
Yes.
as you've proposed it, and we'll just wait to change everything potentially next year?
If that's necessary. And I think there's value to that because we have customers, including our commercial industrial customers and contractors we work with, that look for continuity and certainty as to what we're doing. And I think that's part of the reason why the EmPOWER Maryland statute, as I read it, requires that we propose a 3-year program and that the commission either approve or not a 3-year program. So I believe that's part of the law and is something that I think is consistent with the law and is really what's required. Now, can we modify that moving forward? I think so.
Okay. So it would be just modifying it at a later date. And then just so I understand, when you talk about CVR, are you talking about generally in front of the meter programs overall, or are you specifically seeking an expansion of the CVR program? Because I didn't understand, if you're already doing CVR, how do you expand it beyond what it is, or is it just a matter of counting more of it toward the goal?
It's just a matter of counting more of it towards the goal. So, and actually just counting the same amount that we're counting now. So in the current cycle, we're allowed to count up to about 32% of our CVR savings we're getting from CVR towards our EmPOWER goals.
Okay, so there's no new innovation, or there's not a new program in the front of the meter space that you're proposing that would add to augment the amount of savings?
Not at this time. No.
Okay, so we would just it's more of accounting. I think that's how you answered Commissioner Suchman.
Yes.
I guess the only other area was on this, the question that we've been dealing with for quite some time on, how we're going to deal with the previous amortization, and the return, and I can't say the word. Anyway, how we reimburse the company for. And I am interested that, in fact, MEA did indicate that we should look at that again. I felt like the commission worked very closely with all parties, including OPC and MEA, on the orders that got us to this point. So I am very interested to hear what the recommendations are now. But what you're proposing, if I hear you, that you would just want to move everything into rate base, or what? How would you? I guess where I'm getting a little confused on that is, it seems like we go back to ratepayers are going to have to pay the same amount anyway, only at a higher cost if it is fully in rate base. Is that correct, or are you proposing something that there would be some benefits to ratepayers?
Yeah, I think the benefit to ratepayers is these programs are going to cost, whether it's electrification, not electrification, energy efficiency, or greenhouse gas goals. Like, we're looking at programs and worthy efforts, but that are going to cost money. And so there's a difference, I think the point is affordability. So, like, what can I pay for today on my monthly bill? And that's what we're concerned about. And so we've proposed in the past different ways to deal with the costs in a paying it back, I think, over time, in a way that minimizes the near-term affordability problem. And for that, like me as a BGE customer, that means what can I afford to pay this month, knowing the overall costs are high as compared to how can I kind of responsibly spread that out over time and make it more palatable and easier to afford today. Even if it does cost a little bit more over time, it's worth it. It's a decision that I think we all have to make about balancing those near-term costs versus long-term costs. So I think our proposals that we've made in the past, and one of them was rate basing part of this, is intended to try to strike an appropriate balance between short-term costs and how to pay for what are going to be aggressive and important programs that we need to invest in, but how do we pay for that? So I think of it just like if you're buying a house or a car or anything like that. These are big ticket items, and you've got to think about, I can't pay for those things out of my pocket. I can't pay for it now. So how do I pay for that? I pay for it over time, and that makes sense.
Okay, and just putting it into rate base, the concern, I think one of the top concerns is transparency, making sure the ratepayer knows. I mean, do you have a response to that? I mean, that's been the concern, having some methodology that indicates this is extracurricular to your running distribution utility, and it's money that is coming in not from your earnings, or it's coming from a state mandate. So, I mean, do you see the issue there? I mean, it seems like transparency would be pretty important, but do you have a response to that?
Yeah, there's a couple of things. One is I noticed the statute, the EmPOWER statute, does require annually that the utilities provide information to customers about the EmPOWER programs and what they're costing. And so there's nothing that, and I'm speaking just for myself now, so I'll have to pass it, or this is Brent Belea's thought, but that's an annual requirement. I don't know that they're, BGE may be amenable to pumping that up to maybe we need to do it more than annually in exchange for kind of moving some of this off of the surcharge. I'm sure there are ways we can deal with making sure that customers understand these costs and what they entail and why they're important. And it doesn't need to be limited to just loading it all into a surcharge, because frankly, they're going to not have a good taste in their mouth after seeing the amount of surcharge and how much it's going to spike. That is not, I think, to MEA's point, that is going to erode public confidence in these programs, and that's the opposite of what we want.
Okay, and then just the last, I guess, question on that. Obviously, using your example of buying a house, buying a car, obviously we have to look at what the carrying costs, what the finance costs are. Yeah. Is the company willing? I mean, I think I just heard PEPCO and DPL suggest that they would consider an ROE specifically tied to EmPOWER programs as along the lines of a PIM. Would the company also consider a different recovery and return for EmPOWER type costs? I mean, is that something that would be on the table?
Yeah, I think that's a good question, and I think you made a good point. I think PHI's intent was to say we would consider that. I don't think they meant to lock themselves into it necessarily, but yes, they're...
It's on the record. Sorry.
Right. All right. I don't know that there's consideration and all the contractual things.
But I'm just interested to find out
if
I think is, again, the largest entity.
Sure. I mean, subject to me being told no, I think that we are open to looking at all ideas here, so I'll let I have another surprise witness here, Mr. John.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. John Frayne for BGE. I'm the Director of Regulatory Strategy and Revenue Policy. And Mr. Belea did accurately describe, I think, what our position would be. We're open to considering. I think, there's a number of different ways that this could be approached. The PIM that we proposed is in line with what we've seen when we looked at a survey of how other states handle programs like this. The performance incentive mechanisms that we saw around the country were majority like the performance incentive mechanism that we proposed here. In fact, we were conservative in the percentage of net benefits that we proposed under our PIM proposal here. So we would be open to considering other options, but that would be up to the commission.
Okay, so and then the current PIM is based on the assumption that we're moving forward with an expense model, correct?
That's correct.
If we were, I mean, again, I'm interested to hear what MEA has to say in their when they talk about their recommendations. But if we were to try to figure out some kind of an amortization or something to spread some of these costs out, is the company open to a different a return on that, if it's a regulatory asset or something specific to the EmPOWER program?
Well, the return that we receive under a regulatory asset or the amortization model, that is the fair, reasonable return that the commission authorizes us to get, and it's really essentially a way for us to pay for the financing of that amortization. And so that return is what the commission has authorized and does authorize as fair and reasonable, and that is what we should and what we would say we should get under an amortization.
Okay, so that's
approach.
The position.
That's our position.
Okay, even though this is a mandated program and the funds that come in are, required, they're not earned through your distribution, operating a distribution utility.
Yes, but if the model for the cost recovery is that the utility finances the costs over a period of time, then we should be afforded the
If
same.
you feel like it has the same risk as everything else that goes into operating a distribution utility, for that reason you are entitled to everything.
Sorry, there's only one source of financing that we have, right? Our investors, our debt holders, and our shareholders. It's one source of financing that we have. Yes,
Okay.
I would like to just qualify one other thing that I think I heard Mr. Balea in the discussion on rate basing. What we're proposing here, or what we're recommending in terms of returning to the amortization model, it is not to move any of the cost recovery for these EmPOWER programs out of the surcharge. We're not proposing to, say that the EmPOWER surcharge should go away, or that, there should be any less transparency to customers in terms of what they're paying. We're just proposing to actually, or what we're recommending, is that the commission would allow the amortization model that's been in place since 2008, since these programs began, to continue, because, as Mr. Balea said, it is the most affordable way, and quite frankly aligns the benefits that customers are going to see from these energy reductions with when they would pay for it. Otherwise, they're paying for these benefits up front before they would actually realize them on their bills.
Okay. Well, just to be clear, I'm not interested in reopening all the how we're going to collect and but I'm certainly going to listen to our state energy office if they brought it up. So anyway, I appreciate just to give me some of your thoughts on that. Thank you, Chair Hoover.
Mr. Barbe.
Well, all but one of my questions, actually all my questions have been asked, but I just want to be very clear about the voltage reduction issue. I want to be sure that I understand what you said. Are you basically saying that well, let me ask it this way. If we were to allow you to use a greater percentage, 32% for example, are you saying that would cause you to accelerate your programs for voltage reduction, or it would just stay the same?
Voltage reduction would stay the same, but customer surcharges would go down by 30%. Because we're going to be doing the CVR, the conservation voltage. If we're allowed to count more of what we're actually achieving, the energy savings we're achieving by doing that program towards our EmPOWER goal, our analysis shows that will reduce the costs of meeting our 2023, the cost associated, the price tag with our 2023 program from 1.1 something billion down to about 800 million.
Can you explain to me mathematically how that? I don't understand mathematically how that happens.
Because if we're because we have to do instead of allowing us to count the savings from those CVR programs that we're going to be doing anyway, we would have to replace that with higher cost energy efficiency programs to meet the same goal.
Oh, okay, I understand.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, one question. I don't think I heard anybody offer an opinion about this idea of a single implementer. So, do you have an opinion for or against?
Chairman, PG does not support the move to a single implementer. I think at the beginning of our outbound, we talked about our own experience moving from one implementer to another implementer and the setbacks that provided BG. I'll also note that, as a whole, BG has delivered on the portfolio goals. So while customer and program sometimes over or underperform, overall BG has worked to deliver on those overall goals. So I think that's important to note. Also, we've seen programs like the Home Performance Program, which includes HVAC equipment combined with insulation, has done really well. And that's a great story because it's not only customers that are upgrading their HVAC equipment, but they're also upgrading the insulation, air sealing in their homes as well. As far as overall, BG, as we pointed out on our slides, made great strides with the program, given that we started with a new implementer this cycle. We've seen a lot of the, everyone's seen the progress that SMECO had, and one thing to note there is that SMECO also had a head start on all the other utilities with this, with the way the program were allowed to transition to midstream. SMECO was the utility that was allowed to transition to midstream for a period ahead of all the other utilities. So that allowed them to get a head start. And we can see where they're at now. They've done, they showed the last 2 years they've met their goals. So I think that BG in the midstream report noted improvements. We are listening to OPC. We are listening to other parties when it comes to the changes that we're making to the program to get to where we want to be. In addition, Sean Maloney mentioned, the engagement that's going on there, and Sean also has concerns about the idea of moving to a single implementer.
Okay, that's good enough. So we will now take a break for lunch. As was indicated earlier, that clock's not right, so we'll come back at 1:30. Okay, back on the record, and we're now starting with the Maryland Energy Efficiency Advocates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Good afternoon. My name is Susan Miller, and I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Energy Efficiency Advocates. With me is Mr. Jim Gravatt, who prepared the testimony which was filed on behalf of MEEA. So now I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Gravatt.
Sure.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. I'm pleased to be here. My name is Jim Gravatt, as Ms. Miller said. I'm a consultant with a firm called Energy Futures Group, and I've been showing up for these hearings for probably at least 10, maybe 12 years. At first, I was in Mr. Voorhees' role, supporting the Office of People's Counsel, and then for the last 8 or 9 years, I've been working on behalf of the Energy Efficiency Advocates. I come to this work from about 30 years in the industry. I started crawling under trailers and up in attics in the low-income weatherization program in Vermont. Did a lot of energy audits when I was at Vermont Gas. I was there for 11 years. When I left, I was managing the portfolio. And then went to Efficiency Vermont, the EIC, where I was Director of Residential, leading a staff of 30 implementing programs. I was the Director of Residential for the startup of the DC SEU, and have been consulting for Energy Futures Group for the last 10 years. Written expert witness testimony in about 14 states and worked in a bunch of others. So I'm really happy to have had the opportunity to work in Maryland for so long, and to still be here. I guess I'm getting to the point where I should say that. And I want to say first that the Maryland Energy Efficiency Advocates are longtime strong supporters of the work that the EmPOWER utilities and DHCD do. We believe in these programs. We believe in the benefits that they provide to customers in terms of direct bill savings and reduced energy burdens. We believe in the environmental benefits that come from these programs. And importantly, EmPOWER started as a program to reduce distribution system costs and the risks of brownouts. It started as a program because energy efficiency is a lower cost alternative to building new lines, poles, and wires. And I think EmPOWER has been remarkably successful in its pursuit of all of those goals. I also really want to recognize, because some of what we put in comments and some of what I'll say today may be construed as critical of the utilities. And there certainly are things in the plans that I don't agree with. But I want to recognize the hard work of the utility staff, the program managers, the program designers, the implementers, all the contractors who are working on these programs. It's been said yesterday and today that without the contractors, for example, there is no program, and that is 100% true. And I just want to acknowledge all the work that everyone's doing. I have a few slides which I'll show. There are almost no words on the slides, which is probably going to be welcome by now at this point in the hearing. But I want to say a couple things first. I want to say that I don't have slides about. With respect to the plan that the Department of Housing and Community Development submitted, I think it's a really good plan, and it was a pleasure for me to read it. I encourage you to approve the plan as filed. I encourage you to support the changes to the programs that they have identified as being fundamental to their ability to achieve the goals that have been set before them. And the goals are ambitious. They were a long time coming, and I'm very excited to see the direction that those programs are going. I also want to say that there's part of DHCD's strategy is to really establish itself as the one-stop shop for energy and housing for the state of Maryland for disadvantaged communities and disadvantaged households. And I think that that is absolutely, it's best practice. It's something that we talk about in lots of states where we go, you know, you should consider setting up a one-stop shop so that everybody knows where to go when they're trying to solve their energy issues. DHCD is pursuing that. This is terrific. And in our comments, we recommended that the Commission reject the programs that the utilities have filed, new programs that would provide services to low-income households. And we heard the utilities today and yesterday say that they're not targeting those programs to low-income customers. They're not going to compete with DHCD. And I completely trust their intention on that. But I think just by virtue of having a program in the market that is eligible, you know, for which the same customers are eligible, that's what it says in their filing, that's going to cause confusion. I recognize the benefits of the prior program that Delmarva wants to leverage into a bigger program in Delmarva and in PEPCO territory as well for affordable multifamily housing. But I think it's a different scenario. In that iteration of the program, they were leveraging funds from a different source than EmPOWER dollars. And they were leveraging those funds to enhance the benefits that were occurring for certain multifamily housing. Here, they're proposing to use EmPOWER funds to leverage other EmPOWER funds. And I don't think it really works like that. It's the same money. It's just a question of who's doling it out, if you will. I think it makes much more sense to have DHCD focus on those customers, that eligible market, establish itself as the place to go for those services, and to not have the utilities offer programs that are specific, that have eligibility requirements that include DHCD customers. That said, where the utilities have said they're going after moderate income customers with enhanced incentives, I'm all in favor of that. There's been a lot of talk about costs are going up, and I think that language has been used to say we have to be really careful about how much we expect these programs to do, because costs are going up and the surcharge impacts are going to be high. And I share those concerns. I'm very concerned about the bill impacts, especially for lower income households. Along those lines, one thing that's been said a lot is, the loss of lighting. We've lost lighting. And I understand what's meant is we can no longer claim savings for lighting, promoting efficient lighting. But I just want to say, we didn't lose lighting. We won lighting. It's really important to recognize that. The lighting, retail lighting, screw-based bulbs, that market has transformed. And the way it transformed is the way we think it should, which is there's not much market acceptance. People aren't, the LEDs are nascent in their ability to serve the function that they're hopefully intended to do. Programs start promoting these products. Manufacturer says, oh, programs that are promoting these products can make it easier for us to sell. We're going to start making more products that comply with their guidelines. The programs promote more, and after time, it kind of becomes standard, and then it gets enacted in a standard, and it becomes law, and we don't have to spend program money promoting that anymore. But that's exactly the way it's supposed to work. So that's a win. Congratulations, utilities. I want to look at a few pictures, a few words, I promised, about the costs. Because, as I said, we support EmPOWER. And we start looking with more scrutiny when there are things that are coming up that may threaten the viability of the programs. And costs is a thing that could threaten the viability. And thankfully, the utilities, I think probably because the Commission told them they had to, included data for the life cycle cost, the levelized cost to save energy for their programs, by program, by scenario. And just to be clear, in case anybody doesn't know, there are two different costs for savings that are represented in the filings. There's what may commonly be called the acquisition cost, which is what does it cost to get that first year kilowatt hour, even if a measure is going to save energy for 20 years. And then there's the levelized cost, and this is the levelized cost, which is a better measure of the economic value of those savings, because it looks at the net present value of the economic benefits over the whole life of the measure. So this is life cycle costs. What is it, the value per kilowatt hour saved? Could be saving energy for 10 years, 20 years, 1 year. And I just picked some representative program costs because these things jumped out at me. So this is home retrofit program costs. And it's 10 cents for BGE and 50 cents for PEPCO. And I look at that and I say, why would that be so different? Now, there are things that can explain it, certainly. To me, this is just, it's sparking my curiosity. The life cycle, the levelized cost, the life cycle cost could be different because it's a different mix of measures, there are different assumptions. And I don't know what's behind all these numbers. But I look at the numbers and I go, that confuses me. And then I look at another one, HVAC program costs, and this is in the middle scenario. 10 cents to 50 cents, but different utilities have that variation. That's a huge range of costs. We look at residential new construction, where the program, as I understand, is pretty much consistent across the 5 electric utilities, and 4 of them are within a couple cents of each other, and then there's BGE that's 30 cents more. I mean, pushing double the cost. Why would that be the case? I don't know. There may be a totally rational explanation, but I don't know what it is. And behavior program costs almost 3 cents to almost 10 cents, depending on who's providing the program. Non-residential prescriptive program, 35 cents to 70 cents, factor 2. Why is it so different? Custom program costs. You know, DPL's here at just under 3 cents, and BGE says it's going to cost 19 cents per kilowatt hour. I can't think of why that would be the case, and I'm not saying there's not a reason for it, but it really makes me curious about costs. And the reason that I look at this is because if the commission is going to decide to do less programming in EmPOWER because the costs are too high, I certainly want to believe that the costs are reasonable and that the programs are being delivered in a cost-efficient way. And, you know, just looking at this, I don't have that confidence at all. Doesn't mean they're not, but the data are not there to support that conclusion. And I think, well, maybe it's just some variation in the programs and it all balances out if we look at the sector level. So I did that, and we looked at the residential sector on the left and the non-residential on the right. And there's still a pretty large range in what the levelized cost. If we're just looking at the acquisition cost for first-year savings, we'd think, well, there's probably going to be some variation because some programs are going to have measures that are going to last a long time, and some are just going to be a short time. So it's not really a good comparison anyway. But this should capture those differences. And the next step, because these costs seem high to me, but that's just on my gut. I looked at a few other randomly chosen portfolios. And the extent to which these are randomly chosen is because I have a colleague who works in Illinois and Michigan, and I said, hey, Chris, do you have access to levelized cost data for some of those utilities? It was easy for me to get my hands on. It's not meant to be a survey of all the other programs that are out there. It's just easy to grab portfolios. But the comparison, I think, is reasonable because these are 24 and 25 plans. They're not, 2018 programs where they had lighting included. They're portfolios that are getting probably between 1.5% and 2% net savings a year in these years, so comparable level of savings to Maryland. And, DTE on the residential at 4 cents, consumers at 6 cents, but that includes the low-income programs, and none of these Maryland programs include the low-income programs. Huge variation on the non-residential too. And again, by presenting these data, my interest is making sure that there's not something that's artificially constraining the amount of energy efficiency that the Commission is comfortable directing the utilities to provide in complying with Climate Solutions Now. And I don't have that. So I don't have that confidence. So again, there may be very reasonable, legitimate reasons for these cost variations, but I would think that that's something the Commission would want to understand. And so my recommendation is that there should be an independent audit of these costs. And whether Mr. Loper's team does that, I have 100% confidence in his team to do that scrutiny if it was requested of them. Could be some other independent party. But I think that should be understood. And these cost variations, even if they are completely founded in legitimate in the program designs, there's still a question here, which is why should a customer of Potomac Edison be paying 20 cents for life cycle kilowatt hour when a customer of SMECO is paying 10? Is that equitable in a program that's based on a statewide law? And the same on the non-residential programs. Is it reasonable for customers, just because they happen to be served by one utility, to be paying a lot more and maybe not getting as much than if they lived in a different utility territory? I'm not sure it's reasonable. I would suggest that that's an important question to answer. And certainly this is part of the basis for my recommendation to not approve 3-year plan that has these inequities baked into it or into them, but rather to say, well, we want to understand this better. Let's approve for a year, which is effectively just continuing the programs that are already on the street other than the lighting program. It's ramping up some other programs, but those things are going to happen anyway, I think. Let the utilities ramp up that 1 year and do this investigation and potentially have the programs refiled. It would make sense to me, and for other reasons as well. I also looked at costs because we've talked about energy burden a lot, and the energy efficiency advocates have talked about energy burden and rate impacts a lot for low-income households. And I thought, well, you know, the utilities provide some bill impact information, and it's based on what a customer in their territory uses on average. What does an average residential customer use? How much energy? Multiply that times what we think the surcharge factor is going to be, and that's what the cost is going to be. And I looked at this a couple different ways. I said, well, what if a customer using 1,000 kilowatt hours a month, what would their surcharge be in the different utility territories? And it's actually much closer range when you use the same amount of energy than if you use the average, because the average varies so much in different territories. But I also looked at just average per household. What is the proposed utility budget when you divide it, and this is just residential, divided per, you know, by the number of households in the territory, and what is the average DHCD cost when you divide it by the average number of households, or by the number of households? And it looks like it varies a lot. Same, so if you're in Pepco, oh, I did do the math beforehand, I did it once, but I forgot. So, you know, 390 something bucks over the 3-year period. And if you're in SMECO, it's pushing $500, it's pushing $600. That's a huge range in per household cost. And because there's no differentiation in what a low-income customer pays compared with any other residential customer, these are the costs that a low-income customer is going to pay too, on average. Of course, it's going to vary depending on how much energy they use. So if the blue bar at the bottom is what's going to be spent on DHCD's low-income programs, average per household, and the total bar is what an average household is going to pay, this kind of suggests that a low-income customer is going to pay for the low-income programs and then twice as much of that for the market rate programs that they are not generally going to be able to get a whole lot of benefit from. That seems regressive to me. And the fact that it varies so much by utility territory is, to me, even more concerning. And so when I said $50 a year as a cap on low-income surcharge costs, it's kind of because $50 a year is kind of sort of in the middle, not quite, of what the low-income costs over the 3-year period, a third of that, a third of 166 or a third of 116. 50 seemed like a number to put out for consideration. Okay. And just a little more illustration of how the costs are being charged, if you will, to low-income households. I'm not suggesting that DHCD should have used a different method to figure out what the average spending per household in each territory is. I haven't looked at it closely, but my understanding is that they looked at what houses that they see in those utility territories typically need in terms of investment, and that's how they develop the budget. And apologies to the DHCD team if I messed that up. But so, if in Delmarva, DHCD's budget is about $500 per low-income household, and just make this distinction from the previous slide. That was looking at how much per total number of households. This is only looking at the number of low-income households in the territory. So if it's like $500, that's less per household than BGE or SMECO or Pepco. But the 34% of the low-income households in the state are in Delmarva territory. So more low-income households in Delmarva are paying into the surcharge to get, on average, a lower benefit. It may be the appropriate level of investment, but again, it doesn't seem like it matches equity to me. if our goal is to provide equitable services to low-income households in particular, and to manage energy burdens. And moving on to what's in the utility portfolios, there is a lot of behavior savings in the portfolios, and this is energy efficiency and conservation. It's not everything that's contributing savings to the portfolio, but it's total. It's residential and non-residential. For BGE, it's 43% of the total savings is from behavior programs with 1-year measure life. And again, looking at BGE's here, their residential programs, net savings, that really tall group of columns, that's the Smart Energy Manager, it's a behavior program. So this is a program that's highly reliant on behavior savings, and BGE is the highest of the other utilities, but they all have a pretty healthy chunk of savings from behavior, which has a 1-year measure life. Then they're gone. I'll note that in New York recently, there was a decision that said short-lived savings are not really consistent with the climate goals for the state, where we're trying to change the whole structure of how energy is used. We want to favor long-lived savings, and they imposed a limit. They said anything with a life less than 6 years, we don't want to see that anymore, unless it's supporting advancing equity objectives. So I know that there's a lot of consternation about my recommendation that 10% of total portfolio should be the cap for behavior savings, but that's a whole lot more behavior savings than New York is allowing. And I want to talk about new construction, and in particular, I want to first thank the Commission for requiring BGE to provide the data to us in response to our information request about new construction meters. And this is not residential new construction program participation. This is new gas meters. And we have for several years recommended that incentives in residential new construction should be limited to all electric homes. It's time, if the climate goals are very clearly saying we need to move off of fossil fuel, it's time to stop supporting the construction of gas homes through EmPOWER. And again, it's a perspective of mine, some people share it. Efficiency programs are intended to drive policy direction, to drive policy decisions. They're not about, in my view, well, customers are going to do whatever they're going to do, and we don't want to influence their decisions, but maybe we try to get them to be more efficient. I think if the state climate goal is we need to get off of fossil fuels, it's hard for me to see how it makes sense to continue supporting gas infrastructure. And what these data showed pretty clearly in terms of new residential gas meters that are turned on for WGL and BGE from 2018 to 21, 89% of them require new main construction. So basically, new homes in these service territories are expanding the gas infrastructure. I don't see any other way to look at that. And there have also been some suggestions, that, well, if we stop offering incentives for gas homes, they're going to be so inefficient, we're going to lose all these gains. I'm not sure that's true, but I want to say that, again, over this period, well, from 2018 to 22, because I had an extra year data for WGL, about a quarter of the homes participated in EmPOWER of the new homes. So, which means 3/4 didn't. So I'm not sure that says that things are going to change a whole lot if we stop offering incentives for gas homes. I mean, 25% is a good market share for a new construction program. I'm not disputing that, but it's not 100%. BGE gives a little more, 41%. But I also think it's important to note, and again, not the data in the table, but looking at the RNC participants, over this period, 22% of them were all electric between 28 and 21. So builders and developers are building all electric homes in Maryland. This is not something that requires a great change. There's certainly work to do to implement that kind of change, but I don't think it's something that's, the world's going to stop spinning if EmPOWER focuses on all electric homes and new construction only. I also want to say, I don't think I have a slide about this, but about gas incentives generally. We've suggested now for several years that the Commission not authorize WGL to continue to provide incentives for, say, gas furnaces, efficient gas furnaces. And we maintain that recommendation. I took a look at the verdant baseline study that was done as part of the potential study for the state, the greenhouse gas abatement study. And in WGL territory, and again, it's people's responses, so it may or may not be quite accurate, but 53% of the respondents said they already have high efficiency heating in their homes. And then there were, a little hard to tell, but maybe 20 to 30% of the respondents had a heating system that was installed before 2009. So that 20 to 30% would probably be the most likely pool of candidates for an equipment replacement program, at least talking about heating at the moment. So 20 to 30%, not the majority of the homes who are in WGL territory. Half of the homes generally say they already have high efficiency equipment. Some portion who are going to replace a furnace, say, are likely to buy equipment that's highly efficient anyway, whether there are incentives or not. Folks who have high efficiency furnace already, when it's time to replace it, it's a pretty good likelihood that they're going to replace it with high efficiency because that's what they already have. That certainly was a finding of the Colorado Public Utility Commission when they directed Public Service Company of Colorado to phase out any incentives for gas equipment, which was a recent decision. I think that order came out in May. So again, I think that the market of customers who might be influenced by this rebate program is not that large. But to my mind, having information out in the market that says, go ahead, choose gas, just choose more efficient gas, undermines the message that's going to come from the Inflation Reduction Act about electrifying, undermines the messaging that's going to come, presumably, but not necessarily, from the General Assembly about greenhouse gas abatement and how electrification ties into that. And I'm just not sure that there's much reason to continue offering those incentives. And as you may know, the Department of Energy released draft standards recently, or maybe they've finalized pending who wins the next election and what happens, but requiring all furnaces sold after 2008 to be 95% efficient. So this is just a little narrow window of some customers for a couple of years who might be influenced by the program. I'm not sure the potential benefit of that is worth putting this messaging into the market. And it's my recommendation that it's not worth it. Front of the meter. I keep thinking of this all week. I keep thinking that somebody, whether it's actually etched or some vandals come after the fact and spray paint this on my gravestone, they're going to say, he fell on his sword over CVR. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to fall on my sword. But I think that from some of the questioning that you have been asking, it seems clear that you understand CVR is beneficial and it is saving energy for customers and it is saving energy on the grid, and it's already happening regardless of whether it's included in EmPOWER or not. And the reason it's happening is because the Commission approved the expense of that equipment and the utilities are earning a return on it, and associated with that approval of those expenses was, I think, an understanding that they were going to use it, and that they were going to use it for what it was intended to do, which is to save energy. It's going to happen anyway. So as I look at it, approving, if you approve 20% of CVR in these EmPOWER plans, it's effectively the same as saying we're establishing a goal for EmPOWER of 1.6% of gross savings per year, because 20% is going to happen whether or not. And I do have to point, and with a caveat that I will always say I am not a lawyer, but Climate Solutions Now says each electric company must procure or provide for its electricity customers cost-effective energy efficiency and conservation programs and services with projected and verifiable electricity savings that are designed on a trajectory to achieve a targeted annual incremental gross energy savings. And my understanding of the annual incremental is not the same, we claim the same savings year after year, but it actually, incremental means new savings. And CVR is not creating new savings. It's creating very worthwhile savings that result from this modification to how the distribution network is managed. They're not new savings. And I just put this up because for those who participated in the future programming work group, there were many, many discussions about the utilities' interest in front of the meter because they were going to do all this innovative stuff, which they weren't sure what it was, but they wanted that opportunity to innovate in front of the meter. And so there eventually was a more or less a consensus around 85–80% of behind the meter, and the rest could be front of the meter. But all we're seeing here is CVR. And this is about the electrification programs. And my recommendation about the electrification programs, and I want to say, the environmental advocates, the energy efficiency advocates, strongly believe that electrification programs are needed in the state. Electrification is fundamental to achieving climate goals. Has to happen. But we have to understand what the programs are. And when I look at what was filed in the plans, honestly, I couldn't really tell what was being proposed. And partly that was because the Exelon utilities kept the costs, either all or most of the costs, in their multi-year rate plans, and those costs were not included in the EmPOWER plan, so couldn't tell what was going on. We asked Discovery for BGE if they could, if they were going to provide the costs so we could look at them, and they said they, based on the decision on OPC's motion in the multi-year plan, they weren't proposing any electrification programs at this time. So I think it's confusing because that Discovery response is BGE proposing an electrification program now or not. It wasn't really entirely clear from what they presented here, but that was the Discovery response, which is why they're not even here on the slide. But just looking at, I also had a slide that looked at the cost, the assumed cost per participant, varied wildly by utility. The savings per participant, again, wild variation. Why, consistent with the slides I presented at the beginning, why should a PEPCO customer and a SMECO customer and a DPL and PE, why should they have such different opportunities and such different cost-benefit propositions in front of them? So my recommendation, with some specific recommendations in the body of the text, was that the utilities get together and refile a plan that is consistent across the state, so everybody pays the same and gets the same benefit, and that it addresses a lot of these questions, and that it, there were some specific recommendations such as that this should be done under the guidance of an independent facilitator who has expertise, who's going to be able to bring in market research to understand what other jurisdictions are doing for utility electrification programs, and that it be constructed in a way that has a project management approach so that there is a specific deliverable of this plan by a certain date and that it gets done. Because as you know, some of the work group processes that we have, as was referred to in discussion yesterday about the midstream work group, can meet for a long time without coming to any kind of agreement about how to proceed. And I think that we need something more specific here. I'm almost done. Mm-hmm. I guess the last thing I want to say, and then we'll welcome your questions, is about the performance incentive mechanism. And I recommended that you not adopt any of them at this time, because again, there's significant, even though they sound not so different when you read what's said, the impact or how they calculate them is very different. I asked in Discovery, I asked the electric utilities who proposed performance incentives, which of course is not SMECO because they're not interested in a profit. It's not their model. But I asked the other four to calculate, provide, if they, based on their proposed mechanism and the budgets they proposed for each of the scenarios, how much would they earn if they got 100% of the goal? And I looked at that as a ratio, a percentage of the program budget that they proposed for that. So for the 2023, and sorry I don't have this on the slide, but I have it in front of me and it's in the comments, For 2023 scenario, BGE's EE&C budget is $325 million, and they would earn $18 million at 100% of the goal, which is 5.5%. PEPCO's budget is $117 million, and they would earn $25 million, which is 21.4% of the budget. And I don't understand how, I mean, again, I don't know how they calculated this. The mix of measures is different, the net benefits is different, and so forth. But it seems to me that there should be more standardization in the opportunity utilities have to earn compared with what they expend and the benefits they provide. I'll also say, you know, I understand that the utilities don't want penalties. Why would they? Of course they don't want penalties, and so I don't, you know, of course they're going to say that, and they're entitled to, but I'm not sure that that means that penalties don't have a place. There are other jurisdictions where penalties are imposed. Pennsylvania's one. I'm sure there are others. I had another thought, but I lost it, so I'm going to let it go.
Okay. Questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Barbe.
None. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Gravatt, for being here and for, again, participating in the our EmPOWER hearing. We, at least I always appreciate hearing your views and getting your testimony. Just a couple things. You pretty much covered everything pretty well. On the low income and the possibility of either doing a cap, you also talk about the percent of income payment plan. Is that something that is being tried, or is it being tried in other states? Is it is something that's already developed, or what is the status of that?
Absolutely. There are other jurisdictions that have that. I know because I'm working on a case in Pennsylvania. I don't know the details, but I know it's a Philadelphia Gas Works case that they do have a mechanism that caps the rate cost for certain qualifying low-income customers. I understand that it certainly doesn't get all of them, but it helps some. The Public Service of Colorado has a mechanism, and it's a dual fuel utility, and so there are a couple different scenarios that apply, but the PIP mechanism itself says that the combination of electric and gas bills for dual fuel customers shall not exceed 6% of annual income. And one of the things that I think is potentially kind of remarkable about that is because it's dual fuel, in an electrification world, you know, there's always a concern, and there should be, that if we electrify lower income households and their bills go up, then that's a problem. But if they're covered by this PIP, their bills aren't going to go up, and they will, by being electrified, and they can participate in the clean energy transition in that way. So, and there are certainly others. I'm not familiar with all of them, but there are definitely jurisdictions that are doing this.
Okay, yeah, and I agree that this is probably not the right proceeding to get into something that detail in setting tariffs, but we're very likely to, in the near future, take up some of these ideas, so would enjoy hearing more from you at that time. But your current proposal for low income is a $50 cap, is that correct? Okay.
Yes, and I'd say that's a, I mean, it's not a negotiation, so I was going to say that's an opening position.
Yeah. Okay.
But my intent was to say, this seems like this could be a reasonable thing to do, knowing that there may be an investigation of income qualified rates, that's going to be probably a longer process.
Okay.
It's something to do in the meantime.
You probably heard from BGE. I think there is concern about then it would shift the cost to other customers. Have you done any kind of calculation on what it might mean as far as impact on non-low income?
I have not, and I certainly agree that that's an important analysis to carry out. And I appreciate the point that BGE raised that, of course it would shift to other residential customers, but it might also shift to low-income customers who are not known by the system.
Right.
Now, I think there are things the utilities could do to try to minimize the number of those customers who are not known by the system. It would probably take some time, but the question becomes, is the risk and is the amount of rate impact for low-income households who we don't know about, how does that compare with the benefit for the households who are known? And if the benefit for the households who are known is very great and the risk is not that great, then maybe it's worth it. If there's a lot of uncertainty, then maybe it requires more thought. But I think there's, in a PIP, there's also going to be that kind of risk.
Well, I'm just thinking for the purposes of now,
Mhm.
and I agree with your point that this is an important EmPOWER is an important program and it has benefits that do serve all ratepayers. But we are talking about a larger cost, a larger expense on the bill that a customer is going to have to pay each month, and that's going to come out of other spending. So to the extent we can try to, if you have additional information, and I guess any participant in this hearing, to help guide us on what a possible remedy, what the right amount would be, and what the offsets are, or I guess the other impacts. I think that would be helpful because obviously we're trying to do something for the next program cycle. But it sounds like right now we don't have a lot of the information we need to really to make a decision there.
Yeah. Commissioner, if I may, it might be an appropriate thing to include in or as a subcomponent of this audit of costs, if you will, because again, I think that getting out in front and understanding if the costs that are proposed are the best we can do, it's possible that cost management and possibly considering a single implementer and how might that reduce costs. And I understand some of the concerns of the utilities. I'm not dismissing those, but if you have one program manager managing a program across 5 utilities instead of 5 program managers, if you have one delivery vendor instead of 2 or 3 maybe, there's a lot of cost savings that can occur there. And maybe those cost savings, at least hypothetically, maybe those cost savings can offset any increased bill impact from shifting.
Yeah. And you gave us a lot to think about, but again, there's a lot of detail that we still don't have. So you mentioned, Dr. Loper, he's here, so I would encourage you to have maybe that conversation now and
Indeed.
ask him the question, is this something he can do, or would that be someone else who would answer? I guess the last I just wanted to ask about, the DHCD and whether programs that the utilities administer should be, we should allow, I guess, low income to participate in those. If we don't, doesn't that just widen the problem we have about making sure that this group, these Marylanders are served by EmPOWER? We already see that they're paying more into it than they're getting in benefits. Is there some other way than having them deliberately try not to allow them to participate? Is there another approach that you had considered? I think one was possibly give DHC the credit for participation. I know metrics seem to be a very big and driving important factor in these programs, but I did want to push back just a little bit and see if you could give me more on that, because I'm concerned having the utilities deliberately try to keep some Marylanders out of their programs.
Yeah, and I apologize if I created any confusion there. That's not what I mean to suggest. What my recommendation is that the utilities should not implement programs that are targeted to the low-income market. If low-income customers participate in other programs, they're more than welcome to do that. Now, there's some risk if we look at home performance, for example. If a low-income customer is targeted to participate in home performance with Energy Star, and an independent contractor goes out and does an energy audit, and kind of appears maybe that customer would be eligible for DHCD, but that contractor's not going to want to say, oh, you should call DHCD, go to them, you'll get a better deal, because then he's losing a job, he or she is losing a job. So there's a structural issue there, I think. But again, I'm sorry, I'm rambling, I think, at this point. My suggestion is that specifically for if there's a home retrofit program that's targeted at low-income customers, that doesn't make sense because DHD already runs that program.
Okay.
if there's an affordable multifamily program that's targeted at the market that DHCD is reaching out to, why would you have two programs? Why not just channel those funds to DHCD to do their program and do more of it?
Okay. Yeah, no, I appreciate the DHCD program is preferable since there is no cost, but in any case, so thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Sure.
Commissioner Fleshman.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gravatt. I'd like you to go back to the slide that deals with low income and what they get from DHCD versus what they're paying. So keep there.
Yeah, no.
Not one more.
This one? Or the
No,
one
no,
before
no.
it?
Back one more.
This one.
That one. Okay. So, so that I understand you, this is really hard to see. Must be because I'm getting old. So the blue bottom piece is the portion of what they pay in a year that goes to DHCD in terms of benefits for those low-income customers. Is that correct?
It's I would say their program budgets. DHCD uses benefits the way other utilities might use the term incentives. But what I did is I just looked at how many households there are, say, in BGE territory, and I looked at the budget that DHCD proposed, the 3-year budget for BGE, and divided that by the number of households.
Okay. So this is for the middle scenario. So the utilities are mostly proposing the 2023 scenario. But that's not really relevant to my question. So and this is actually not a question for you, but this chart I believe gets to the concern that I've been raising, which is that low-income customers, it's not only that it's regressive, it's that they actually are paying more into the program than they're getting back, and that they are actually paying into a program that is providing benefits for customers that are not low income. And I don't know where you got the numbers and how you were able to calculate this, but this is the kind of, something like this is the kind of information that I would like to get from the utilities that we regulate, I believe are mostly here today. So if you can put, so I guess this would be a bench request. If you could put together something like this for the scenario that you're proposing, so which I'm assuming is the 2023 scenario, and start with this, and to the extent that you can explain why you can't get data that sort of looks like this, that would be really useful. But I would like to be able to see for each of the utilities what is the average amount that low-income customers are paying into the program, and what they're getting from the department, and then also what's going into the utilities program budget, which they may or may not be able to see. So I would love to see that from the utilities, if you can provide that to us. Mr. Gravatt, you're having concerns about the costs of the program and the differential. And did you seek information from the utilities to help you to understand what went into the cost for each of the programs?
I did not. I think that sort of investigation, there are two issues with that for me. One, I think it's kind of perhaps almost becoming like forensic accounting to understand really all of the different costs in the utilities. I'm sure track costs in different ways, in different categories, and so forth. And it's also pretty time-consuming activity. It's not necessarily my expertise. I will note that it's very unusual in a proceeding for me to be the person who's digging into the costs. And very often, say for example, in Virginia, in the Carolinas, the way the cost recovery works, there's a they spend the money, they get something approved, they spend the money, and then they file for recovery. And there's an investigation into whether the expenditures were prudent. And very often, either a consumer advocate or the commission staff or some agency body will go through those costs with a fine-tooth comb and ask a lot of questions. In the way, I participated in BGE's multi-year rate plan for a period of time until the OPC motion was acted on. And how 100 or at least 100 rounds of discovery, digging into all of the cost data in the filing from various parties at the point when I no longer was needed to participate in the case. I'm not aware that there's any of that level of scrutiny that's happening in EmPOWER, and it's only because of looking at these data that has made me suggest, well, I don't understand this. Somebody should dig into it more.
We'll take a look. You've acknowledged in your proposal for a cap for low-income customers, you've acknowledged that there's this high level of surcharges that we're going to start to see in 2024, and PEPCO, I think, was 2 times the level of surcharges for the commercial class and 3 times for the residential. I mean, they're going to be very sort of large bump ups. And that's because we're moving away from the previous model of amortization and going towards an expensing model. If we don't cap, because if we do cap for a low income, then we're going to see the rest of the residential class go up even more dramatically. Is there another way that we can help to, we can certainly go to an expense model, but is there something that we can do in the interim to start to flatten out that increase in surcharges, so that we don't see the huge bump that we're looking at for 2024? Do you have a suggestion on what we could do?
I honestly did not, and I certainly appreciate the question. I did not participate, other than a very small amount, in the investigation that the utilities and other parties went through over the course of a year or two at least, trying to figure out how to respond to the Commission's directive to deal with the amortized balance. And I have to believe if there were some really good way to deal with it, it would have been thought of by all of those parties. But I don't have a suggestion. It's
Okay, I was hoping you did.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I wish I did.
Yeah. Okay. So, and the last question I have, I thought it was very interesting. Your discussion about the 3/4 of new gas customers moving into new homes did not take advantage of some of the rebates, sort of suggesting that had they done if they had taken advantage of the rebates, they would fit into the category of free riders, which is what I'm sort of concerned about. People who sort of would have done things anyway and sort of taking advantage of the rebates available. Do you have any comment about free ridership in other aspects of the utility programs? That is something that I'm concerned about. If there's a way in which we can move money to other places, particularly these behavioral programs, if we can get customers to do the right thing just in terms of suggestions, then we can move that money into other places.
Thank you for the question. I don't have a specific recommendation. I would say that generally my perspective on free riders, and I thought Mr. Switzer provided a very good answer to your question earlier, some level of free ridership may be okay if it's part of what gets a lot of cost-effective savings. So if 20% of the participants in a program would have done it anyway, but having the program lets you get that other 80% that weren't going to do anything, and that becomes cost-effective as a result, then maybe that 20% is a tolerable percentage. But it's an ongoing thing, and the EM&V framework in Maryland is very strong, I think, with the independent evaluator overseeing the results that the utility evaluators provide. in my experience, they watch free ridership pretty closely.
Okay.
And if it starts looking like this is going to be a problem, Mr. Loper, who you may find will say what he thinks appropriately, will raise it.
Okay, that's good to know. All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Mr. Barve.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would love to have your opinion on the issue of time of use rates with respect to low and moderate income customers. Generally, do you view them as being harmful, helpful, or neutral?
I would say generally I view them as an opportunity that, if accompanied by education and support and not a lot of penalties, could be very useful. I mean, I've argued in other proceedings, not specifically for time of use rates, but for utilities to take extra steps to make sure that their demand response programs are available to customers with limited incomes. Because if it's something that saves them some money and maybe gets them an incentive for participating, then that's a good thing. But it has to be done, I believe, in a way that's not going to end up with punitive results. And usually that means there's got to be some information that's provided. I think that's true across the board, but perhaps more so with some disadvantaged households.
Well, I mean, the very nature of time of use rates is, by definition, a policy that has both carrots and sticks. I suppose what you're saying is education is the key to that.
I think education is the key, and I'm totally speaking off the cuff here.
Sure.
But maybe there's, okay, we're not gonna whack you for this the first time you mess up. We're gonna use it as a tool to make sure that you understand what's going on. So it's not, you know what I'm saying? I think.
Well, and this leads me to my final question. You made an observation that you felt we should cap the amount of effort put into behavior modification programs. And I mean, it seems to me that behavior modification programs definitionally are an educational type effort. And if that's the case, I'm not sure why we would want to. Why do you want to limit that? Why do you want to place a cap on that? I don't understand your reasoning.
Sure, I'm happy to try to explain that. It's really the same as my recommendation for not counting CVR anymore, because if what we're going to have is the utilities are going to meet the 2% goal and then 2.25%, and that's what they're not going to do more than that. If there's something that's filling a large part of that, it's displacing savings from other types of programs. So behavior, historically, if we look at the benefit to any individual participating customer, it's probably pretty small. Behavior programs save a lot in aggregate across many hundreds of thousands of customers.
Mm-hmm.
But compared with insulation and air sealing a home, efficient equipment, heat pump, hot water heater, things like that, the savings for a household are pretty small. And the more behavior that's in the portfolio, the less of all that other stuff they're going to do. That's my objection. I wouldn't particularly object if the utilities were going to get, the same amount that BGE is proposing, but then a whole lot more of the other stuff too. But I don't think that's reasonably going to happen.
I don't know. To me, the distinction between CVR and behavior is that CVR is probably going to happen anyway, whereas people's behavior can be very bad. And incentivizing them to not behave badly is every bit as beneficial as having a heat pump, a water heater, I would think. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sure. So I want to return to this issue about utility-directed programs to low-income customers. You're concerned about them competing with DHCD. Given that the current process seems to be not serving low-income customers, and so we need sort of an enhanced effort to reach them, isn't it a positive to have more than one trying to reach this audience of customers? I mean, if more low-income customers get served, even though we have maybe, quote, competing programs, I mean, isn't that for the better?
I would say maybe, but I think the caveat is that is it really going to serve more customers?
Okay.
Or is it, is a question of this customer is going to be served, and they're either going to be served over here or over there? When we first started talking about a low-income goal, I want to say 2015 or 2016, one of the things we talked about was the savings didn't necessarily all need to come from DHCD, but there needed to be really, really clear delineation of which program implementer was responsible for which program, so that there wouldn't be any confusion. And an example of that would have been in the lighting world. The utilities, several of them, maybe all of them, I'm not sure, would provide free LED bulbs at food banks. So low-income household goes to get groceries and they get some efficient light bulbs as part of it. That's not a territory that DHCD was working in. They weren't doing efficient lighting promotion in that kind of way. It was much more similar to a retail lighting program. And again, at that time, when there was still lighting, that seemed like that's a pretty clear line that it would not be hard to understand utility DHCD. I think the programs that are contemplated in the utility plans, the lines aren't clear. And I think, so I think it's pretty hypothetical whether they're going to reach more customers than DHCD is going to with the considerable ramp up that they're going to pursue. And whether if it causes confusion, then that could actually interrupt DHCD's ability to pursue those customers.
Okay, so hypothetically, if DHCD and the utilities got together and sort of carved up the turf, do you think that problem goes away?
I think hypothetically it could, and it would depend on whether that could be done in a clear way, and I'm not sure what the answer is.
Okay, all right, thank you. Alrighty, so we'll now move to Montgomery County.
All right, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Garrett Fitzgerald, Fitzgerald, and I'm here representing Montgomery County, where I serve as Section Chief for Climate Programs and State Policy. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you here today about the 2024-26 EmPOWER program cycle. You have our written comments. I won't repeat everything from those comments, but I do want to highlight a couple of things for you. First, I just want to express our appreciation to all parties in this room for the additional work that was performed to model the 3 scenarios for the EmPOWER plans this cycle. That was something that we did encourage the Commission to ask the utilities to do. And I think it's very helpful. It's very important that both for decisions that you all will make as the Commission, but it's also important for state and local policymakers like us to understand as we try to figure out how are we going to achieve the energy and climate goals that we're setting at the state level and at the local level. What will it really take to do that? What is technically possible? How much would it cost to scale up the kinds of programs that we're talking about here to a level that's going to achieve those goals? And the information that we've all received from the utilities is very helpful for us to understand what it will cost. And we see that it will cost an awful lot, right? The max scenario is clearly very expensive relative to existing EmPOWER budgets, would require significant new revenue. To us, it highlights the importance of identifying a more equitable revenue source if we want to consider really scaling up these programs. So we think it's very important for the Commission and any policy action that might happen in the General Assembly to be thinking about how do we identify a more equitable way to pay for doing more of the kinds of things that we do under EmPOWER right now. But this data enables us to have that conversation in a way that we weren't able to have it before. So very much appreciate the work that's been done there. I want to talk about just a few of our suggestions. First, we do encourage the Commission to move EmPOWER away from incentivizing gas combustion equipment. MDE is working on the state greenhouse gas reduction strategy right now, but we know that shifting away from fossil fuels, including gas, is going to be very important, right? Maybe the state will end up telling us a little bit more precisely exactly how far we need to go, how quickly. Some of this is already showing up in state policy right now. the state's building energy performance standards, which other speakers have referenced, which are currently under development. If you look at the draft regulations, we're talking about requiring a lot of larger buildings in Maryland to eliminate fossil fuel combustion by 2040. That's 17 years from now. And that's 14 years from the end of the program cycle we're talking about. That's a lot less time than new gas combustion equipment lasts, and to make the investments necessary. So it raises some interesting questions around in what way should we incentivize building owners that are theoretically required to achieve these building energy performance standards. To what extent might incentives play, and how do free ridership issues come up? I think that's maybe for a separate conversation. Regardless, we're likely to feel pressure to spend public money to try to help motivate the replacement of gas combustion equipment with efficient electric equipment before the end of the operating life of equipment that would be installed during this program cycle. It doesn't make sense for us to spend public money, ratepayer money, now during this cycle to incentivize the installation of gas equipment that we might need to spend separate public money to help pull back out of the building and replace with efficient equipment during this next 17 years. It just doesn't make sense to spend money twice in that way. This is especially true for new construction. It's especially true for buildings that would be under the building energy performance standards, but it's really true across the board. Changes to certain utility plans that have been submitted here. This dovetails with some of the electrification plans that have been proposed by the utilities, but they're far from uniform, and they're far from meeting some of the criteria that we would hope for, which would include that every customer is on the table that anybody here in Maryland can take. And right now we don't see that showing up in the utility plan. So I think our encouragement to the commission would be to consider sending the utilities back to the drawing board on the electrification components on the gas combustion incentives, to probably come back sometime next year with plans for how we might do that differently. And I think that can that ties to the other major issue that I want to talk about, which is making sure that we're really leveraging the unique opportunity we have with the incentives available through the Inflation Reduction Act. This is a new opportunity. So this is a space in which the world will be different during this upcoming program cycle than it has been during the last program cycle, the one before that, the one before that. We have not seen incentives along the lines of what we are now starting to see and what will exist during this program cycle. It's really important we use this moment that we have. And that takes some intentionality on the part of all of the utilities and DHCD as we administer the incentive dollars available through EmPOWER to make sure that we're marrying up those EmPOWER incentives with the incentives available through the Inflation Reduction Act. We've got to get that right. Some of those incentives are available now through tax credits. Others will become available through the Maryland Energy Administration during, we expect, the earlier portion of 2024. So by this time next year, we'll have a much fuller picture of what the incentives look like that are available across the state. And making sure that customers are aware of all of those incentives and are able to stack those incentives together. This is very important for speeding up customer decisions to invest in efficient equipment, and it's very important for helping to convince customers to choose the more efficient option. So we spend a lot of time talking about, we're worried about the electric grid. We see the data, that the opportunity that we have with things like cold climate heat pumps to help meet some of our heating and cooling needs efficiently and to minimize the new demand on the grid. It's a very important opportunity that we have. We're not going to see mass adoption of cold climate heat pumps unless we're really helping customers see that they can stack incentives available through EmPOWER, through IRA, et cetera. So it begs the question, are we doing enough through the EmPOWER programs to make sure that customers understand that suite of opportunity that's in front of them? The utilities all mentioned that IRA incentives will be available. We didn't see much, I think, in the filings that were submitted to you about exactly how they plan to marry those things together, how they're marketing their program designs. We'll take that into account and make sure that customers are actually perceiving the full opportunity to stack those different incentives together. If you were to ask folks to come back in a handful of months with any changes to gas incentives, to electrification program design. I think it would make a lot of sense to ask folks to also come back with more specific plans on how they will make sure that customers, when they receive information about the incentives available through EmPOWER, are also receiving information about what's available through the IRA incentives in a way that is not confusing, but that really will help drive customer adoption of a lot of those technologies. So that's a key piece. It's a little mundane, but I think it's very, very important. I won't go into all the rest of the comments. We do agree with other parties that have talked about the importance of shifting from the electric-only goals to a GHG-based goal, something we certainly hope happens through statute in the not-so-distant future. Very much support the program design changes that DHCD offered, and I just want to publicly appreciate the inclusive process that DHCD went through in arriving at those program design changes. We participated very heavily in the whole stakeholder process that DHCD ran. I think it's a great model. I would love to see us pick up some of the process, sort of stakeholder planning process that DHCD used, and hopefully put that into practice across the utility planning processes in the next program cycle. We made a couple of steps forward in more inclusive processes this time around, but I think left a lot to be desired, because I think there are a lot of stakeholders who have a lot of ideas we can contribute to some of the program design elements here that maybe weren't fully utilized. Very much support the inclusion of a statewide financing offering. We've encouraged the utilities to incentivize contractors. I think you heard from Mr. Riopko at BG&E earlier. I think it's very important that that the partnership between these programs and contractors is very real. We heard pretty powerful testimony yesterday from Mr. Maloney about just how critical a role contractors play in influencing the choices that individual property owners make as they think about replacing their existing HVAC equipment. Contractors play a huge role in this. Even for those of us who work in this industry, as we try to go through the process of maybe replacing a gas furnace with a high-efficiency heat pump, it takes a lot of conversations with a lot of different contractors, and everyone's sort of telling you different things. And it's very important that we ensure that the workforce, the contractor workforce, is becoming educated around all of the heat pump technology that's out there now. But I think incentivizing contractors directly, where a financial incentive would come back to the contractor as we complete heat pump installations, could be a pretty powerful carrot to help incentivize contractors to make sure we're having the conversation about heat pumps when we're sitting down at that kitchen table and having a conversation about what the options are. I can tell you from experience, not always happening right now, and perhaps there are ways of motivating that. There's a number of other issues that we talked about in our written comments, but I'll conclude my verbal remarks there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Richard.
Thank you, Chair Hoover, and Mr. Fitzgerald. We appreciate again your participation in this hearing. I just want to ask you overall about just your involvement in the planning process. This is something that you've discussed with us in the past, and I think you just now said it was less than desirable, or I can't remember exactly what you just said, but it sounds like you still are seeking some improvements in how you engaged with the utilities in the planning process. I mean, you talk about a staggered future planning process. I'm not really sure how we would do that, but that indicates to me that you had some dissatisfaction in your ability to work with the utilities in development of the program. Am I reading that correctly, and do you want to elaborate at all?
Sure, yeah, and whether it's possible to actually stagger these things, I have, that's for other folks to play with those ideas, but huge. I don't want this to just be a complaint, because I have huge appreciation for the amount of work that all of our colleagues who work for the utilities have been doing this last several months. All of the utilities that serve Montgomery County are in the middle of rate cases now, right? And we're doing all of this thinking at the same time that we're developing these plans under EmPOWER. And we very much appreciate the amount of work and the amount of analytical resource that goes into all of that at once. And I think from my own observation, I think we were stretched. I think as a group in this room, I think we were stretched doing both of those things at the same time. There were a couple of moments. So this year we did have a couple of moments where folks could pitch to the utilities other, and Dan Hurley can speak to this, exactly what we called these moments, but where other parties could pitch to the utilities, here's some program design ideas that we have, and the utilities took those into account, and I think you saw those reflected back right in the proposals. And then there was sort of one additional moment where the utilities were asked to show up to a space in person and present on their sort of draft plans, the draft EmPOWER cycle plans, so that other stakeholders would be able to react to that a little bit and provide some more input into the process. What we saw at that stage, we didn't get a lot of substance, frankly, in what we saw. And again, this is not really a complaint about the utility. I don't know how they would have kept up with all the things they were doing in the rate case planning and this at the same time. I think we had an unfortunate perfect storm. But there were very limited opportunities to react to sort of straw man thinking of the utilities around some of the program design concepts that we end up talking about here, where maybe some of these conversations could have happened. And I think, just thinking about a number of issues that Mr. Gravatt just brought up previous to me, a lot of this can be talked about during the program design thinking that's happening, and I think the opportunities formally for that were a little bit limited. So I could imagine in the next 3-year cycle, perhaps earlier or more moments where more substantive thinking is shared, and there's a more substantive opportunity for other parties to bring some input into those program design choices.
Okay, well, if you have anything more to add on that, because this is my third cycle now, and this is the same complaint, I think, that people feel it gets a little rushed. By the time we actually have a chance to look at plans, they're kind of already, in place, and it's kind of a take it or leave it at this point. So again, I think it's important, particularly for counties, for a county like yours, which is leading the state in a number of areas, including electrification. And so I think we need to make sure that these plans are, supportive of what Montgomery County is trying to do. And so it's concerned when a large jurisdiction feels that they haven't had a chance to be adequately and engage with the utilities on the development of these plans. So if you have any other ideas, or please, I'd be interested to see them and see if there's something we might be able to do in order to continue to try to refine this stakeholder process, because I know it's also something that OPC has struggled with. And to a certain extent, I think MEA has said the same thing. It's just really, by the time they get the plans, they're pretty much baked, and so we're kind of in a difficult place. So anyway, I welcome any other comments you might have in the future. Appreciate it. Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Barbie.
No questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Sussman.
Good afternoon, Mr. Fitzgerald. Nice to see a fellow Montgomery County resident. I'm assuming you're a Montgomery County resident. So I wanted to know if there are county-based programs that are kind of matched up with EmPOWER, so that you sort of know the EmPOWER programs. Are there county programs that sort of help low-income, moderate-income people that kind of get matched up with EmPOWER?
Yeah, that's a great question. So one of the primary examples of a county program that's sort of matched up with EmPOWER, we have something called the Montgomery Energy Connection Program, which essentially is a public education initiative where we do very targeted community engagement. We're mostly focused on disadvantaged communities within Montgomery County and trying to bring information about all of these different program offerings from the utilities and from DHCD. And we do that in very custom ways where we have staff who go to the meetings of local community organizations. We're doing presentations in Spanish. We're trying to make sure that word about the opportunity to participate and benefit from EmPOWER is more likely to reach a lot of folks who it doesn't reach very directly. So that's the number one thing. We
sort of like an education program to kind of let them know what's available.
And it's been we drive a lot of folks to do QHEX, to do qualified home energy consultations. We do a lot of folks in Montgomery County will enroll in some of the audits as a first step, and then we'll participate in DHCD offerings, especially out of some of those interactions that happen through that program. So it's really just it's an outreach program to try to funnel more folks into EmPOWER. I think it's been very successful. It's a thing we've been doing for a number of years. I don't know to what extent other counties are doing something like this. This is sort of a custom thing that we do in Montgomery County. We occasionally run separate individual programs that very much complement EmPOWER. So we have a program right now that's offering support, both technical support and incentives for folks to move forward with electrification, which we were able to go and get some grant money to try out. So we're doing a little.
Is this DOE money?
I can't. I don't want to
No,
say
that's
something
fine.
wrong about exactly where that came from.
Non-county money.
Non-county money.
Okay.
But that we sought for the specific purpose, and it's a pilot where we're trying to get more data and more footing under us. We're trying to work with local contractors to make it kind of test. What is our capacity to actually help folks make decisions around electrification? Where are folks really getting stuck? And to what extent can you help folks overcome the barrier where they get stuck and don't make a decision to pursue electrification? If you were to offer this kind of service that might provide some advising to help folks really think about their options. This is one of the challenges that we've heard from a lot of residents is this is just a world that I don't know this world. My furnace, my water heater, my air conditioners, I don't know anything about all this stuff. I know we might have to replace something. I don't know what to do. But every contractor is just trying to sell me on something different. They've all got the thing. I don't know if I can trust them. What should I do? And so we're piloting a service where there's someone that you can call, and folks are signing pledges, and there's referral networks through this. But there's an opportunity to talk with someone who can help advise you on the approach that you might take. And we're testing to what extent can minor incentives really help to motivate some of those choices.
So are you anticipating you're going to be putting together a report when this is done?
Yeah.
And is it something that, if it's DOE money, I know you have to do a report.
Yeah.
Is this something you think you could share with us? Because we'd love to see it.
Yeah, and it's just getting started, and it'll go for the next year or two. So it might be a little while before we have a lot of
That's fine. I think we'll be doing this for a while.
It's the kind of thing that could be an example, either an example program offering that might have potential to be picked up elsewhere, or where we might learn some lessons around how that program was delivered that might be useful for informing program design choices that the utilities might make in the future. So I certainly hope that we'll be learning some things that other folks in this room will find helpful.
Okay. So when you sort of integrate what you're doing with what the EmPOWER program is doing, have you identified any barriers or parts of that interface that are problematic on your end that we could fix or utilities could fix? You're dealing with WGL and PEPCO. Is there something that we could do to make that interface between those two programs work better?
Yeah, and we have parts of the county are served by Potomac Edison and BG&E also. Okay. Yes, and that informs, frankly, all the comments that we put forth. So we hear frequently from folks who have a gas furnace now and want to shift to an electric heat pump and are wondering why there's no incentive offered through EmPOWER. The EmPOWER program is absolutely the driver of a lot of the energy efficiency improvement that happens in Montgomery County. This is the couple of little things that we do that offer financial incentives are paltry compared to the services EmPOWER collectively provides to residents in the county. So for us, we're not going to be able to come up with money to go separately offer incentives. That heat pump pilot is a bit of an unusual example. For us, it's largely, can we help folks have better information, but we still run up against these challenges where EmPOWER, in part because the goals are defined around electricity savings. There hasn't been an offering to incentivize heat pump installation. And we do have a lot of folks in Montgomery County that are interested in shifting from a gas furnace to an electric heat pump, but that even still totally balk at that when they find that there aren't incentives on the table to help them do that because of that upfront cost. So examples like that, I think, are some of these sort of program design choices are very important to unlock some progress in the county.
Okay, thank you.
So I agree with you that it probably makes sense for us to try to align the EmPOWER incentives with the new federal incentives. But in a former life, I actually went through that process of dealing with the federal incentives as they were rolled out, and I remember there was a lot of stops and starts, and so I guess I'm concerned how we sort of synchronize the mechanics of all this, given the fact that the utilities have pitched us plans for a 30-year cycle because that's what the EmPOWER program calls for, and so if we approve that, then they have plans in place and programs in place for the next 3 years. These incentives from the federal government may come out, dribbling out over the next few months, over the next year, because of their process and sort of putting this stuff in place. So I'm wondering how we go about, trying to, as you suggested, sort of synchronize the federal incentives and the state incentives, given these schedules, one of which is completely out of our control.
Yeah, that sounds like an excellent question for Tunde when he comes up here to represent MEA. I think it's clearly very important. The limited understanding that I have is that we will have a lot more information about, we've all kind of been in this waiting mode for a long time, and which is, no fault of MEA, right? We heard about the resources, as you know, it takes a lot of time for the U.S. Department of Energy to actually figure out, now how do we translate what they've decided to do in law now and move this money out to the states, and then it takes a fair amount of time for the states to figure out, okay, let's interpret what the task is that we've been given, and how do we need to move this money forward, and the staff capacity within MEA is not substantially greater than it was, over the last few years when they got a big job for the number of folks that they've got over there. So taking nothing away from MEA, but yes, for all of us as local governments, as just residents of the state who are eager to potentially take advantage of some of those incentive dollars. And I think a comment was made by I forgot who it was earlier today. I think there's very good cause to be concerned that knowing that incentives are coming and yet they are not yet here really does cause an awful lot of the market to pause, to not move forward with decisions to invest in that new piece of equipment now, because we're waiting to see if that deal is going to get better, right? And so there's a lot of folks who are kind of waiting for that deal to get better. As I understand it, most of what we've been waiting to learn about in terms of the other incentives that are coming, I believe we will know during the first half of 2024. And Tunde can correct us on that. But if that's true, then I think it's reasonable to think that there is a way within the early going of this program cycle to actually do a lot of that lining up, because we know what the other offerings are that folks can take advantage of. And as long as we're intentional in that first year of this new cycle to make sure that we're creating marketing material and helping folks, contractors that are working on behalf of the program, when they do sit down with a customer and are talking about what might make sense for you to do, they're getting information not just about that utility program, but they're getting information that brings those two different sets of incentives together. The opportunity to make good use of that during the next couple years of the program cycle, I think, is very real. So this is a thing where we might not have it all figured out today. I think it's still possible to set an expectation that let's get this figured out during year one, and let's make sure that we're delivering this well during the next couple of years. But be it the details of how exactly we do that are unfortunately for others to talk more about.
Okay. And just so I can confirm something. So when you were talking about the contractors, are you advocating that we give them, in essence, a piece of the action when it comes to these incentives as a way of trying to incentivize them to sell the program?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. As one piece of I think we've all heard that there's probably good cause to significantly rethink the HVAC programs as we've been running them. I think that as one of 7 elements to what that program design could look like would be potentially quite powerful it would be a thing that I would certainly recommend testing and trying to determine how powerful it is. And I think it's one of those examples. I really very much appreciate the data that Mr. Garat brought in from other states. I have not done any research on this and this specific issue around incentivizing contractors on heat pumps. We've seen that concept work in program design around other kinds of things. But it'd be very interesting to know, are there other states that are doing that already, where we might already be able to learn to what extent that ends up being a useful element?
So I guess the only concern I have is that, obviously we have a lot of control and supervision over the utilities. We don't really have much at all over these contractors, and I'm not casting aspersions on what they might do, but obviously there's going to be some accountability that would have to be created to make sure that, if we're giving them an incentive, that they're actually doing what we are paying them to do, and how we go about doing that. So,
I mean, you would do that. I would imagine that you would do that the same way that we might offer a downstream incentive right now for a resident who ends up installing a piece of equipment. We know a transaction happened. We know this thing was installed. X amount of money in rebate form goes to the property owner. Some sort of additional incentive goes to the contractor that was involved. I don't think it would be difficult to administer in that way, as long as we're doing something similar already with the incentivizing the property owner.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So let's move on to MEA. So let's take a 5-minute break, and we'll start at 3:10. So you go ahead and Okay, back on the record. Maryland Energy Administration.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Dr. Babatunde Idrisu. That's Babatunde. Last name Idrisu. I'm representing the Maryland Energy Administration. I'm here with my colleague, Michelle Honeck. First of all, I would like to appreciate the efforts of the utilities, DHCD, in developing these plans, especially given the short time frame and competing priorities. I'll be starting my comments first with the semi-annual comments, and then I'll talk about the plans. So I do have my comments reading out, so I'm just going to read it off. EmPOWER Utilities programs continue to deliver energy savings to Maryland residential and commercial customers to meet the mandated goals in the first half of 2023. EmPOWER Maryland programs provided benefits including GHG emission reductions, grid and health benefits, and reduced energy costs. And as in previous years, the most significant proportion of program costs were spent on customer incentives, with most of the EmPOWER utilities spending more than 60% on incentives. In the first half of the year, EmPOWER utilities continue to collaborate with DHCD on limited income programs. In addition, most of the utilities are on track to meet the mandated EmPOWER goal of 2% of the 2016 gross wholesale energy sales, using less than 50% of annual budget. This is consistent with the trend we've seen in the cycle so far. However, a review of the performances, and this has been mentioned by several people who have come up here, show that many programs that fell below expectations in the first half of 2023 also performed below expectations in 2022. One example that has been given, of course, is the HVAC program. As we move on to the next cycle, it's important that those programs improve significantly in their performances to make up, especially for the end of the lighting program, which has historically been a significant part of the EmPOWER program. ME support efforts made in the midstream working group, even though we haven't reached much of a consensus, to improve the performances of these programs. We know that increases in program costs will also mean increased ratepayer impact, especially if the unamortized balance is expensed. We do believe that it's important that the Commission explores opportunities to minimize or manage those impacts with the inevitable cost increases that we'll see in the next cycle. Because the EmPOWER program is an important program in meeting our GHG emission reduction goals set forth by the Climate Solutions Now Act. And it's also important that we look for ways to increase participation so that the benefits, especially among low-income Marylanders, so that the benefits of this program is spread among Marylanders and potentially reduce the rate impacts and the costs. So that's my comments on the semi-annual reports, and now I will be talking a little more about the plans. EmPOWER programs administrators designed and developed 3-year cycle plans for the 2014 to 2024 to 2026 program cycle to deliver energy efficiency savings and GHG reduction to ratepayers. These program designs build on features and experiences developed over the past 5 program cycles that have produced over 14 million megawatt hours in energy savings, estimated at over $13 billion in energy savings over the lifetime of installed measures. The overarching goal for utilities in the statute for this cycle is 2% in 2024, 2.25 in 2025 and 2026, based on the 2016 retail sales as stipulated by the Climate Solutions Now Act. The design programs will provide benefits, including improved air quality, GHG reductions, health benefits, and reduce the need for grid infrastructure investments in the coming years. However, the EmPOWER program faces new challenges to cost effectively meet its statutory requirements, especially with the loss of the lighting program due to change in federal guidelines and the capping of energy savings for front of the meter programs like CVR. Program administrators face additional costs to meet these mandated energy saving goals. As already been mentioned, the CVR program has historically claimed a significant part of energy savings towards the EmPOWER goals using non-EmPOWER funds, and as such, these costs were not included in the surcharge. The benefits derived from cost-effective energy program over the past several years are threatened by increasing costs to achieve these savings and the attendant rate impacts on Maryland ratepayers. The end of the lighting program presents a significant challenge for program administrators, as it has historically taken a significant part of the EmPOWER goals. And that means that the EmPOWER utilities will have to invest a lot more in existing and new programs to make up for the savings lost from the end of the lighting program. The effect of these changes increasing the overall program cost and attendant ratepayer impact. A review of the plans for the 2024-2026 program cycle shows significant rate increases for residential and commercial ratepayers to meet the statutory requirements. We're concerned about the magnitude of this rate increase, and we're hoping that the Commission explores measures to manage this rate increase, and this could include reviewing the cost recovery approach or reviewing the limits of front-of-the-meter programs. MEA is working and is also committed to working with program administrators to find available federal funding where applicable to help mitigate rate impacts. MEA proposes that given the rate implication and the GHG reduction benefits associated with the plan, that the Commission approves the middle scenario for PEPCO, Potomac Edison, and Delmarva, and the 2023 scenario for BGE, SMECO, and Washington Gas. But we are also proposing that the Commission explore measures to manage the rates impacts of these proposed plans. And we've already mentioned, reviewing the cost of recovery approach and looking at the limits of front-of-the-meter measures. The EmPOWER program has over the years provided significant energy savings and GHG reductions and remains an important tool to meet the state's ambitious GHG reduction targets. And we're concerned that steep rate increases must be managed to maintain the public acceptance of the program. Program administrators have proposed program enhancements to increase participation and energy savings to meet increased statutory requirement given the changes to the program. They have proposed increased incentives and more investment in outreach marketing and the inclusion of low to middle income components of their plan programs. MEA is concerned about the involvement of EmPOWER utilities in low and medium income programs, especially with the higher statutory targets that have to be met by DHCD. As such, we're opposed to any programs that may compromise the ability of DHCD to meet its statutory goals. And we hope that there's increased coordination between EmPOWER utilities and DHCD so that we can reduce redundancy and cost and prevent conflicts and competitions, especially as programs have been designed to target the same communities. In addition, program administrators have expressed a willingness to be flexible and adapt to future market changes and technological advances. MEA supports efforts to increase program participations, especially among low-income Marylanders. especially those programs also that are focused on education, raising public aware about the value and the benefit of energy efficiency and EmPOWER programs. We also support efforts designed to improve contractor diversity. They play a very important role in the program. The training and support so that we can improve the quality of the program delivery to participants. I will take any questions now from the commission.
Questions from the commissioners. Commissioner Sussman.
Good afternoon. Okay, so I'm going to put you on the spot because in your comments you do acknowledge that the surcharge is going up, and it's going to go up significantly for residential customers. And so you're proposing a review of the cost recovery approach in favor of a rate base or an amortization mechanism, and then also relaxing the limits placed on front of the meter measures. So let's take the second one first, since I think that's probably going to be the easier to talk about. So are you talking about the voltage reduction, or are you talking about something else?
I'm talking about the CRV.
Okay.
Currently, we do have 80 to 20%. We do think that one approach to possibly reducing the ratepayer impact is to probably review that maybe to a 75-25% percent.
Okay, so MEA would be comfortable. We've heard that maybe go from 20% to 32% of the savings from the CVR. So you would be comfortable. MEA would be comfortable if we were recognizing that. I think this is an accounting issue. It's not. I mean, we're seeing the savings. The savings are there. They're there every year. But you would be comfortable in moving that number to try to mitigate the impact on the surcharge.
Yes.
Okay. So now the other piece. So I'm still relatively new to the commission, but it was explained to me that this was a pretty heavy lift to move from amortization to expensing, and that it was very politically charged, and that sort of going in and poking the bear again would probably not be a good idea, and so apart from moving back to from an expense approach to an amortization approach, do you have any other suggestions on ways that we can flatten it, at least for a couple of years, until we get to a fully expensed model without the old charges, the amortization piece of the puzzle that we're still kind of paying off until we get to a fully expensed model?
I do not have any alternative recommendations.
I'm just going to keep asking until somebody comes up with an idea that's.
Looking at, for instance, the BG.
So OPC, you are on notice. Go ahead.
looking at the, for instance, the BG plan, we noticed that for residential, the average residential customer would see their annual EmPOWER surcharge go from $70 a year to about $240 a year.
Right, I saw the same thing.
So, yeah, that's pretty steep, especially because a lot of low-income customers are not covered by the programs we have for them. So this is gonna affect a lot of people, and we're concerned that because this program is very important for the state to meet its GHG emission reduction goal, we're concerned that those kinds of steep rate increases could erode public support and confidence for that program.
Right, we've heard the same thing, and so everybody here is a customer, and so looking at your bill and not being sensitive to the value of the program, if you see a surcharge that's going up dramatically, it's not going to make you feel warm and fuzzy about the EmPOWER program.
Yes, especially for low-income residents who traditionally do not benefit as much from the program. So they're paying a lot more than they're actually benefiting from the program.
Yeah, I'm concerned about that as well. All right, Mr. Chair, that's all I have.
Commissioner Richard.
Yeah, I think Commissioner Suchman probably asked the question I was going to get into a little bit, just trying to understand exactly the MEA position. Now, would you agree that MEA was engaged with the commission and provided recommendations that went into the order? So,
Yeah.
okay. So, is this a change of position, or maybe you could just help me understand what your recommendation is at this point in the process, just to start over, or what?
So, MEA had proposed when we came earlier to discuss about the utility plans that we would not be choosing any plans until we understand the rate implications of those plans.
Mm-hmm.
And once the utilities have come forth with their rate implications, it seems to us that for a lot of these plans, the rate implications is quite significant. And we have to figure out a way somehow to manage that rate impact, because affordability is a big issue, and we want to make as we move forward towards achieving our GHG abatement goals, we want to ensure that it doesn't create equity problems as well. We want to be able to ensure that, low-income Marylanders are not stuck with the burden of a program that they probably don't benefit it as much as they should. So, the rate implications is one of the major factors that made us look at, we need to figure out a way, the commission has to figure out a way to manage those rate impacts so that Marylanders, and especially the low-income Marylanders, can benefit from the program benefits that this program offers.
Okay, and thank you for that. MEA did provide us some, I think some very detailed studies, and provided us with a number of scenarios. Do you recall some of those studies that were provided the commission on this issue?
We did provide us performance incentive mechanism study.
Yeah.
Which we proposed to deal with the unamortized balance at the time.
Okay.
So yeah, that's
okay.
Study.
I just wanted to know, if as we explore, as I think the word you're using, is MEA going to be providing the commission with that level of detail to support a potential change in the orders and the approach we're taking?
At this point, we don't know if it will be available in time. We are working on a review of the cost study.
Okay.
But we don't know when that will be available for the commission to have a look at.
Okay, and obviously the concern that I think MEA shared before is if we go back to an amortization, then we go back to building up quite a large carrying charge, such that we're at the point now where tens of millions of dollars are not being spent on these important programs. They're going to shareholders, to utility shareholders.
Absolutely.
So I mean, have you at this point calculated what the cost will be to ratepayers if we do go back to an amortization program? And
no, we haven't, but we do know that the cost on the bill, the monthly bill, will be a lot less than it is now with the expense model.
But for the
yes,
the current programs, okay, and so that's taken some precedent in your thinking.
Yes.
And
also, I would like to add that in giving the order for the change from the amortization to the expense model, the commission had looked at 2029 as kind of a end date for the program. Mm-hmm. We don't think that applies right now, given the way the bill is written, the Climate Solutions Now Act.
Mhm.
So that also informed, some of our thinking here.
Okay. Yeah, no, that is obviously an important consideration. I guess the only other question I'd ask is just, we didn't get a lot of guidance on EmPOWER programs from the legislature, but we did get some from the House of Delegates. And at least my read and the way it's been explained to me, that the commission approach was largely endorsed by the House of Delegates. They did actually provide some guidance that perhaps we could extend it a couple of years, recovery a couple of years, and that would provide some relief. And then also, they actually recommended that we switch from a rate of return to actually just the cost of debt for the utility, that we recalibrate that. Now, I think that gives our Office of General Counsel some concern, but do you have any comment on that legislation? Did MEA take any position one way or the other?
Yeah, we did have our comments on. I don't think we took a position on the cost of debt or rate of return.
Okay.
We do realize that the program could be moving from a GHG, from a energy savings type of goal to a GHG abatement, and that's something that if it does happen in the next legislative session, we might have to take a look at the programs and see maybe we could add more electrification to the programs, and there might be a need for the utilities to review the programs if there is a change in the statute in this coming legislative session.
Okay. Well, MEA has been an important partner with the Commission as we've gone through all the review of EmPOWER costs, how we recover costs and deal with the amortization. So we would certainly appreciate any additional information, expert studies or analysis of what the ratepayer impacts would be on if we were to again, as MEA has requested, we explore a potential change in policy. So.
And like you did mention, maybe moving the expense schedule a few more years could be a potential solution. We're open to, we just want a situation whereby we could manage those ratepayer costs.
Okay. Well, at least I can speak for myself. The position of the state's energy office is important on this issue. So I would appreciate any other information you'd like to provide and support and impact statements on a potential changes. So thank you again for being here today.
Thank
you, Chair Hoover.
Commissioner Barbie.
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
I think all the questions I was going to ask have already been asked, so thank you very much.
Thank
and,
you.
We look forward to working with you. So we'll now turn to Office of People's Counsel.
So was that House bill that passed but failed in the Senate?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I'm just going to pull up our presentation.
You got both their names? Because he was here the other day. Yeah. That's it, yeah.
Yes, and I guess you have my last name, but it's, okay, thank you.
Sure.
So good afternoon. As I'm sure everyone is aware, well, first, I'm Nicole Zeichner on behalf of OPC, and I'm joined by Dylan Voorhees of VEIC, OPC's consultant on the EmPOWER programs. And we did perform an extensive review of the utilities and DHCD's 2024 to 2026 plans, as I'm sure you've seen. And we've created a summary, although we would respectfully ask, of course, that you refer to our written comments, which are far more detailed and include some overarching recommendations on pages 32 through 35. So the general topics that we're going to be covering are portfolio level recommendations, electrification and gas savings and midstream programs, peak demand management or DR programs, limited income programs and equity, and then other program issues such as new construction and finance, and finally the issues of cost recovery and performance incentive mechanisms. So some general findings. We did find that the utilities generally did not put forth ambitious, creative, and forward-thinking plans that the Commission directed. We found that a lot of the programs were simply extensions of the status quo programs, and we would have liked to have seen a little bit more innovation with what we anticipate being, new goals, new GHG reduction goals, and we also have increased goals under the CSNA. And the plans for electrification programs in particular lacked detail and consistency, and analysis was made difficult by the fact that the budgets were made dependent on different approaches to cost recovery. So we will discuss this further, but we do recommend deferring any electrification until MDE files its plan at the end of the year, MEA determines how it's going to administer IRA rebates, and we also recommend third-party administration of electrification, but we'll discuss that further. Midstream programs, they've been discussed pretty heavily during these hearings, but we are concerned that they continue the status quo, and some actually have lower savings goals, which we will highlight here. And finally, OPC has been pretty persistent about our position on gas burning appliances, incentives for gas burning appliances through EmPOWER. Specifically with new construction, as we know, that's one of Washington Gas's highest performing programs, which we feel is very counterproductive to state climate goals, and frankly, it just doesn't make a lot of sense at this point in the state's history. And with DHCD, we found that their plan was very well developed, and we commend them on really creating a plan that will allow them to ramp up their savings. So the middle scenario developed by the utilities, or modeled by the utilities, adds incremental additional electrification savings versus the 2023 or business as usual scenario, especially for SMECO and Delmarva. The maximum scenario adds more electric savings, but with substantial increases in costs, and we do believe that those costs should be examined more closely before implementation. And then we will say that BGE's gas savings are indistinguishable across the scenarios. Washington Gas does model savings that increase with each scenario, but both utilities propose lower savings than forecasted in the current cycle. Washington Gas is one of the only utilities to propose three scenarios that are quite distinct from each other. They do rise meaningfully across scenarios as illustrated with this graphic. Washington Gas has also been the only one of the only utilities that has historically struggled to meet their savings targets, and we'll discuss this further on slide 35. It's likely that the lack of clear statutory goals for Washington Gas, akin to the 2% goal for electric utilities, has made it more challenging to hold the utility accountable for goal achievement. Going forward, we strongly recommend that the Commission set more ambitious targets for Washington Gas. Achieving these gas reductions is absolutely critical to meeting the state's climate goals, and we recommend that the Commission accordingly approve Washington Gas' plan at the maximum achievable level with a substantial modification, which we will address further, of removing any incentives for gas appliances. Removal of these gas appliance incentives would decrease WGL's budget and surcharge impact while aligning with state policy. And this same approach should be used for BGE's gas savings portfolio. And as illustrated here, BGE models the same amount of savings across its business as usual or 2023 scenario, middle scenario, and maximum scenario. In terms of front of meter savings, there's been significant discussion about CVR, conservation voltage reduction. We want to be clear that there's no benefit to allowing the utilities to count additional front-of-meter or CVR savings towards EmPOWER goals. The majority of the utilities asked today, if not all, I believe, stated that they plan to do the same exact amount of CVR. They just want to be able to count more CVR towards their EmPOWER goals. But what that will do is have the practical effect of reducing what they do in energy efficiency for EmPOWER. So it's basically lowering, it accounts to lowering their goals because they're already doing the CVR and they've stated that they'll do the exact same amount, but then they have to do less energy efficiency. So we do object to that. And I was asked earlier in the hearings, I believe by Commissioner Barve, if they have an incentive to do CVR. And I answered that we believe they still have obligations to do that. But I should have said that the Commission has the authority to order them to do CVR. The infrastructure is in place, and the Commission may decide to do that, and then they could do any amount of CVR that the Commission determines reasonable. And we do recommend with CVR that there be clear verification of savings, whether that verification takes place through EmPOWER or elsewhere. In terms of our recommendations for approval of different scenarios, for the electric-only utilities, we recommend that the Commission approve the modeled scenarios at the middle level. For the gas utilities, we recommend that the Commission approve at the maximum scenario level, and that would be BGE's gas portfolio, because of course it's both a gas and electric utility. And peak demand or demand response, we recommend that it be approved at the maximum level. And finally, electrification. As I mentioned, we suggest deferring electrification plans pending MDE's plan, which will be at the end of this year, MEA's IRA rebate plan, and also we do recommend third-party administration. Third-party administration would be appropriate for electrification because the utilities aren't already doing it. This is a chance for one entity to come in, create continuity, and create an efficient, comprehensive program across the state for electrification. This would take nothing away from the utilities because they're not currently doing it, and it would be a good chance to get that program off consistently on the right foot. Now, I'd also like to point out that a lot of the recommendations in the utilities plans are programs, for the most part, that are no regrets. We need electrical efficiency savings. We need a lot of those savings. We also need things like fuel switching. We agree with some utility statements that there can be a mid-cycle change to goals, and in fact, we encourage the Commission and the utilities to actively anticipate a mid-cycle change. We do not know if legislation will be changing, but if so, mid-cycle changes might be necessary. And mid-cycle changes might also be necessary to evolve to meet these goals, as this is in fact a new goal for the EmPOWER program, GHG reduction. I'd also like to discuss costs and bill impacts. First, these programs have high total benefits. And I'd also like to point out that the increase in EmPOWER costs for the upcoming cycle have 3 core drivers. So first, as Mr. Gravatt pointed out, there are fewer available cheap savings, right? We've won lighting, so that is done. That is a victory. That's a good thing. The second thing is that increased investment in DHCD for support for limited income households, which was a legislative priority, and that is passed, and that's also a positive thing, and that's a good use of money to help limited income customers. And finally, there is a higher goal. The Climate Solutions Now Act did slightly increase the goal for EmPOWER, and that's also a positive thing. So that this is there are multiple forces at play here. It's not just because the utilities have been asked to model greenhouse gas reduction goals. There are multiple things occurring. And in terms of the surcharge, there are also 3 important drivers of these surcharge increases. First, the increased program budgets, which I previously described. Secondly, the transition to expensing, which the Commission and multiple stakeholders, including OPC, thought was very important, and the Commission approved. And finally, paying down the unamortized balance. The unamortized balance in EmPOWER had been an issue for years, and the Commission rightfully addressed it recently, which also has led to a shorter-term increase in the surcharge, but a lower cost to ratepayers over time. We do have a proposal regarding paying down the unamortized balance, and we'll discuss that further as well. And finally, it's very important to understand that these surcharge estimates presented by the utilities are simply forecasts. We have seen that the utilities frequently underspend on their EmPOWER programs. So although they are forecasting a certain surcharge impact, they historically spend less than their budgets. That's important to remember and may actually lead to lower surcharge impacts than estimated than what we're hearing today.
Okay, I'm up next. So I'll just introduce myself a little bit further, very briefly. As Nicole said, I'm Dylan Voorhees. I work for VEIC, which is a nonprofit consulting organization. VEIC has worked to support OPC in its review and recommendations around the EmPOWER programs for more than a decade now. I have not been here in that position for as long as my colleague, Mr. Gravatt, but I've spent the last nearly 20 years working on energy efficiency and clean energy and climate policy and regulatory affairs and program design, and I work closely with OPC to review programs and make recommendations. And of course, the recommendations that you're hearing today reflect a blend that comes from 10 years of working together that brings VEIC's understanding of best practices. We administer programs as well as consult on programs across the country with OPC's policy positions about EmPOWER and utility matters. So I'm going to speak to a couple of subject matters that are related to each other around gas and electrification and the midstream programs. As you've heard a few times already in these hearings, offering incentives for the installation of gas appliances encourages customers to lock in their dependence on gas, both on the utility systems as a whole and also the emissions associated with that gas usage, emissions that Maryland is committed to reducing. The Climate Solutions Now Act commits the state to 60% reductions by 2031. Any gas appliance installed with an EmPOWER incentive in 2024 will clearly be in place still in 2031 and well beyond. The Maryland Commission on Climate supports an end to gas incentives as reflected in its Building Energy Transition Plan. We're somewhat chagrined, I would say, to when we hear a utility like Washington Gas describe their new construction program as its most successful, because, and I appreciate that that's a reflection of sort of how we've historically defined success, but it is especially problematic to be providing incentives for new buildings to be built around a gas burning system, not just the appliance themselves, but the entire construction of the building that's oriented around that form of heating. New construction is not only the most important and cheapest time to adopt clean, efficient technology, it's the one with the longest lasting consequences. The logic for offering gas incentives is now outdated. It's true that some households will install slightly less efficient gas equipment without a rebate. That is clear. But those savings are, I would argue, illusory in that they imply that either the programs or the households, and Mr. Fitzgerald spoke to this, will need to replace the gas appliances with non-emitting ones before the end of their life if Maryland is to have any hope of achieving its climate goals. Perhaps more importantly, even in the near term, offering gas incentives are not actually the most effective way to reduce those greenhouse gas emissions. That's because heat pumps reduce so many more emissions than saved by an incremental change in gas efficiency. In previous filings made by OPC, we shared analysis using Washington Gas 2021 programs and calculated the two emission reduction options. We used using conservative estimates, we found that persuading just one customer out of 5 to go from a gas efficiency increase to instead install a heat pump would more than outweigh the emissions that were quote unquote lost if those other customers did install a less efficient piece of gas equipment. As Mr. Gravatt suggested, it is likely that many of those customers would in fact install efficient gas equipment on their own. So as long as equipment remains available in the market, some customers will choose the less efficient gas equipment. That is true whether we continue the programs as they are or we end gas incentives. That's impossible to avoid. The question for the program is how to persuade customers to choose equipment that results in less energy and less greenhouse gas overall. Put very broadly, Maryland, like every other state, is in a climate hole, climate emissions hole that we need to find our way out of. And the pathway to level ground, if that's carbon neutrality or something else, is very complex. There are multiple things that we need to do to get out of that hole. The first thing that we need to do is to stop digging, and ending subsidies for most fossil fuel equipment means setting aside the shovel for now. Our focus, VEIC's focus on behalf of OPC, tends to be on the residential sector, where we support the elimination of all incentives for gas burning equipment, at least for the market rate utility programs. In the commercial industrial sector, we recommend ending incentives where a viable electrification alternative exists, which is many but not all measures. And so we encourage the Commission to direct a work group advised by evaluators to establish methods and lists of what measures those are in the commercial sector. That's something that other jurisdictions are doing, as has been mentioned. Colorado, the District of Columbia, California, and others have made this decision or decisions like it. And now I want to talk about midstream in a little bit more depth than you had the opportunity to previously, and perhaps back up a few steps to really understand what the idea behind midstream programs is. As the title of this slide suggests, we include, for many purposes, heat pump water heaters. That's the form of water heater that the electric utilities are incenting, along with HVAC equipment. Although currently the heat pump water heaters are a measure within the appliance program, many of the same strategies that we recommend for midstream are applicable to also the heat pump water heater measure. And one of our recommendations is, in fact, to bring the heat pump water heater incentives and strategies into a combined program that deals with these midstream equipment. These are both large pieces of equipment that are almost always installed by contractors, and that's what makes them different from many of the other parts of appliances that are incented through the appliance program. Many, but not all, water heaters are also sold by distributors. There are some that, of course, sold at retail stores, your big box stores, and customers. Sometimes customers buy them, but in fact, contractors are often the ones buying them at those stores as well. So there are many factors that make these two pieces of equipment sort of similar to each other. It's difficult to overstate the importance of HVAC equipment and water heating equipment. When we look at the greenhouse gas abatement study that was prepared for EmPOWER, which estimated the cost-effective opportunity to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the state through EmPOWER-like programs, space heating measures that reduce space heating energy use, are overwhelmingly the largest opportunity for greenhouse gas emissions. Something close to 75% of the cost-effective opportunity is space heating. When you add cooling and water heating to that, you're talking about something like 80% of the cost-effective opportunity for greenhouse gas emission reductions. Some of that can be achieved through building improvements, insulating water pipes, and other things that aren't the appliances themselves. But obviously, a vast majority of those savings come from substitution of those equipment for clean, efficient versions. In fact, it's pretty easy to conclude that Maryland will not be able to achieve its greenhouse gas reduction goals without dramatic changes to HVAC and water heating equipment. Secondly, that decarbonization of that equipment is urgent. There are 2 cycles between now and 2031. we simply can't afford another cycle to elapse with the same results as we've seen in the previous cycle. With the exception of SMECO, and I will say that a couple of times today as I talk about this midstream programs, the other utilities have proposed lowering their saving targets for HVAC program in the next cycle compared to this cycle. I can appreciate that for you commissioners, it's sort of difficult to follow the competing narratives of how these programs are working, what improvements the utilities have or haven't made, and what OPC has or hasn't recommended. But this is an essential data point. You guys should go to the next slide and just see that clearly. This is forecasted HVAC program savings by utility, the proposals for the 3 scenarios in blue compared to the forecasts or targets for the HVAC program for the current cycle in orange. SMECO has clearly proposed an escalating level of savings compared to their current program, and as we know, they're the only utility that is achieving its HVAC targets for the cycle. Others are falling far short of their goals, and one response to that appears to be to reduce the goals for the next cycle, and that's the wrong direction. The volume of units in EmPOWER, looking for example at heat pump water heaters, are far, far short of what is needed to transform these markets. We've taken a look at the data about the number of water heaters that are likely to be failing each year, and every time a water heater fails, there's an opportunity to encourage that customer to replace it with a more efficient version. And so even if we just look at electric water heaters, existing electric water heating, setting aside fuel switching and gas, each year in Maryland there are close to 70,000 electric water heaters that need replacing. If customers are hard pressed to hang on to one that's still limping along, maybe it's a little bit less, but we're talking about more than 50,000 electric water heaters that fail every year. The EmPOWER program last year, all of its programs put together provided incentives for less than 1,000 heat pump water heaters. Those customers with electric resistance water heaters are fantastic candidates for replacement. As I'll talk about in a minute, it's likely, thankfully, that many of those customers actually did replace their electric hot water heater with a heat pump water heater. They just didn't go through the program because it wasn't worthwhile. That's a separate problem I want to talk about. But that is clearly 1,000 compared to 60,000, absolutely insufficient. I want to just make sure that some of the terminology is clear. You've heard these terms midstream, upstream, and downstream, and I think of those as somewhat jargony terms, and we use them, but we want to make sure that it's clear. A downstream, and they refer to the point of intervention. We're trying to intervene in decisions that are made about the purchase of equipment, and they refer to the point of decision and the actors in that process. Downstream refers to an incentive that's delivered as a general matter to the customer. We sometimes say the end-use customer. Typically require that customer to fill out a form, show that they've purchased the equipment, and then they will receive a rebate. There's absolutely merits to that approach, but it also has its limits, especially if we want to take that to scale and we want to do 10 times and 100 times the volume. Almost all HVAC equipment and a substantial amount of water heaters are not purchased by an end-use customer directly. They're purchased by a contractor. The contractor goes, in the case of HVAC, almost entirely to a distributor, and they purchase that equipment on behalf of a job that they have as a contractor to install equipment. And midstream programs seek to influence that equipment that is offered by the contractors to the customers, which the contractor will purchase from the distributor. as others have commented on, contractors are enormously influential on decision making, particularly for HVAC and water heating equipment. Contractors make recommendations based on price. They understand customers are price sensitive. Availability of product. They do not want to offer you equipment that they think is going to take a week to get from the distributor. Their comfort with installing that equipment, their sort of training and experience, and their comfort in their comfort sort of promising benefits to a customer. So their confidence that the customer will get a service and piece of equipment that they need. I won't talk a lot about upstream, but just to close that loop, upstream means trying to influence even further upstream the decisions that are made by manufacturers about the equipment that they provide, and that's a different story. So utilities actually are using a midstream strategy very successfully in the appliance program. The Energy Star retail products platform is a device that all of the Maryland utilities use. It's a midstream strategy for other appliances, refrigerators and other kind of household appliances. And it's going well, and the volumes that they can achieve through that strategy are higher. That is not equipment that tends to be installed by contractors, purchased by distributors, but it is a midstream strategy. And so the best practices for midstream strategies revolve around making that work for distributors and contractors. The goal is not simply just more equipment, but transforming the marketplace, shifting practices so that the clean, efficient product becomes the standard choice. So we have commented in several rounds of comments what we're actually proposing for changes, and we've made these recommendations in comments filed to the Commission going back at least a year, and we've made these recommendations in the midstream work group. And so we'll summarize some of them very quickly. We recommend applying uniform requirement across all utilities that 100% or a similarly high but uniform proportion of the incentives be passed from the distributor to the contractor. So the utilities provide the incentives to the distributor. That's what they do. They don't give the incentive in vast majority of cases to the contractor. They give it to the distributor. We recommend a requirement that incentive be passed on to the contractors. That doesn't mean that you can't provide an incentive to the distributors, and that is a strategy that we recommend at this point in a kind of failing program be adopted. We have recommended increasing incentive levels to respond to market conditions. That is arguably the one recommendation the utilities have adopted and do include higher incentives. We think that could be paired with incentives for distributors. As I spoke about yesterday, we strongly recommend implementing a point of sale delivery mechanism or instant rebate. Beginning with the largest distributors, and it could be paired with an incentive to those distributors, something for them to keep to cover their costs or make sure that they are motivated to sort of maintain the stock and participate in that program. This is a strategy that we have seen work in other jurisdictions. We recommend reducing program requirements on contractors in a uniform manner, including removing as many sort of mandates on the contractors as possible, and to substantially increase the amount of training and education that the programs provide to contractors and to customers about this technology itself. I'm not talking about training the contractors on, here's what you need to do to participate in our program. I'm talking about training customers, training contractors. These are installation practices. These are sales practices. These are questions that customers have. And direct to customer education. Even though the point of intervention is at contractors, it is clearly a best practice to also educate customers from the utility who customers trust their utilities, and so if they hear information about heat pumps from the utility, that complements what they hear from contractors who, although they're influential, they also know that they're trying to sell them something. So you need a multi-part strategy of communication. We also think we need some uniformity in the communication to end-use customers. So a customer that gets an incentive through the midstream program may not know that they received an incentive through the midstream program. We believe that it would be valuable for all of the utilities to have a uniform strategy for communicating to customers, this is what happened in this program. And I've gone into some detail about these recommendations with some hesitancy, because we have tried to encourage the utilities and their implementers to adopt these changes, again, for more than a year. We have been frustrated not just at the sort of disinterest in adopting some of these, but we hear occasionally, this last recommendation is a good example, some utilities would be willing to do that, other utilities are not. And that has created 2 years of friction in trying to improve these programs. And that's why I think I want to sort of go to this question of single implementation. It was not the place where VEIC and OPC started 2 years ago, as we started to raise, orange flags, which went up to red flags last year. The midstream work groups produced several reports. We've spent countless hours in meetings. The independent evaluator, Mr. Loper's team, has produced several reports. Many of those conversations are constructive, and at times we've learned from each other, but they have not resulted in fundamental changes as we see in the plans, and so it's unlikely there will be different results in the next cycle unless the Commission is more explicit in what it orders from this program. One of the changes, one of the responses that was done was to pay for sales data of HVAC equipment. So we went to private sources, and the staff, arranged for the purchase of sales data of HVAC equipment to try and understand what's happening in these markets. It took many, many months to really sort of persuade utilities to even unpack that data and sort of try to draw conclusions from it. We did some of that ourselves, and although the data is imperfect and it's a little bit difficult to align that data with all of the measures that are eligible in EmPOWER, what that data suggested was that potentially the vast majority of heat pumps that are sold in the state of Maryland are not going through the program. And, on the one hand, that's good to know that people are installing heat pumps on their own, but it's an enormous indicator of a program that is failing to influence the market. And unfortunately, it is not really clear that the real world change in heat pump installations in Maryland would be dramatically different if this program did not exist. And that's really a problematic state, and has resulted in the more dramatic sort of escalation of recommendations by OPC. So protecting the status quo, we've invested all of its effort in these programs as they exist, is arguably protecting some sunk costs. Going to a single statewide implementer is not fundamentally the key change in itself. We need different programs with different program designs. That is what we believe will result in more transformation of the market. But reflective of our last 18 months of experience has been that even trying to sort out what the different programs are doing, much less trying to get them all to make changes in alignment, has suggested that we need a single implementer to be able to implement better program designs. Statewide implementation of midstream programs like this is the norm. Maryland is the exception. We recognize the utilities have asked for flexibility, but the question I would ask is flexibility for what? Flexibility to pursue the programs the way they're being pursued now. And the program plans do not present differently from the fundamental program design that we've seen in the past. Flexibility so that each utility can pursue different things in a marketplace is not persuasive. And you know, we've acknowledged that SMECO is the only utility showing potentially satisfactory results. It's still, even also SMECO has very far to go to really be transforming the market. And it's good news that SMECO is showing that. I would argue that we can't let that fact hold the rest of the state back from a unifying strategy to go forward. I appreciate sort of an extended dive into midstream, but I think it's important because we're asking the commission to order some things directly that may be a little bit less intuitive or comfortable, and so we want to explain that more, and I'm happy to take questions, and there's more in our written comments. Moving on to electrification. As it's been stated a couple of times, don't need to belabor it. There's very little consistency in these plans in their approach to electrification. The different proposals for cost recovery have kind of obscured what the actual programs are, made it more difficult to compare them, and it doesn't appear that those are kind of order of magnitude aligned with the state's plans for climate mitigation, and that's important. I'm happy to answer questions about this question about going to greenhouse gas goals, but I think, as Ms. Seichner suggested, going to new goals means adding things. It doesn't mean doing less electrical energy efficiency. We absolutely need all the electrical energy efficiency that's cost effective that we can get, and that makes it easier, I think, to pivot mid-cycle to a greenhouse gas goal. On the IRA, as we've heard, there are new programs, many new programs. Two of them that are really the most important are these programs, HOMES and HERA, which would be implemented under direction by MEA, a whole house efficiency program, and a rebate program for electrification. Mr. Chairman, you made a comment about the previous round of federal programs, which I appreciated. These programs are not ERA. These are much more defined, much more generous in terms of their total budgets, and they have very clear pathways for implementation. MEA and other states have been given very clear requirements for what plans they need to be put together. They've been given a timeline for doing that and a timeline for when funds will be available. These will be statewide programs, and so I think it is wise to build other programs around them and sort of solve for them. So just summarizing the recommendations here would be to require the utilities to drop the gas appliances and basically refile their savings targets with that change made. To effectively deny the HVAC program, I think allowing them to operate the current program so the market is not disrupted for 6 months or 12 months, but require them to refile a plan with a draft RFP for a single implementer to the commission, in 6 months or something like that, and to defer new cost recovery for electrification until Maryland Department of Environment and MEA work out their plans. We'll now talk a little bit about demand management. I'm glad that there's been some discussion about this today. This is critically important as Maryland moves forward to manage peak load to the greatest extent possible. We know electrification is coming. That creates increased demand, potentially, if not managed well. And we also know that our generation mix is going more toward non-dispatchable sources, and that means managing the load where we can't manage the supply becomes really important. The maximum scenario absolutely does not reflect an overly ambitious plan, but it should be the starting point. And the lack of goals for demand, we think, is potentially contributing to sort of the haphazard, sort of generally unambitious plans on the part of the utilities. SMECO is the only utility that proposed a pilot in this critical area that just begs for innovation. And new goals are needed to so we're focused on winter peak as well as summer peak, and not just 1 or 2 peak events per year, but really thinking about peak demand management as a load flexibility resource that is drawn upon as much as a daily basis. So it's really a shift in thinking about this. The greenhouse gas abatement potential study included some findings about additional peak demand reduction opportunities. For example, grid-connected water heaters was the largest opportunity for greenhouse gas reductions in the near term. We are not seeing that. I believe SMECO is the only utility to propose in its pilot trying out grid-connected water heaters. In other jurisdictions, commissions are approving or directing utilities to really dramatically expand the type of peak demand management strategies that they're using in their efficiency portfolios. So you can see here the proposed megawatt hour savings goals for the 3 scenarios compared to forecasted and reported megawatt savings, and you can see that again, with the exception of SMECO, they're pretty flat. We absolutely support Potomac Edison instituting a demand response program. That's absolutely commendable. It's proposed small in the middle scenario, slightly less small in the maximum scenario. That's absolutely worth getting going. And the megawatt hour goals that we propose be developed is, I think BG&E was suggesting that just sort of picking the biggest megawatt number we can on an annual basis, that is not the need be the approach. Really, we want to think about peak demand reduction as a flexibility resource and set goals that are relevant to that. We think all of the utilities should be pursuing innovation and pilot in the areas of demand response, basically on an ongoing basis. There's the need for innovation there is constant, and really disappointed that only SMECO was the utility to propose a specific DR pilot. So again, summary of recommendations. Maximum level scenario for DR. Require the utilities to include proposals for winter demand peak reduction, at least on a pilot basis. Direct the staff in some capacity to work with others and develop some proposed megawatt goals for the EmPOWER utilities, and direct all of the IOUs to develop and submit pilot proposals for DR. Thank you.
Now, I will just briefly point out that our filing of May 10th, 2022, under mail log number 240629, reflects our analysis regarding the fact that if just 1 in 5 participants in Washington Gas's then gas equipment program chose an electric heat pump instead of a gas furnace, more GHG reductions would occur even if the other 4 program participants choose less efficient gas furnaces in the absence of incentives. So if that was it was a filing from last year, so I wanted to point that out. Now, regarding limited income programs and equity issues within EmPOWER, I did touch on this on Monday, and I discussed it a little bit today. We do commend DHCD for their program plans. We also commend them for their work group process. It was a very extensive work group process, significant stakeholder involvement that began over a year ago, and we appreciate that, and we participated significantly in that, as well as many other stakeholders. These meetings were very widely attended, and we really appreciate that. And I think we all recognize the issues that EmPOWER has faced with limited income customers. Limited income customers are paying in to EmPOWER, and they're just not reaping the same benefits as non-limited income customers. And the big challenge to this has been participation in DHCD programs. So we are pleased to see DHCD's plan to ramp up participation, and we are pleased to see the passage of HB 169. This additional funding to DHCD should do a lot for low-income customers in Maryland. We will point out that we did discuss this in our comments, but we do have a concern with both the utilities and DHCD counting duplicative savings in their respective goals. This double counting was not the intent of the legislature when it passed HB 169. However, we also recognize that this is a significant ramp up for DHCD, and we do not see a concern with the Commission accepting this approach during the 2024 to 2026 cycle and then evaluating after that. Regarding the utilities proposals for low-income customers. For the first time, as mentioned by other parties, the utilities have proposed to launch EmPOWER-funded programs aimed at limited-income residents of multifamily buildings. Although this seems like a good idea, it seems good that the utilities are reaching out to limited-income customers. Our concern is that this will create confusion amongst programs for limited-income customers, and I feel like there's a point where if customers are bombarded with advertisements or marketing from two different programs, it becomes incredibly confusing as to which one they should choose. Meanwhile, we could just be giving these funds to DHCD to run programs for limited income customers, which is their role in EmPOWER. So we do oppose that. We think the intent is good. We think the program implementation would make it counterproductive. And we encourage the utilities to reach out to customers who are not covered by DHCD. We realize that some of the utilities have stated that their programs will not compete with DHCD, but there was no plan that we could see as to how that would be the case. It seems like the program plans were not maybe fully developed as to how they would not be competing with DHCD, so that is our reason for opposition to that idea, and we do think it would create confusion among customers.
Ms. Lechner, if I could just add, Mr. Hoover, you asked one of the previous witnesses directly, isn't it better to have two entities offering some programs? And I would just offer a very direct answer, no, it is not. I'm happy to answer questions about that, but that's very clear to us. Thank you.
In terms of recommendations for limited income customers, we recommend that the DHCD plan's savings targets and budgets be approved. DHCD should be directed to track and report on referrals from utility programs and other activities. We would like to see the utilities referring limited income customers to DHCD because we know that they can get better benefits through DHCD right now. We also, as discussed, have our concerns with double counting of particular savings, but we think that this can be addressed during the next cycle because we realize that DHCD has a new task in front of it right now, a very important task. And we do believe that the Commission should deny the utilities' proposals to launch any programs that compete with DHCD's offerings for limited income customers. Regarding other programs, and I would like to point out there's been significant talk of how we can make these bills more affordable. This is very important. OPC recommends a percentage of income payment plan, or a PIP, as a way to help limited income customers with these increasing surcharges. We also believe, as we'll mention later, that the payoff period for the unamortized balance could be moved to 2031, and that would mitigate some of the surcharge impact. When this proposal was made, we didn't have all the numbers in front of us, and now we do. And that seems like a fairly reasonable thing to do. Slightly extend the payoff period, that would help mitigate surcharge impact, and implement a PIP to help low-income customers. And I would also like to note that a PIP, if funded by ratepayers, would not have the same effect as reducing surcharges. So really a PIP should not be funded by ratepayers if it is to reduce surcharges. Additional funds must be made available to help Maryland ratepayers. Now, regarding other programs and issues that have been raised, regarding finance and new construction, we did discuss this on Monday when pilots were discussed. And I think that there's been, as we know, the Clean Energy Advantage pilot, there's support for ramping that up. We'd like to see plans to ramp that up so that it can be used to distribute federal money So there's more that could be done with that pilot. We think it's a successful pilot, but to have the scale that it needs, it must ramp up significantly. And I addressed these recommendations on Monday, so I won't go further on that today. New construction. We know that new construction not only offers the best opportunity to set up a house for energy efficiency and GHG reductions, but it also offers the lowest cost opportunity. And we don't want this to be a missed opportunity. We've discussed in detail WGL's installation of gas equipment new construction, but we also have additional recommendations. We'd like to see the utilities including a whole home tier geared to higher efficiency than the standard Energy Star programs, such as the Zero Energy Ready homes. Utilities have proposed that they stop offering Zero Energy Ready homes in this cycle. We don't recommend that. We recommend that they have to offer either Zero Energy Ready homes or something similar. Building these homes is almost a bit of a no-brainer, right? These are new homes that are set up right from the beginning, and that seems like something we should definitely be incentivizing. And we also would like to see the Commission order the utilities to report on market penetration for whole home tiers and electric homes, just to see how this is going, how these very important programs are going. We'd also like to see the utilities provide explicit incentives for all electric homes, in addition to reporting on market penetration and including something along the lines of ZERH homes. Home retrofit programs are one of the few examples where the level of ambition proposed by the utilities is meaningfully higher than in the current cycle. This is a positive thing. We appreciate this. These forecasts are based in large part on increases in customer incentives, which we have supported, with a smattering of program design adjustments and realignments. So this is a positive finding that the utilities are proposing this for home retrofit.
Okay. And our final topic to cover is, save the best for last, cost recovery and performance incentive mechanisms. Go to the next slide, Nicole. So the comments include several best practices or principles for establishing performance incentive mechanisms. These OPC developed and shared with a future programming work group previously and is included in previous filings. Hopefully many of these are agreeable, and I don't want to belabor them. They're consistent with best practices promoted by other organizations like ACEEE, and they were used to guide the analysis of the proposals prepared by the IOUs. Go ahead to next. So there are some reasonable aspects of the IOU proposals. One of the things that is appropriate is that the PIM focuses on sort of the most important thing which we want, which is achievement of goals. And as we've discussed, the current formulation of those is megawatt hours. And so as that stands, that is the appropriate metric to hold the utilities to. It is a simple, just one simple metric. And we think that there's opportunities for expansion and growth there, but we think it's a clear, transparent metric that is aligning the utilities, what the utilities are shooting for, from what the public interest is. So that's a good thing. Secondly, the utilities propose that their earnings be based on, if they achieve goal, a percentage of total or net benefits. So this is using the cost effectiveness test that Maryland has established, add up the benefits. Ideally, it's a little unclear in places, but I think the idea is it's net benefits. So add up all of the total benefits, subtract the costs, and you have net benefits. That is a number we want to maximize. Maximize the benefits, minimize the cost. If utilities if their reward is based on a percentage of that net benefits, you've again aligned the utility interest in wanting the largest award with maximizing net benefits for all of Maryland and consumers. So those are good aspects of these proposals, and they can be implemented on across all of the utilities. Next slide. So one of the hardest things about establishing a PIM is determining how difficult goal achievement will be in order to set risks and rewards appropriately. If goals are relatively easy to achieve, it follows that rewards should be lower, and vice versa. The challenge of a goal, any given goal, can vary over time as markets and conditions change. The utilities have made put a lot of attention on how difficult they see their goals being. As a point of fact, and as I've been around for a little while here, the utilities always will emphasize that these goals are difficult, and they are difficult in some sense. These are not these savings don't walk off the street and into savings portfolios. There's real effort and thought that goes into acquiring them. At the same time, the EmPOWER utilities have been operating for many years with broadly similar goals, and we can see on the left, and it's a little small, I recognize, but there's a dotted line that is 100%. The electric utilities, going back at least 5 years, always achieve their goals. In fact, frequently substantially exceed their goals. At the same time, on the right are the costs. And again, all of the utilities have a very clear track record of achieving those savings without spending the budgets that they forecast. And I always recommend under promising and over delivering, and that's clearly the track record that utilities have. That's not a problem. It's just something that the commission should keep in mind as you assess the difficulty of achieving goals and determining what the award levels should be. In addition to assessing the difficulty of goal achievement to balance risk and reward, we consider it useful to benchmark against other programs. And there's been significant discussion of utility earnings in the future programming work group, in the filings and hearings leading up to the commission's decisions with regard to changing cost recovery about how much the utilities were earning. For the purpose of benchmarking across jurisdictions, we believe that a useful metric is to look at utility earnings as a percentage of program costs. Net benefits, while an important metric, are very dependent on what the jurisdiction counts for benefits. Maryland has its own cost effectiveness test. It's very inclusive of benefits, more than some other jurisdictions, not more than all other jurisdictions. We think that test is very good. It's appropriate, but it makes it difficult to compare earnings based on net benefits. And so we've looked at, and previous filings have included some conclusions about the earnings compared to program costs. And in other jurisdictions where we see non-government implementers, these implementers might be utilities or they might be third parties. In all cases where we have peer states, so states that are in the top 10 or top 20 of states, which Maryland clearly is, every state that doesn't have a government agency implementing has earnings related to performance. To date, as we stand today, Maryland is the only jurisdiction where the utilities' earnings are not tied to performance. And that's something that should change. In most of the cases of states, again, strong performing states, non-governmental implementer, expensing is the norm, and a performance incentive mechanism award connected with that, with awards that range generally from the 3 to 6% of program costs. That's a common range that we see. As you think about a PIM for utilities in the current cycle, it's important to remember that the utilities will also be earning on amortization. clearly less so than in the previous cycle, but 2/3 amortization in the first year, 1/3 in the second year. So those are not insignificant earnings that the utilities would have in addition to any PIM that's proposed. Based this, you can just go back for one second. So based on our understanding of what is proposed by the utilities, and we did the best we could to sort of interpret their proposals and do the math. These are the PIM awards as a percentage of program costs for different utilities and different scenarios. And you can see they varied tremendously. When you add not insignificant earnings for the amortization, not even including the earnings on the unamortized balance that they will continue to collect, we see significantly higher proposed earnings than peer jurisdictions. So the changes that are needed would be to rebalance the sort of level of ambition versus risk, and we've made the recommendations about the goals. So adjusting the reward and the thresholds is appropriate, and that it would include aligning with some peer states with consideration of the fact that there are additional earnings happening. We also would recommend a basic distributional requirement. So we do care about the total savings that the utilities earn, but we also care about some basic distribution, and it's important that both residential customers and commercial customers see savings. So we would recommend that there be some requirement for that. With regard to penalties, briefly, as has been stated, PIMs with penalties certainly do exist. They exist for utilities. They exist for third-party administrators. As you heard, for utilities would be in Pennsylvania. Third-party administrator next door in D.C. There are penalties for non-performance. The OPC proposal would include a modest penalty for truly low performance, less than 65% of goal achievement, a level that we do not expect, and historic experience does not suggest that would be likely to be applied. However, it is a principle that OPC strongly supports. There's some use of the term of sort of disallowing costs earlier. That is not OPC's proposal. Review of costs should be tied to a review of prudency, and that would be standard practice to determine whether costs are prudent or not is a separate matter. A penalty is a penalty for failure to perform, and just like a reward, it's meant to incentivize good design of programs, significant effort, motivation to respond to the markets, all of those good things that go into achieving goals. And so briefly, I think last or second to last, with regard to cost recovery, OPC's position is clear that the Commission should stick with a transition to expensing over the course of the cycle. There's unquestionably, this will minimize the total ratepayer cost and is more consistent with the type of investment and with peer jurisdictions. Moving to expensing is like moving to paying your bills out of your checking account as opposed to your credit card, and it's a prudent practice. Of course, OPC appreciates that this does have a near-term financial impact, and so one of the recommendations that OPC is making, as Ms. Eichner suggested, is to take additional years to pay down the previous unamortized balance. Previously, before these plans were filed, it seemed like 2029, based on the evidence we had about previous program costs, might be a reasonable target date. With the information in front of us now, the pay down by 2031, I think, is reasonable. We would, of course, need to see the utilities file updates to their surcharge impacts with that date. It would make an incremental impact, but one that would be in the right direction. That is, if you have amassed a big credit card debt, just to sort of follow the consumer debt analogy, if you have amassed a big credit card debt, the first step you want to move to is moving to paying your bills out of your checking account, not with your credit card. It may be the best practice to pay off your credit card debt as quickly as possible, but you do need to be able to afford to make those additional monthly payments. And so if it takes you a little bit longer, and you are doing that for the reason of being able to pursue additional substantial benefits which these programs deliver, then that, I think, is a reasonable course. So these are last slide, summary of recommendations, really to standardize the goal thresholds and award calculations across utilities, use that net benefit to calculate that award. And this, of course, is in the written comments, but this is the recommended goal savings levels. So non-performance, it would be sort of below 65% of goal. 65 to 80% of goal, there would be no penalty or award. Starting at 85%, there would be an award, and it would increase more in a non-linear fashion as goal attainment went up. So we expect that achieving 85 to 95% of savings is not a difficult or ambitious target, and it's arguable that based on previous experience that 95 or 96 to 100% is not incredibly ambitious. Achieving more than that is absolutely more ambitious, and so the proposed sort of award amount would increase in sort of a non-linear fashion in order to balance the difficulty of goal attainment. And we think this could be applied across the electric IOUs. And with that, I think we're done.
And I would just add one point. OPC does support Maryland Energy Efficiency Advocates' recommendation to have an independent evaluator conduct a benchmarking of costs, but we would support that for all utilities, including Washington Gas. Thank you, and we're available for any questions.
Commissioner Sussman.
Okay, so first I want to thank you for anticipating my question, and I'm assuming you did that over lunch, so maybe breaking for lunch is a good thing. So that I understand, I mean, I'm assuming you're taking it to 2031 because it's the 5-year amortization period. So reflecting that there's going to still be in 2024 2/3, and then 2025 1/3. So it'll sort of give that sort of period of, okay. So but we will need the utilities to actually do the calculations and be able to give us sort of new numbers about the change in the surcharge. So I'm assuming that the utilities that are out there and listening would be able to provide us with those numbers, and I guess also let us know if that is something that works for you or if you have a problem with it. This seems like a reasonable approach to trying to level out the significant increase in surcharge. I'm sort of curious to see what impact it will have on the numbers, and so I think having the utilities go out and recrunch the numbers, I'm assuming it's not an overwhelming exercise. Demand response. So you were troubled by the lack of goals, so I'm assuming you were also troubled by the lack of potential savings, which I guess I'm troubled with too. And it was interesting to hear previous comments about the fact that this program EmPOWER was started to try to avoid build out of distribution. So do you have a suggestion of the kinds of demand response programs that would be helpful for us to see. I mean, there was actually there was a chart today that talked about FTM, so front of the meter, and put dynamic pricing as an FTM. So time of use, would you consider that back of the meter? I mean, I was trying to figure out why dynamic pricing was front of the meter, but
I don't know if Commissioner, I don't know if it's reflective of it being front of the meter as much as sort of paid for or out of non-EmPOWER. So there's a category of savings you'll see in tables that are non-EmPOWER savings, time of use rates, CVR. Those things are kind of lumped in, paid for and approved.
Okay.
in other-
On some level, it doesn't matter.
That's right.
I mean, I know it matters when you're sort of doing the 80%, 20%. But if you have, do you have suggestions on the kinds of demand response that would benefit within EmPOWER? I mean, I know demand response is sort of touches on a lot of different program areas, but just in terms of EmPOWER, what kinds of programs could EmPOWER support in terms of good, robust demand response so that we can avoid distribution build out?
So a couple of answers to that, Commissioner. First of all, I do again want to sort of commend that I think SMECO is pushing forward a little bit further on this. They are proposing to do more because SMECO is already experiencing winter peaking with more frequency than other places. Their DR programs are being designed and evolved to have year-round demand response impacts on customers and work within their equipment, particularly heating and cooling equipment. And they've suggested that I believe that they would explore in a pilot context water heating response. Now, water heating is a bit different, an opportunity for demand response because unlike heating and cooling, where you're sort of playing up against the margins of sort of comfort changes that customers won't really notice or care too much about, with water heating, customers really don't care if water is preheated ahead of sort of demand or staggered across customers. As long as the water is hot when they want it, there's a lot of flexibility, and that's why the abatement study found that that opportunity is a good opportunity. We'd like to see all of the utilities exploring that. The other thing that's different about that is it's not just something you go to once a year or 4 or 5 times a year. It's a resource that you can actually use in some seasons on an almost daily basis. And that's part of the point I want to really make, is that an evolving demand response portfolio is including resources and strategies that are drawing on demand management on a much more frequent basis to actually manage load. And so things like EV charging, which may be out of EmPOWER, the rate designs, absolutely, water heating and other devices. Batteries is absolutely another good example, though there are limits. You don't probably call on batteries every day, but on a weekly basis, absolutely, you can. So there's, I think, a wide variety of measures that
So
can be included.
given that the utilities have already submitted their plans, do you have recommendations for us short of asking them to go back and give us a new plan? So if we decided that we didn't want to do that, do you have a recommendation on what we could do or should do?
Well, I think there's actually a bit of a gradation. I think you can approve the plans that they've filed and ask them to come back with some supplementary activities that include winter peaking, for example. I think you can ask the utilities to come back with additional filings of how they will begin to tackle winter demand response more universally.
Or how they can address constraints on the grid?
Absolutely.
Right.
I think some of your colloquy with BG&E was interesting, and other utilities, about locational demand response, and I wasn't quite sure I was interpreting the responses. I heard, yes, we have the capacity to do that. I think it's extremely infrequent. My read of the 2022 semi-annual report suggests that BG&E had only one event in all of 2022 where they called on they sort of logged a demand response event that wasn't a test event. That was locational, but a single event. So I think there's much more that can be done. And these things take time. They're very complex. I would absolutely never want to sort of understate that. And that is why continuing to make incremental changes to programs to try new things and expand them is a sort of constant improvement practice.
Thank you. Well, the grid is complex, so just add to it. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Commissioner Richard.
It's very close to 5 o'clock, so I'm forgetting all my questions. But let me just let me just say, I have a very thorough presentation, and I like how explicit you have been in your recommendations. I appreciate very much your weighing into the repayment of the unamortized funds, and so I think this is very consistent with what we heard from the at least part of the legislature recently. I'm going to stop. Good presentation, and I think you've given us a lot to think about. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Commissioner Barbe.
Thank you. A few questions. First of all, with respect to the implementation of a single administrator, how would that be paid for? Out of the fees from the EmPOWER funds?
Yeah, so currently the EmPOWER surcharge pays for implementation of the HVAC programs. It pays for 5 different utilities to each hire different implementers.
And do you, do we have the legal authority to do that?
Yes, because the utility, we're already using implementers for multiple programs. So are you, if I may ask Commissioner Barbe, are you referring to third-party administration of electrification programs or third-party implementation of the midstream programs?
The electrification programs.
Okay. Yes, I think that is appropriate. The utilities, the services are still being provided. We're just asking that the programs be fed through or directed through a third-party administrator.
Okay, and moving on to disallowing the utilities from approaching low-income individuals and instead allowing DHCD to be the head entity, the chief entity doing that. I presume then also you would want for us to use funds from the EmPOWER program and make it a grant to DHCD to implement that?
Well, the DHCD should already, with HB 169, DHCD has an increased budget. So we are just asking that instead of the utilities using their funds to essentially duplicate DHCD programs, DHCD is allowed to stay in that space. But of course, if additional funds are needed by DHCD, we've long supported increased budgets for DHCD.
What if we directed the utilities to go ahead and do those things, but to confer with DHCD as they were administering plans? Would that be sufficient? I hate to stop a private entity when they're trying to do something valuable.
So, Commissioner, we definitely do not suggest that the utilities cannot engage low-income customers. That is not the intent. We absolutely...
Oh, I thought that was exactly what you were saying.
No, we don't want the utilities to launch their own programs, and that's a very different thing. In fact, we support the recommendation in the utilities filings to have specific allocation of resources to support the DHCD programs, to do marketing and customer engagement that helps drive customers toward DHCD programs. That's absolutely commendable and to be supported. But that's a different thing from having the utilities stand up and launch their own program that the same customers would be invited to participate in. And it's based on our very extensive experience all across the country, it's absolutely a poor practice to have 2 different programs providing the same service to customers. It creates confusion, and it actually makes it less likely that those target customers will participate in a program.
Okay, I don't think I understand the distinction between those two things, but let's move on.
Can I just add? So both programs need to be administered. If you're going to launch a new program, that is a separate set of administrative functions, and do not see why it would make sense for EmPOWER rates to be used to effectively pay for two entities to administer two programs that offer similar services to the same set of.
Even if the utility confers with DHCD and says, we'd like to do this in our operating space and works collaboratively with them?
As Ms. Sechner was saying, I guess that's hypothetically possible. I do not think that is likely to be something that's going to make sense.
Well, so the law doesn't prevent them from doing that.
No, and if I may, Commissioner Barve, the utilities used to run their own limited income programs, and then the commission gave those programs to DHCD. So that's an example of that third-party administration right there. The utilities aren't currently running their own limited income programs, but we do want to clarify that we do not want to prohibit limited income customers from customer choice. We would like them, if BGE is their utility and they'd like to participate in a BGE program, we would like them to do that if they wish. But we feel like we're sending the wrong message if BGE has a competing, essentially, program with DHCD, because we know that the benefits are generally greater for customers if a low-income customer goes through DHCD. So we just feel like it creates confusion. If I'm opening my mail and I'm getting this notice, and that's kind of our concern there.
Okay. Earlier, the representative for the contractors, who I, for the most part, agreed with, and I think you agree with a great deal of what he was attempting to say as well. He suggested that a strategy for some ratepayers that might make sense would be a dual fuel strategy. I take it that you would disagree with him on that, correct?
You mean that some customers might want to have?
Let's say my natural gas furnace is 20 years old, but the contractor comes in and says, you really should do a air source heat pump, but continue to maintain the natural gas furnace as a backup. Would you feel that that's not good advice to give?
So it's important that contractors give advice about their system that's based on their own home. I happen to have heat pumps and a fossil fuel system in my house. I live where it's much colder. I don't think we're suggesting that customers shouldn't be allowed to have any technology solution. The question is, what should the program provide incentives for?
Okay, fair enough. Zero energy ready homes. How much extra would they cost?
Not anything. In fact, the reason why many jurisdictions, including Maryland, D.C., quite a lot of other jurisdictions are considering all-electric building codes is because the cost of building all-electric homes is now cost-effective.
Okay.
And so although that code does not exist in Maryland now, this program has an opportunity to help move the market, get everybody ready, and educate customers in that direction.
You know, when we wrote the CSNA, one of the central points of the legislation was the BEPS program, the Building Energy Performance Standards program, and my vice chair, Dana Stein, is an active member of that. And we took the attitude, I can't speak for all 141 of us, but we took the attitude that these were the experts collected in one place making a decision as to the pace of moving in the direction of electrification. And we kind of took the attitude that that's the mechanism we should use and not necessarily have other entities pushing faster than them. That was my impression of it all. But I got the distinct impression that you wanted us to move a little faster than the BEPS program. Did I mishear or misinterpret what you were saying?
Well, I'll just add briefly that we're very familiar, VEIC is very familiar with the BEPS program in DC, and very strongly supportive of that as a strategy. And I think it's a good example of carrots and sticks, you might have mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
So I think these strategies are all pretty complementary. I think, a building code is something for new construction. BEPS is largely aimed at helping existing buildings move forward. And then incentives are the carrot side of it, and they can all work together. And the argument on gas incentives is certainly, let's not give out carrots for installing equipment that we think when you get to BEPS compliance, you're gonna wish you didn't eat that carrot. If I'm twisting my metaphor.
And if I may say, if given an appropriate incentive, someone may choose to build a zero energy ready home, and we just want that incentive to be available. And then I'd also just briefly like to touch on what our representative from the contractor said. We'd like to make these federal funds leveraged and these EmPOWER funds leveraged and any other available funds leveraged so that that contractor can sit at that table and say, well, actually, these are your options. You don't need a dual fuel system because look at all these options for you. So, of course, we want what's best for that customer, but with contractor education, contractors might not need to recommend dual fuel systems.
Well, I definitely agree that when it comes to all these decisions, the contractor is the tip of the spear, because they stand in the same place as a financial advisor with respect to your, planning out your retirement, that they are the person who's there, and I completely agree that it ought to be focused on making life as logical for them as possible. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, that's it.
Okay, actually, the questions I was going to ask have already been asked, so we'll be back here tomorrow after the administrative meeting to take up staff and any other discussions we have. So.